or not. And then you get these kind of halts happening in the game where Shopify is just fully enjoying, and they know they're in control and they're the ones setting up the tempo. They had to defend for quite a long time, though. And this was Grin's game to win. Let's be completely honest. That was really their game to win. They were on top of Shopify, but it took one team fight. It literally took one team fight to change the narrative.
That's all you need. Skem, I think, played fantastic this game, too. Like, the combo of the Winter Wyvern and the Axe, just really, really good. All his curses were on point. I mean, this one here basically ended the game. They constantly set up for MC to make his life super easy. I thought his game was extremely good. He actually ended up healing for 23,400 by the end of that game on the Wyvern. That's a lot of damage that you're just taking away from the enemy team.
Solid amount of numbers on the board. Even Treant like racking up a nice 11k, but still no match to Skem. There was in that Roche fight in the bottom lane, that Roche fight in the bottom half of the map where they did kind of overlap a curse and a call, but those things are like half a second away and the human brain can only function so fast. But outside of that, I agree. Beautiful game from Skem on this Winter Wyvern and has been looking so good these last 2 days. I think we're highlighting Skem maybe a bit too much and taking it away from like Kittrack's small plays here and there. My controls, who's been looking great as well. But I honestly think Skem has even overperformed from my expectation of him, and I'm really in awe of how well he's actually been playing these last 2 days. He really wants to win this qualifier.
Yeah, no, he's definitely to me been the best player on this team. Like, I actually think he's playing extremely well, and they're all playing well. But like, I don't know, every game it feels like I look at Skem and I just go, damn, he did it again. Like it's not just what I expect. He's just outplaying in so many tiny situations just over and over again. For Grin though, definitely some good stuff. Like I think Kits, this Timbersaw was a really good performance. Like definitely someone who overperformed. If you look over on Grin's side, he really had to pick up the slack in terms of the damage in this game, and he was very much on point with a lot of his skill shots. So you have to definitely congratulate him a little bit there. But hell yeah,
clap.
Put Skem on the board for another MVP. I think 3 out of the 4 games. Did we give it to him?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
It was just the Yopaj DK in between, but Skem has been definitely on point and deserves yet again another standout player performance there from Shopify Rebellion. And they will march onward in this bracket towards the upper bracket final, which means they're guaranteed top 3. But honestly, who thinks about top 3 when there's only one slot? They're in it to win the whole thing. We have another series happening very soon because we're in a follow-by schedule, and we're going to get to see the 2nd seed go up against the 5th, which is going to be Nouns versus Apex Genesis. So Trent, good time for us and all of you people out there to get your refreshments, get yourselves ready for the next NA Brawl. We'll see you guys after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Setting our sights ahead for the next series here at the North American Close Qualifier on the road to the Internationals. We just saw Shopify take a 2-0 versus Grin. It's time for Apex, Genesis, and Nouns to take the stage. And of course, Nouns, they had a 3-game series, but Apex, this is their first Dota game of the qualifier because they got a default win yesterday with La Correntada not having a full roster available at the time of the series starting. So let's see how they fare. We don't really have any data about these guys.
Yes, we are somehow averaging 1.5 games per series with these two teams. So very impressive in best of threes. And we're gonna have to see how they do. I mean, we got some big names here. I mean, we were kind of excited talking about this before to see how this team will do. So it'll be interesting to see them actually get a chance to play outside of just the opens.
Yeah, we had a bunch of drafts from Nouns yesterday. We had a double Meepo show up from them with 1 win and 1 loss. Also got to see some Pudge action in the final game, which brought them a victory. But a bunch of heroes all over the place. What do you think Nouns is going to be prepping for today? We know Gunnar in the off lane, Copy in the mid lane. So something different from the Nouns that we're usually expecting to see Gunnar in the mid lane, but in a different role. But his hero pool also applies to that 3 role pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's been on that grind for a pretty long time at this point too. So it's good. Like he seems to be enjoying it, and The heroes, I guess some of those heroes have been nerfed a little bit that can be flexed around, but we also have some new possibilities. Like the Death Prophet has been mentioned a few times. I know that's something that Wish was playing a little bit. I was looking through his games. He's been practicing a lot of Pango this morning. He already played 3 games of Pango. That's in fact all he's played today. So good chance that maybe Apex have some ideas there. That's generally a good thing to take a look at when it comes to pro players. You can often just look, hey, what did they play this morning, right?
Yep. I think a good example of my fellow countryman Thompson was like, oh, he played a Hoodwink mid today, and it's like, yeah, he's gonna pick Hoodwink this next game, and he does, and it's like, sure, that's a fair enough statistic to see that players definitely what they practice on the day will be coming up as well. I mean, most of these are friends with each other's, right? Like on Steam and all, they're probably looking at what hero are they playing in Demo Hero, if there's something that they want to look at, or are they just doing their usual reps, like offlaners practicing the Magnus Horn tosses combos and all that.
I remember, I want to say it was like TI 7 era, or maybe it was TI 8. There was a TI where all pro players like unfriended themselves. They all unfriended each other because of that. Because people were like watching demos and stuff, and a ton of them just like removed each other. So I don't know if that's still the case now. It feels like we're a little more open with the information these days than previous, especially now that all matches are like forced open to be seen, which is good. Of course, we're getting rid of those Smurfs as well. So
yeah,
everything's in the open. Time to play some honest Dota.
That's exactly the case, as the draft is now available for Nouns versus Apex. Genesis Nouns on the Radiant side and Apex on the Dire side of the map, with them also having the first pick of the draft. Something to highlight as well about Wish, a bit of a story about this guy. Like, when I was first seeing Wish in competitive tournaments, because this is the road to the international, I think it's good to also talk about some historics about some players. Wish, who about 6 years ago, when he was at the age of around 20, like I think he was still maybe 19 at the time, some teams were not quite ready to pick him up as their mid player because they were like, he needs a bit of time. I think he's still a bit too young. Like, he was a Tinker spammer at the time. He played a lot of cheese heroes. Even one of his favorites, the TA, which is constantly going to be banned in this current meta at least. Now, a couple years after, it feels like he could still give so much to any team that he gets picked up on, and he's gone past from that point where he wasn't ready to he's now fully ready. But in the roster of Nouns, he is put in a very difficult position as well, because it's not just Shopify Rebellion that they're going to have to potentially face at some point of this tournament. Is that Nouns fans got a taste of that actual TI last year, so there's a lot of hopes riding on this roster and this organization. The fans, they've built a hunger, and that cannot be stopped.
Yeah, definitely getting some momentum too. Of course, some of the recent performances. So to really top it off with a performance in this qualifier would be huge for them. Storm Spirit's in the pool, and I'm losing my mind over here. This is crazy. We might have our second Storm Spirit here. The only recorded game in the North American qualifier so far was for Nouns, and it was a first phase pick, unsurprisingly, because that's generally the only time you're gonna get it. And Apex Genesis apparently just saying we're not scared. Like, we don't want to deal with this Meepo, because obviously they're kind of trying to force it down there. They did a game 1, then game 2 in their other series. I would not leave in the Storm, though. I can't see it. Like, here's the thing. Storm is beatable. Oh, my God, they're doing it. They're leaving it in. It's beatable, but you have to commit your entire draft to it. So Apex are basically saying, we are just going to stop the snowballing Storm Spirit, and that's how we're going to win this game. If that's what Nouns want to do, we are ready for it.
All right, let's see if that indeed is the case. I mean, of course, Storm Spirit being banned almost the whole time, and like you said, that one singular pick on a team that could just pick it for themselves right away. But let's see if Apex has a trick up their sleeves, or unless Wish wants to play it out and Nouns has an answer for it. So both teams are definitely thinking about it. It's on their minds, but how much are they actually actively talking about Storm Spirit right now? I'm pretty sure the word has come up like maybe 5 times now during this draft.
I'm sure it has. Like, the whole thing is just like, are we about to pick Storm Spirit? That's the only decision here. Because if we're not picking Storm Spirit, then they are definitely going to pick Storm Spirit. You have 10th overall pick here on Nouns. They're banning the Enigma. I mean, I think they're taking Storm Spirit. And if they are taking Storm Spirit, then you need to dedicate your whole draft to having options to just kill this hero. because that's why the hero's gotten out of control. The games where I've seen it actually lose in competitive Dota is because every single hero that's picked after on the enemy team has some way of dealing with Storm Spirit. Because getting galvanized and giving him those charges, he just gets out of control. And it's so frustrating. But on the flip side, if you kill him a few times, you can ruin his game.
Some of that old Bloodstone mechanic right there built into the hero. Just for free. Just doesn't it doesn't cost you anything to it. Just pick the hero. That's it. We got ourselves a Muerta coming up from Nouns. Ofrenda was also given a tiny buff there as well, which I was hoping they'd do something about it. That maybe invulnerability or something like that for like a second. Because I mean,
you
come
get
on,
the bottle.
Yeah, we had like Cluster Cluck. Being basically like this invulnerability period, and you start with Pierce the Veil when you spawn. And I was like, that's one way to do it. You know, you got to put yourself a bit of immunity going your way. And we're not getting the hero, Trent. We're not getting it.
She was also the most fitting thing here as well, because we're in a standoff right now. This is a Storm Spirit standoff.
A Mexican standoff with Muerta?
That's what we're at. And they're going for the DK, so still thinking about it. Still considering. I think he might fall into those last bans. I think there's a chance at this point that neither wants to pull the trigger on it, and they'll just let it go. They're going to grab the Wyvern. Ooh,
they're really pulling your strings.
I'm feeling the storm now. Now I see the Wyvern, I'm like, I'm not that scared of Wyvern. I'm going for it if I'm Nouns. Like, let's go.
So somebody saved my co-caster. He's going insane here.
Dude, this is it. This is the patch. It's like, you have to be thinking about this or you're crazy. Like, or you just haven't watched, like, pro matches. Because this is everyone.
Yeah.
Unless I'm out to lunch and all the other qualifiers have abandoned this hero, this hero is just stupid. Like, I just would not want to be putting my TI hopes on giving another team Storm Spirit.
Well, Nouns are taking their time thinking here. They do have the dual pick, so potentially one hero's already thought throughout, and the other is probably some talk still going between maybe two players, considering, okay, we've got this option and that. Which one do you really want here? Because if we got the Tiny and the Muerta, let's think about, like, these are, like, Tiny is your carry mid, not that much your support anymore. Of course, it can be. And then Muerta is flexed in a pretty similar way, except Muerta doesn't really fit into the mid lane role, so it's your 1-4 flex. So you've got two flex picks here. And Nouns are going to keep things open for now with the Venomancer pick into the Wyvern. That's a pretty decent one. I actually like the Veno into the Wyvern.
And the Brew. Okay, so probably the one Tiny, like you said, could be flex for sure. It is nice to have a hero that can flex between mid and safe lane when you're 10th pick. Very few heroes that are able to do that super well, but Tiny's one of them. Brew also just a really strong hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Their disables, not that great. I mean, if I were a Storm Spirit on Apex Genesis, I feel like I could maybe get away with some stuff. I'm gonna grab the Lifestealer though.
All right.
It's a standoff indeed. No one's blinking.
Well, he's got a good lane against the Brew. Lifesteal is really good in this matchup here. Of course, if it is paired up with the Wyvern, can they just harass the Brew completely out of the lane and just leave him without CS? I'm pretty sure Gunner's not welcoming that with open arms. Like, he wants to stick in this lane. He wants his farm. Seeing too many Brewmasters just kind of fall a bit short and fall behind in CS, I would not hope to see Gunner suffer that fate in the first game of this series.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to the Muerta.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, she's a scary hero. She's really fun to play, I got to say. But I think support players are drawn to her because of the dead shot and how sick it is when you hit them. But, man, missing a dead shot and her mana pool is also pretty rough in the early game.
Yeah.
Like, it's miserable.
It is a really good game for the Muerta as well, considering Calling is the one big tool versus a Lifestealer without having Manta or BKB. He's getting that insta-silence. And it also does hurt the Wyvern and the DK too, because if you're trying to fight in a specific area and the Muerta is still alive, you are bound to get silenced multiple times and also start to take damage. Veno bring in the slows, and you have Tiny AoE as well, which is going to nicely synchronized together with the Muerta. Nouns have a very whole draft in a way when you think about engagements.
Got Coach Milan up there in the top right, sitting in Gunner's seat, doing the drafting here.
good old Milan. He's so good with drafts as well. Like I remember we were, I wasn't casting in that particular time, but there was a series where he just called 4 straight up picks. He called them. They're going to pick this and this. They did, and then these 2 follow ups on the second the second phase, and he just called them right away. Like he's very knowledgeable.
Yeah, he's always on the draft grind. So I think been wanting to get back into coaching tier 1 teams. So. For now, I'll have to deal with nouns, but no, I'm just kidding. Got him. No, it's. I mean, obviously, it's been extremely successful for them, right? They are tier 1. They're going through these qualifiers and trying to win another one here. So they're gonna go for a double spirit ban here. Get rid of the storm and the ember. Apex. This last. I mean, the void spirit's still in. I saw Wish had also been playing that hero recently. That could be pretty solid. If they wanted to do a DK3, because they have a pretty good pairing there with this Dark Willow, you just get the blink, and we're going to see a similar situation where you can still get this damage off. But is there a 3 that's more valuable with what we see here? I think Darkseer's banned by themselves. Darkseer might have been it, because a pipe hero would be pretty sweet right now. Wouldn't mind it, and it would have given them more to this like DK jumping in, because like the mid DK opens up some of your picks in the off lane, because he's gonna buy this blink dagger and initiate for you, and we have these big off laners still in the pool like the Axe and the Legion Commander if they wanted to try and go for this assassination style versus the Brewmaster. Those are all decent options.
Yeah, I was thinking about like if there is any room to maneuver towards a hero that hasn't been banned this entire draft, which is the Spirit Breaker. But probably not. Night Stalker, that's another good option. I actually like the Night Stalker a bit more. The idea is, like, the heroes I had in mind was, like, you thought about pipe carriers. I was like, I don't think they necessarily would want a Tide Hunter. Still think Visage is a bit iffy right now. Probably not that. Of course, the Primal Beast, you could always try to squeeze into the draft, but Night Stalker, this hero checks all the boxes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw the bans of the Ursa and the Razor, and I thought maybe they were trying to set up for the offlane DK. But instead, they're just saying, you know, we want someone who is pretty strong in the lane, but definitely has some heroes that can give them a hard time, like an Ursa and Razor. So remove those, go for this nighttime facet that everyone's playing, and try and do really well in the opening of that lane.
Yeah. And it's your boy Speed playing in a different role this time, but I wonder what he considers the most broken thing in this patch.
Oh, I'll have to check YouTube.
Yep.
Surely we'll find out, you know? He's got no secrets now.
Yep. All that data is available. 20 seconds for the last pick. Need a carry here. What do we want? What do we want for Yuma?
Either that or, I mean, you can just do carry Tiny as well and just go for a mid hero.
What about Slardar?
It's fine. It's decent. But it'll be the Chaos Knight instead.
Yep. Gallop.
Okay. Any cheeky combos? Not really. Just good stuff.
I don't really know the interaction, but if you get Ags on CK when everybody else is cursed by the Winter Wyvern, does it just reset the curse and just make it disappear? Obviously, not your first item of choice, but could be one way.
No, I don't think so. But actually, I don't remember.
Because it makes everybody phase out, so it's kind of like a dispel.
Yeah.
I have no idea what happens to the curse at that point. So
for some reason, I think it stays, but I'm not actually sure. Taunts always have some funny capabilities. You know, they're always a little bit weird. They got their priorities and stuff.
Yeah. It's definitely a bit of a mix. But hey, both drafts are available on the board. This is the first one for Apex Genesis. What do you think about their draft as a whole? Is this easy to execute or hard to execute?
Overall, I would say that mid DK tends to lend itself to relatively easy execution. It's just about getting the Blink Dagger and having heroes that are going to want to play the same game plan as you, and that's what they have. They have a Night Stalker, they have a Lifestealer who can go for the Infest plays, and they have this Bedlam, which we saw earlier, which was pretty key to getting this DK online. Focusing down towers would be good. They're pretty fast-paced, and versus the Brewmaster, I always like that. Is he going Drunken Master? Is that the play? I actually didn't realize people are going that now. I thought everyone went the Barrel.
Yeah, I've been seeing the barrel all over the place, but I guess Gunnar is up to something here with this one. I mean, obviously, evasion is really important here versus the Lifestealer, and can be like super crucial as well to keeping you alive in that lane. Like when you pick up that Radiance build-up, which is what we're seeing from Brewmasters these days, going for the early Talisman, pairing it up with your, was it the Brood up? Or anyway, your stances, you got a lot of evasion versus this Lifestealer. It can help you in the lane.
Looks like new JT and Mind Control have tried it a couple times, but for the most part, everyone's been opting for the other facet with the barrel. So, Drunken Master, when you're brewed up, you move with a varying amount of speed, alternating between 20% slower and 50% faster for the duration. It's very. This used to be how it did it all the time.
Yes.
For a very brief time in the patch. Like, I don't think that was really long, if I recall correctly. It got changed back pretty fast.
It feels like the original Brewmaster in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, weird. Okay.
Also, we do get the, since the CKs carry the mid tiny, you've got a couple heroes to focus this game. So with potential phylactery blink build up here on the tiny that you get to see on your mid tiny more often compared to your carry build up. And the Night Stalker.
Yeah, both phylactery.
Same thing.
Yeah.
You got some heroes to focus down. Try to quickly delete the Winter Wyvern if you can spot him. Or same thing with the Willow. But Yuma leading the charge straight to Bignum's Dark Willow. And could be a first blood here. With that Shadow Realm running out, it's just seconds counted away from Bignum's life. And Yuma, CK for the first blood.
Doesn't instantly queue up Midas. Not a CK player, clearly. Gets a full bracer sent out there. And then easy treads Armlet. Such as live. Armlet got nerfed, right? It's kind of random, yeah.
The slow resistance.
No slow resistance. Okay. That would have been nice this game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Versus
would actually insane. There's so much slow.
Yeah, and especially like so many things linked into that. But then again, like the CK, I'm more of an old school CK player. I prefer the Echo Heart Blink build above all these 2k HP CKs with like Orchids and potentially Armlets and trying to blow people up. I've always been a heart enjoyer on this hero. It's slightly different to the meta, but there are games where it feels like, yeah, we can't deal with this CK anymore. Like, he's just too tanky. And he still crits very mean amounts of damage.
Sure does. Well, despite that buff as well to the friend, Lela's still going for the Calling. So if someone dies inside the Calling, it's going to refresh its duration, create another Revenant, and expand the Radiance by 100. So that's going to be very impactful versus that Lifestealer, like you were mentioning before. Very good spell versus the hero, and maybe you happen to get a kill inside of it, and suddenly it's even harder for him to get out. Could really chain together a couple of kills, but say not the best facet, I gotta say.
Starting off with a pretty calm start for now, minus that first blood initiation or engagement. Just gonna have to wait a bit until we see some openings happening. We've got Lelis with the Huerta, and of course in the bottom lane, Fade trying to keep that pressure up with the Night Rain facet, where you really gotta try to make the most happen in the early 5 minutes. Then chill for a bit and open up your Dark Ascension as soon as you have the opportunity for it. Get to that fast Phylactery, and like you said, Phylactery Blink. Got a couple of those heroes on this server.
Yeah, definitely gonna be the ones who are dictating things in this one. DK and Tiny, a true mid laner game here.
You talked about Midas on the CK after that first blood. You know, I thought about a hero for Wish and an item build he could have potentially gone for. I don't think I'm crazy here, but Midas Tinker.
Dude, I do think you're crazy.
It can work.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, the cooldown reduction and all on the hero.
Was it worth it though?
Oh, you get your... I mean, the farming speed with just the March is kind of... Well, it's kind of meh in a way. With the cooldown reduction on the Midas, you kind of... I think it pays back even better, or even faster. Just regular farm. Might be wrong here.
Well, I mean, you're good company. I see ZinQ tried it 3 days ago, so there you go. You must be right then.
I'm onto something. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
you're onto
prove myself completely right, but I love reaching out. That's my thing. That's my jam.
Nothing too risky in these lanes. Everyone just happy to hit some creeps right now after our initial first blood before the horn.
And even Gunnar on the Brew, who was a bit worried, I was worried about the most, is the Sand Kings and the Brewmasters in the early minutes on the lane E stage. Just do they fall behind like really badly, or can they keep up? And Gunnar's off to a good start so far.
Bottom lane, they do get a lot of damage here on the fly. Let's go for a turnaround Gale.
Gale on
but
2.
They don't have enough, though, to keep this up. Like you're just losing out on these trades, it looks like.
Bunch of mana being burnt on the Night Stalker too with those void hits. Also right clicks for 82. Something the Veno doesn't really want to face.
And trading him is just bad because he has this innate, right? The 40% health regen at nighttime. So it just always feels bad.
Yeah, it's kind of like playing against the Bloodseeker, right? You either go full commit or you don't do it at all. Meanwhile, Speed rotated to the bottom lane. They're going to find Fly. Get the Apex Genesis team on the board as well with their first kill. Good move there for the Wyvern.
When you pick these Lifestealers and Juggernauts, I think it's so important as a support to make moves like this. It's like, you have the possibility for this kind of stuff, right? Because you have such a sustainable carry, so you need to actually take advantage of that.
Yeah. You absolutely have to. And it is really nice to see that the supports are actually doing it. It's like, why aren't you moving out? You start to feel like, hey, they're missing on something here. They're definitely utilizing their moves here. And, you know, Speed as well, who's super familiar with playing in the offlane too. He knows all the ins and outs of it too.
Wyvern's just such a good hero for it now too, like even better than before. Again, because the Splinter Blast under the tower just makes it a lot easier to dive. You have Arctic Burn to come directly out of the Twin Gate to attack your enemies. It's I think we'll see this hero more and more.
A bit of a missed dead shot there. Let us. So mind too much about it though. Nobody really in the threat of danger right now. Wish and Copy also tying up in CS in the mid lane. So we're just waiting for our 6s to show up. Either hero leaves this lane is going to start pummeling that tower. But I do want to see both of these mid laners actually rotate at the same time, if that were to happen. Oh, Tiny misses the toss there. Tosses a creep instead of Wish. Bit of movement here, though.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Bunch of people showing up for that 6-minute rune. It is going to go in the bottom half. So Bignum's just going to slap it on him.
Copy just dancing. Even he gets out of the brambles and he has to make his way back through them again after to get a last hit. So give him some credit there for the fancy footwork.
Yeah, probably played a couple of bullet hell games in his life.
Yep.
I can't stand those. I would just rage quit right away.
Sometimes that's what it feels like. Versus a couple Dota heroes. I mean, he's still just sitting here, if you want to talk about raging. Because like, this is just obnoxious as all hell. Hits him with the brambles.
Wish and Bignum applying pressure on the tower, which is going to drop very soon. Tiny doesn't get to do the same thing as DK can at level 6. You'll need a bit of time. Get some extra points on the tree grab too. Maybe even all the way up to the shard until he starts to be a threat for all these objectives. Yeah, the Corrosive Dragon against the hero that only just hit level 6 to get that plus 10 armor really soaks up all the right-click damage from a DK. And they kind of counteract each other's, right? Because you have the Craggy Exterior, which reduces damage dealt to the Tiny with like multiple stacks, but at the same time, DK has also taken away your armor.
Yeah. They're just looking at each other, throwing spells, hitting each other, not really expecting any kills.
Staring contest.
Pretty much. And Bignum just constantly being a nuisance, but
yeah, they're diving bottom.
Both sides. Yeah, they're taking advantage of the support being gone.
See if they can get Fade out of this one. They got the dead shot to connect onto Fade, but Yuma also needs a bit of backup here. He's low on HP. The deny from Bignum. As the Venomancer ticks are still on him. Can prevent them from getting a kill. CK drops super low too, farming under the tower. There goes Willow's Courier. Good night. A Sentry, Blood Grenade, and a Smoke gone. And here comes the backup. Wish with a haste rune. Speed also making his way as fast as possible. And if they can get Yuma here, that's the one that they want. Wish charging forward. Yeah, he's got no stun. Looks like he's going to have to pass out on this kill, but he'll take everything else. He'll take Fly. Speed will get this one. Lela still being ticked down by the DK. That's a bunch of spirits walking in that calling. Yuma losing vision. Can't reality rift. He'll have to pass out on this kill. So Copy also TP's just as backup, but not as a threat, because he's out of mana. So we did get to see both of our mid laners rotate it almost at the same time to the same lane.
All right, I just had to double check, but an ally dying doesn't refresh it, right? Because it didn't look like it did. But just don't triple check him there. Because it is ambiguous the way it's described. I never realized that before. My assumption was always it's enemies, but technically, like, his ally hero was killed during the calling inside of it. But yeah, it looks like it was not refreshed. There you go.
There we go. And Gunnar making his move as well with the Primal Split. They're going to go straight for Fade. Also the slow one speed by Fly on the side of the fight. They're going to ignore the Night Stalker for now, but they will take down Speed. There's the Remnant pull, the Astral pull coming out there as well. But Wish does have a point in his stun. He's going to get stunned back by Yuma. Fly will drop to Wish, though. Overwhelming amounts of damage and Fade. They're all Cinder Brood up, but with the Dark Ascension, there's not a lot of places for Gunnar to run. He's got no TP either, so his fate is pretty much sealed. Nobody to help him out here.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of time. He can try and walk his way to the Roach Pit, maybe, but the Brambles, the Stuns, it's all there.
Wish will get this one. 200 gold from his Blink.
That's a 2K lead here at 10 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, his Blink's going to open things up. Fade is almost in the factory as well. This tower, probably not going to last much longer. They're going to have to commit quite a bit of resources on the side of Nouns to defend this. Like the next DK ulti, they could just push it. Wish is just already coming down here. Yeah, they just want to eliminate this right now.
How many towers they can pressure down? Of course, Radiance on Radiance, as expected, with the Brew versus the Lifestealer. That's going to take some time. Of course, we are going the Armlet Orchid route on Yuma. I might be mildly disappointed, but it's the meta. I can't go up against that.
It's pretty good versus Lifestealer, too. Puts pressure on certain item choices, makes him buy a Manta, and then might just ruin his game if you just happen to get the right combination off.
Yeah, you need some kind of a defensive item this game on the Lifestealer if that Orchid does show up. But a very cautious game at the same time. Wish has actually lined up, since he finished his Blink, a BKB into an AC. So they really want to start to ramp up that pressure early on side of Apex Genesis.
That's a sick item choice, honestly.
Yeah.
Versus the CK with a Night Stalker and a Lifestealer on your team. Like, Night Stalker, all attack speed, it just goes crazy on this hero. Because he gets this big flat damage bonus on his ulti. You know, you get an Ogre or something on your team. That's always pretty cool. And then just, obviously, minus armor. Also huge to help him out.
You get a glimpse of a Fade on the Radiant side jungle. Nouns know that he's looming about. Also with that second night of the game and has Dark Ascension available. There's also a scan for the 12-minute rune. It's again on the bottom half. It's another, this time it's an Arcane. But another miss for the Tiny. Copy hasn't picked up a single action rune this game, which does hurt this Tiny a bit. It really takes away his playmaking capability too. All those small plays you could potentially make this game, those are also kind of taken away from him. Yeah. He's just opted to farming.
Blink
Always got a way out.
Radiant are scanning.
They are really hoping that they are coming to kill Samson right now. I mean, they have this war planet. Big Nam just going to do a little bit of scouting. Puts a sentry first, but doesn't have an obs to check, so he's not going to see Gunnar, but he's almost going to walk out. All right, now they see him.
And he's revealed. Samson in the front. There comes your full-on combo. 4 heroes on top of a Brewmaster. Taking some time, but it will get the kill. Copy does get the avalanche on all of them. He blinks out. Dark Ascension pop by Fade. But there's nobody around. They've all moved away from this from the crime scene.
Yeah, Veno Ward's holding back the Wyvern, who was off to the east as well there. So
Still hunting, finds the Veno. Big burst.
That's a good catch.
1, 2, 3, 4 hits.
That's too bad. I mean, that's just like a free value out of a Dark Ascension that was kind of going to be wasted.
Radiant's courier has been
Okay.
Nice courier
Gunner's
chase there
courier.
from Fade. Yeah. No
Truly
hero
the
to
hunter
kill,
in
so
the
I'll
night.
just I'll just follow this courier instead if there's nobody else to grab. 4K lead already. Bringing in the economy. We're just gonna have to wait for Nouns to bite back. When do they though? It's all down to that Orchid on the CK, or is it something else?
I mean, Kabi has his blink, but he hasn't really got a chance to use it. It just defensively to hopefully save Gunner, but that didn't work out.
Spotted
So,
Fade.
There's also so much empty gold.
Oh, that's gonna cost a lot if they lose the Tiny here. Tossing in Wish on top of Lelis. He'll pop the Pierce to Veil for some damage, but the Tiny is dying and goes down. Bignum secures this kill. Wish has another Blink stun available, and Night Stalker also with the Invis rune. He's on the hunt. The Hunter. They're gonna get
coming in
information
here,
with
but-
that massive night vision as well. This is scary for Nouns. How do they turn this one around? Gunner with this primal split. They're trying to focus Wish down. He's down to 600 HP. Slowly falling, but just not dying enough, fast enough, that is. Also the Remnant throwing in a Fade. There's going to be the calming down from that moment. So it is just a tiny kill. It is a big kill, but it could have been a whole lot more.
Yeah, and then immediately, like, Sammy comes mid, but the second that he infests, make sure there's a save there on the DK, Wyvern heal, and now he's back just hitting creeps up top. He's a little worried, thinking like, hey, I think I'm trying to like move this CK, but now he's gonna see him bottom. He's gonna lose his Night Stalker, but honestly, like, no cares, because this is gonna give me my Radiance.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they're
and-
going on Gunner. So they're looking for an instant trade. 1 for 1. Another kill for Wish. 4-0 right now. Sammy Boy giving him the tip.
Yeah, and that's Radiance. Just going to be done here in 100 gold, so a very happy Life Stealer. Wish, no real pressure, as he said earlier, to go like Mage Slayer this game either, so he just gets to get these bigger items, and he's already on his way to that BKB before the AC. And if you're trying to... Oh, man, playing support in this game is just rough right now, because... Like, Veno's kind of happy because it's a defensive game in a sense. Like, the enemies are coming to you, so
Yep.
your vision is really useful and stuff. That's nice, but it's also the early part of the game. There's lots of smokes available. And your cores, unfortunately, are farming the jungle that you would also like to be benefiting from, but you can't.
Dyer's courier has
It is definitely a rough game for Blinks, unless they're always coming out. I mean, at least this is where I think the Night Stalker shines a lot. They do find themselves the Veno with a Blink from Wish, so take that. But yeah, it's basically like when you have night vision, like such huge night vision in your team, doesn't even mind that much that they have a Veno against them with these Blink daggers on their team. While Copy,
Oh, maybe?
oh no. Everybody else bailed the situation, but Wish and the boys will just be happy to take down Copy. It's not the first time that's happened.
No, he just wanted that toss kill. He's like, oh, maybe. You know, needed the other facet for that one. Maybe you have a chance. Levela's hitting some nice dead shots, I gotta say. But it's still not enough. Now we're gonna smoke up here. They're getting aggressive. Tiny will be back up in a moment. They're going for this fight in here. They have the Bruce split. This is it. I mean, they're down
the Orchid.
6k. They have to win this.
Life Stealer going to get saved by the Cold Embrace. That will take some time off of the Orchid. Winter Wyvern dropping low on HP speed. Will drop the Curse on top of the Wards. And Gunner also with the Primal Split. And here comes Fade, popping the Dark Ascension as well. They're retreating into the river. Sammy Boy down to 1,000 HP, thrown into the air, into the Avalanche as well. He should die now. And there's a response coming out from Nouns. Might have been on the receiving end for quite some time, but this is where they finally start to fight back. Stacked up as a bunch. Headshot connecting onto the Night Stalker one more time, but Gunner, no way to close up that gap to the Night Stalker. So Nouns, they'll be happy to take 2 and not lose a single member of their team this time.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Not just for the goal, but just for the like momentum and the feel of this game. Like your Tiny was dead at the moment, and you know like we have to go for something right now because we are losing space on the map. Our Brewmaster has not gained anything in like 15 minutes since he bought Brown Boots. Like finally, all that gold becomes something. Now you have this Radiance tool.
Yeah, the one Gunnar was missing out on. When the Lifestealer finished his, that was when they killed the Brew, and he was still one item short of finishing his. But now he has it.
Under attack.
And an AD rune as well on this DK. Gunnar, he's going to have to TP out, and he is. That's a long teleport, though, but they do not actually see him out there.
That's going to help
Well,
put the pressure
bottom.
on that bottom.
They found Fade. He tossed into the air. It's Lelis and Copy doing all the work, and Gunnar showing up here to bring in the extra damage. They've got the kill. Here comes Samson, though. Big number as well in the area. Pretty difficult for those two to approach against 3. You don't have the damage required to kill any heroes here, so they'll just bail out. They do have speed, dropping in some wards, and instantly just takes the Twin Gate out.
While scanning.
And he actually dodges the Radiant Scan there. Just barely.
While scanning.
Boom.
So the triangle is the target. Right on the edge of that scan. Maybe saw a quick glimpse of the Lifestealer activating it. Blink on Blink, both dodging, but the stun comes out from the DK. Orchid it up. He does get this Venomancer out of the way, but he's also tanking a lot of damage, and he might just spread that poison onto everybody around him. At the same time, he's just being feared and pushed around. That BKB will keep him alive. Now comes Fade from behind of Lelis. There's the pull in from Yuma. Nice play from Copy to jump onto Bignum, trying to take down the Dark Willow. Just needs a couple more hits to finish him off. The curse prevents him, but he's still going to just corrode away from the poison from Fly. And now chasing speed as well, and the Winter Wyvern will drop too. And now Nouns are finally showing those signs of life, which we've been hoping and waiting. When is the time that Nouns is going to start fighting back? And now definitely a couple successes in a row.
I can confirm that it does refresh when an ally dies. I didn't think
Okay.
it did earlier in this game, but it definitely did that time. When Veno went down, it refreshed. It got another ghost. That's pretty cool. Was not aware.
Solid.
So as per usual, the wording is correct. It's just when heroes die. So I'm way more on board with this Facet now, especially when you have a feeding hero like a Veno. I mean, you know, Veno's in the calling. You know Veno's dead. So that
Yeah.
thing's definitely coming back up.
Like the good old saying goes, when heroes are killed when they die.
So true. Well, Tormentor time here. Gold back, evened up here for now. It's a great play, because consider they had 0 tier 1 towers down.
Yeah.
I mean, they still don't. And really, the only place on the map that was going to feel good to go into was going to be the Ancients there. And Fly, he takes one for the team and passes that shard off to Lelis.
Oh, the surprise attack. Fade. Oh, he thinks that's the right CK. No, that is not. Illusion bait. Pulls off right after they finish the Tormentor, but Copy is still in the area. Fade, and his blink is actually broken there. He was still on cooldown. Never mind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wasn't quite able to jump onto the Tiny there. They were still hunting for the actual CK to be still in the area. And you got CK Illusions cutting your waves in top, so they will be happy to get some damage with that catapult onto the top tier 1 tower, and Illusions cutting waves out, so no objectives going for Apex.
Yeah, now they have to figure stuff out here for now as to how they want to progress from here. And, you still have to be careful. That was a really nice fight that they got at the Ancients. I don't know if you can count on that every time. Yuma's also farming up very, very nicely on this
Yeah,
CK.
still topping.
Yeah, he's been out farming Samson pretty well here, considering how
Oh.
much time he's had to spend fighting too.
He just queued up the heart. Oh, that makes me a happy boy.
Damn good item.
Heart and Bloodthorn. It's on the list for this guy. He's already really, really strong. That BKB on its way, with a recipe now received. 9-second BKB available. Focusing the tier 1 tower. Sammy Boy he will deny it, but it comes at a cost of him being initiated on. Tiny does get the stun on the backline. At the same time, Samson does get to reset, and they focus on the Tiny, and Tiny will fall. Copy a bit out of
Huge
range
play.
of his teammates to actually help him out, and now Yuma has to pop that fresh 9-second BKB to run away. Deadshot doesn't quite connect on Fade as he dodges it. There's a stun on the Veno with an infested Lifestealer inside Wish, and they will take down Fly. Fade still going again for Yuma, giving him a quick reminder with that phylactery. He's out of mana, though, so he'll just keep a presence.
Oh, speed. Big save there. I mean, the CK just cannot do anything about that play, right? If he gets the Cold Embrace off, nothing is happening to that Lifestealer. So, really good job there, because they fully committed on the fact that CK was going to blow up that Lifestealer. That's how that fight was supposed to go down. but unable to do it thanks to the heal that was there from Speed. And even though he got jumped right after, like he couldn't even get a curse off. I'm not sure if it was up. I don't think it was, but there wasn't really a good opportunity for it because they attempted to just kill him right after, but he still survives. They get a big win.
Big win indeed. We've seen some clutch plays. We saw it from Skem in the previous series, and Speed living up to the Winter Wyverns. Well, I wouldn't say Hall of Famers, but at least the top plays for Wyverns, especially. It makes it look so easy too with CK, Tiny, right-click heavy. Well, the Brace is just so good against that. Setting up on top, they found Lelis.
See ya.
One has the stronger silence in this case. Crippling Fear versus the Calling.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sanj and Yasha lined up for Samson. Some extra stats. Also versus the all the crowd control. Service assistance is pretty handy here.
Yeah, choosing not to go for the Manta to try and deal with this Orchid, instead just going to rely on his teammates. Make sure that they can either save him with these Wyvern heals or turnaround plays with the Curse. Or just like straight up trying to deal with these illusions somehow. But doesn't want to just make it as a one and done Dispel situation. Just wants to try and handle a lot of the tools that they have on the side of the Nouns.
So a bunch of Force Staffs are now going up for Nouns as well to try to counter this Night Stalker. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's honestly really good versus all three of their cores, like DK, Lifestealer, and Night Stalker. It's that one Force Staff can save you in so many of these situations, so it's a very good item choice here. Fly, after farming up a little bit here, gonna quickly escape as the enemy troops are coming through.
Right, splitting the map for now. It's going to be daytime in a few seconds. With that prolonged night still happening here, thanks to the Night Stalker facet.
They grab themselves their second tower of the game. They knocked out the top tier one. Yep. Crushing it.
Always a good day to wake up to when you're making progress.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Poppy with amplified damage, leading the charge here. They don't have the best vision. They've got some heading into their own jungle, but none up towards like the Ancients of the Wisdom, so they're not going to know that's where they're actually going. They do now see Sammy on this Lifestealer, but he's TPing out. Wish might not be so lucky. What path does he take?
Is under attack.
Just,
Dire's top
it's a
tower
bit of a roly-poly wraparound, right?
He's
He
escaped.
shouldn't get away. BKB teleport out. Well, that looks more like it now. And that's the way it should have gone.
Yeah, they split up
And
a little bit too much there, and it's a pretty unlikely, like, unless you can get a couple more chain stuns first, which they don't really have, that BKB is going to be pretty damn safe this game.
All right, Nouns are charging into the Roche pit now. They know they have the daytime advantage. Of course, the Dark Ascension is up, but that's a 30-second window for Apex to make things happen.
They've scanned it already. They're definitely in the know. This is an infested Night Stalker coming in. And they're starting to clear out of the pit. They don't want any of the smoke. All right, went to split. Can they force a bad split?
They both see each other's. Well, they do the Night Stalker, and there we go. He jumps in, and that's a quick deletion of Fly's Venno. Just disappears right away, but the CK still having to deal with Samson at the moment. The Brewlings are spreading all over the place with the Winter Wyvern, trying to keep himself alive in his own cold embrace for the time being. There is the curse.
Versus the Brewlings. Now the Tiny, though, dead.
Yeah, Tiny gone. And Fly's gonna drop again. He just bought back to this as well. Apex Genesis, that 30-second period works out for them. 3 kills. Tiny and a dieback on the Venno, and Roche is theirs for the taking.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to put them into the goal for the AC now. Finish up here for Wish. He's going to send that out on the Courier. So they're going to have Aegis and AC to start attacking these Tier 2 towers. Just great map movement and reads here from Apex Genesis, knowing that they're going to go for that Aegis. And, I mean, now as they come out of the pit, they try and huddle under this ward, thinking this is a good situation. They jump and blow up the Venno, but Venno had buyback, so you know he's going to come back and get his spells off, and it just didn't even matter.
Yeah.
they have to be so well set on the side of Nouns for a good fight, right? Like, you need this, like, we have to get the silence onto the Lifestealer, it feels like, or it's just going to be a bad fight. You have to have the Phantasm out already. You need Split to be doing a lot in this, and Gunnar, he gets the split off, but he's just, like, he's kind of chasing the back line, and he can't deal with this Night Stalker and Lifestealer combo, and then he just gets cursed. So, you know, Speed just spending it to delay his abilities in the team fight, very frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, frustration, I think, is the key word to use here, because it's like you're, you know where they are. You've already got like a slight advantage around the Roche pit. You've started it first, and you've gained control of the area with your wards and everything, and it still just falls flat. What happens after the first few seconds of the initiation? And that also was caused by Apex. So it really feels like Nouns has to be the ones to start the fight first. They can't allow Apex to be the ones to jump in them.
Part of the problem is that starting the fight first for them has to be Tiny. Because, like, the Brew initiation is too slow. The CK one is too short range. And Tiny's, like, level 15. It's the burst damage in this day and age is just not what mid-Tiny used to be like. Look at these three heroes. Well, who's the lowest HP? It's 2,600 on the Lifestealer and the Night Stalker. Like, you're tickling these guys when you jump in this Tiny. It's nothing. So until he gets, like, actual consistent damage, he doesn't really feel like much of a threat. And then you have to do an Avatos combo into, like, a dead shot that you can't miss. And then hopefully that chain stuns into Yuma.
Also, one thing I do have to say, I'm probably not the biggest fan of Copy's item build, because this is the carry Tiny with the Echo Saber and now the Shadow Blade coming up. This is what you build as a pause 1 Tiny. Your pause 2 is slightly different, of course. Yeah, like, it takes a lot of time to get this to work out with Echo Saber and Blink both being in your inventory, and they're like, okay, now I can start to make things happen, and I can actually dish out some damage. But you just gotta hope that it's gonna work out for him, right? And yeah, thank you. No Shadow Blade. Let's go for BKB instead. He just changed that in his quick buy. And makes that's a lot better already. I feel more comfortable now.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get his spells off.
Middle tower has fallen.
Bit of bouncing back and forth. There was a moment of a Nouns lead. But now Apex has kind of crawled it back together once again. 6K a lead at 30 minutes for the team.
I feel like Speed is such a problem for them right now. He is definitely the best target. Like, if Copy can find Speed, these fights would be a lot easier for him. Because, like, he's got Glimmer, he's got Locket, and now he has a Blink Dagger. So, I mean, that's part of the problem, is that Speed also recognizes this. It's like, yeah, if I'm caught first, fight might go kind of poorly.
Dire's top
I can't just
tower
cancel out
is
half of what they want to do. So I'm just going to hide way back. And they don't have the best ways of finding it. There's no Zeus in this game. It would really have to be Plague Wards, but, you know, it's pretty unlikely that they'll spot you as a Wyvern.
Yeah. Sammy Boy decided to pull in all Nouns heroes back to their own base by sieging the high ground, and they will finish off this tier 3 tower, except it is protected by a glyph for now. The whole team is here. So is Nouns on their high ground. They're going to try and jump with the toss initiation onto the Lifestealer, into the silencing. Blow out that Aegis is what they're looking for. They're going to be successful in doing so. They will lose their Tiny for it, though. So there's an instant trade coming out. Now onto Semiboy. A second attempt there with the Phantasm, but it's not going to be enough. And now Gunner's Brewlings also have to back away. Sammy, though, is thrown into the air. He just picked up that fresh Aghanim's from his courier, so he does have that quick infest. Go straight inside Wish. Wish has a Blink Stun available. They're just going to wait for this Primal Split to end. 1 more second. Jump in the back line. Fly. Going to be initiated on and going to get blown up right away. He's not coming back for 40 seconds. He bought back in the previous fight. Wish, though, he's in trouble too by Yuma, but there's the heal, the save, and look at that healing from that. I mean, the cold embrace on Wish, and he just goes all the way back to, like, almost full HP. After all the hard work from all those Phantasm illusions, now they're all gone. Garlanorax is gone. Apex, they're basically just cherishing the moment right now. They're almost celebrating, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Tiny in the trade for the Aegis. They're very happy about that because he didn't immediately buy back. He had it, but didn't feel like it was going to be worth it. It's going to just kill his hero's momentum for sure, and there's no guarantee they even get anything off of it. So the rest of Nouns instead just try and delay the siege. They will eventually get the lane. It was kind of risky, though. I honestly thought they were going to lose another core there, but they just dropped the Veno. That's fine. But Apex, yeah, working on just closing this one out here. His Fade is chasing Gunner.
Bit of a roly-poly around the tree again. Gunner gets out. We went around the same tree line twice. Still couldn't catch each other's. Gunner just wanted to get away. Fade just wanted to catch a friend. Please play with me. Copy BKB getting closer and closer. He'll need that for the next time he does a toss
I hear
initiation
something
like
dangerous coming this way.
that. Uh-oh.
I feel like a Dragonite with a lifesteal inside kind of makes the same sound that like a TIE fighter does, you know? It's like I'm screeching in. Something similar.
Probably gonna ask some of the sound engineers to add that. It's not for every hero or just the dragons? The haste room.
According to the book on the sounds of Star Wars, he created it with the combining an elephant call with a car driving on wet pavement. In case anyone else was wondering, because I just Googled it. Yep.
Okay.
You're welcome.
That is a very interesting way to put it.
That is exactly what a Dragonite brings to my mind. An elephant in wet pavement. Perfect. Well, let's see if they can cause him to come crashing down onto the pit. What? What's pavement?
Yeah.
It's like asphalt. It's like the road.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, what kind of
Oh,
sound
wet
does
pavement.
wet
They said, what's pavement? I was like, oh, we didn't know the English word for pavement. That's what you were saying right now.
I apologize for my crude accent. Oh, boy. Yeah, they're going to take the Tormentor, but there is still a threat looming in the triangle, but they're not going to jump it this time. You know, they did have the Dark Ascension available, but they will not go for it. Maybe could have found a Brew, maybe a Muerta, very low in HP. Going to do it the long route. Go all the way to the Defender's Gate. Checking out for wards. There goes the Watcher. Pretty sure somebody saw that Watcher go offline. Deactivating Watchers and Smoke is like one of the things that some players barely notice happen.
Yeah, because sometimes it's hard because it feels like you're like, oh, did it just dissipate, you know? Doesn't it make like an audio cue? I don't know. I need to keep better track of my Watchers, I suppose.
Top tower is falling.
Because if there's like, you know, when IO's in it's basically like increasing the vision and reduces the time taken. It's like you can actually try to smoke up and deactivate Watchers and still your opponent's going to be like, well, what the heck? Instead of like a D ward, you see them on a glimpse on the map. It's like, oh, they're there. See a smoke pop somewhere. Yep, they just smoked up. Let's back out. But a Watcher being deactivated, it's a pretty hidden thing.
Pretty sneaky. We'll see if they can sneak themselves to the Roach Pit. It's going to spawn daytime, and it's not too far away here.
Yeah. Pretty
Sam's
short timer.
Are they going to backflip? I don't know if he noticed, but the Tormentor just popped up right behind him. They're all here. I feel like they might as well just grab it. But no time, he says.
No time indeed. It's just the Lifestealer Shard, which is actually pretty good. When you think about this game, it applies it onto all the CK illusions too.
Yeah, it's sick. But maybe
And
we
you
should
have-
just get the Dragon Ball set. Wow, that was crazy. He actually blinked into the respawn of Roche.
Confidence play. Nouns are going to make their way towards the Roche Pit, but there's quite of a distance to cover. Can they make it in time? Roche is almost down by a third. Closing up to the halfway point. Yep, they're going to make it in time. Just need to make the right plays now. Who jumps on who? This is their one chance to start a fight. They got to do
9
things
seconds.
really well. They got to do everything
Tiny
right
BKB.
now. Primal Split used. Roche is down. HS is secured for Sammy Boy. And they find themselves Bignum. He gets a big
Dude,
heal
that's
at the same
crazy.
time. That was a Lotus heal, right? I mean, the Venomancer now getting chased by Fade. Fade should be able to take him while in front of the Roche Pit. Battling versus the Brewlings. Sammy Boy running rampant all over the place. Lelis has to pierce the veil away from this one. And this is the 9-second BKB from the Tiny. And he's just taking hits. CK left all by himself. They will curse a CK illusion this time around. And Sammy Boy is eager to kill him. But Yuma still has to deal with the situation all by himself. And he's going to blow up the Aegis. And
That was
teleports
sick.
away. Actually a pretty sick play that he's able to do that all by himself.
Yeah, and he actually kills that damn Dark Willow. Bignum just living for way too long. That was unreal. He healed so much. Oh, just like
Raider
Shane got
healing Lotus.
4,700 damage onto the Willow. Somebody kill this
Sheesh.
stupid pixie. The dust is too good.
Yeah, he used 2 Lotuses that fight for a total of 1,025 healing on the Willow.
So annoying. Very well done. But yeah, in the end, Yuma, great play there. Come in and then have the thought to just BKB TP out knowing that the curse had already been used. So
Yeah. It was a hard curse for speed, let's be honest. But it also did serve a purpose for Yuma to turn things around.
well, it is still a bit of a Pyrrhic victory here. Not the best. Pointing out some good stuff when the rest of it is not going too hot here. Good news, you know, Octarine Core, a Aesthetics cap going to be the choice here. I like it from Gunner. That's a 20-second cooldown, 18.8 in fact. So that's kind of handy. And that just means he's pretty much always going to have split available. I have not noticed until right now that he did not have clap. That's very funny.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that, but I was like, Trent is probably going to give me a very self-explanatory answer, so I'll just not ask. It's like zero Qs. Also, we saw a quick glimpse of Speed's healing stats. 21,000 healing so far this game with that Holy Locket Cold Embrace.
It's funny, I've
21K.
seen 1 point, but I don't think I've seen no points.
Yeah, he's put 6 times in his +2 all stats above the Thunderclap.
Fair enough. I feel like most people just like the 1 point for the lane, but I guess because it's a life stealer, it's just not worth it. That's probably the reason.
Gotta see if there's some truth to it. But I mean, yeah, like at least the value point, the classic term, at least get that 1 point is the usual. But he just does not want that either. Prefers the stats above it.
Radiant are
Very-
Well,
I mean,
smoke-
typically, if like you want the 1 point to activate your Cinder Brew, but obviously he just had Lella's doing it, so and with it being a life stealer, yeah, like, it's kind of comical, but it's all good. And I mean, you get a Radiance, so do it my damn self. See,
Yep.
TP's on home.
Yeah, the 40-minute mark, nighttime once again. Apex not gonna be lucky finding anybody outside of the base. Nouns has already done a full retreat, set up defensive perimeters inside their own high ground. CK already delivering some nasty, almost 900 to 1,000 damage crits. Gotta watch out for.
And this lack of Aegis, too, I mean, that's the kind of thing that maybe Apex decide to go high ground anyway, and they end up regretting it. Like, Lelis is at the point now where he's got quite a bit of damage. You're fighting into his high ground. Should be problematic.
Chill, baby.
All right, bit of a headset call there from Yuma. Still 9K lead, 41 minutes in for Apex Genesis. A 91% win probability for now, but that could still change. We've seen changes from the worst situations to an ultimate victory not too long ago.
Nope, that's true. Yeah, Grin certainly looked like they had their chance. See if this pause could throw them off their game, you know. I always get lost during a pause. I hate pauses. You got this like running position of where you think every hero is on the mini map, and then the pause happens, and you're just like, oh, I lost it, you know.
Yeah,
Just gone.
moments of relaxation. Nuh-uh.
No, not in a Dota game. Unacceptable.
Got to fully focus during the break every single time. Life Stealer closing up on that level 25 too. Some talents available for Sammy Butter pick. Which one does he really want here on the Life Stealer? Like, it used to be, wasn't it like 2 seconds rage duration? Never mind, let's get that back to that in a second. Fade was knocking the doors, like we can now get back to it. Wasn't it like 2 seconds on the rage?
Yeah, it definitely was. It was more than one, for sure. I forget exactly what it was.
Or 1% feast lifesteal damage. Make a total of 3.75% max health into damage, which is pretty solid versus CK and Brew. Both already racking up a nice amount of HP. There's also a an 80 rune sitting in the river, which both teams do not know about. No vision around that area. Bit of backseat gaming. Wish wanting to start the high ground push here. The dead shot will miss. Poppy, oh, might have actually seen that ward being placed down. There we go.
Trying some sneaky ones. Yep. Who wants to go high ground? I mean, what is there to gain? Damn, Yuma is just trusting to this BKB going out there. Time to start sending these illusions out. Oh, he rolled pretty nicely there. On the old Phantasm. Give himself the bonus.
Yuma,
Oh,
aggressive
ooh,
positioning
ooh.
here. He will see Fade. And he's...
Whoa!
He does get the BKB off, but still just gets obliterated.
That was a
CK
nice
dealing
BKB.
overwhelming amounts of damage. And yeah, that's his BKB gone. He's gone for 80 seconds now.
And they noticed the gem after, so the courier's not going to get there in time.
And that was a different type of high ground. That was a watcher.
That was sick. I mean, I can't believe he gets BKB off that quick. Honestly, that was impressive. But not enough. So huge pickoff. Great play by Yuma to go out there. I thought he was just going to like set up and thinking, because I think the logic is like, I have BKB TP, so I'm safe, right? I'm not going to die.
Yeah.
Unless they curse me, and then if they curse me, my team, maybe we can fight out here. But you have to take risks, or you're just going to lose this game. And look how
Yeah,
far they just get out
absolutely.
now because he's dead. Like, this is so good. This is the 10%. When you see 10% win probability, it's stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
Dyer's middle
Absolutely. I think the right thing is to just exit the base. Try to make something happen. And this time, Fortune just kind of walks into your arms. Now everybody gets to exit for a while. Night Stalker's going to be up in 15 seconds once again, and it's going to be daytime in a minute. You need to push this tier 2 tower out of the way. The Brewlings get to do some damage. They're going to glyph it as well. Not sure when's the next time Nouns is going to get to push like this and exit their side of the map. Might as well just glyph it up. By the way, Lifestealer has almost picked up 1,000 extra HP from Corpse Eater.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, gotta be one of my favorite facets. I'm so happy about that. It's just very satisfying, I think. Like, everyone can just agree that you're taking this one. The other one is also very interesting, though. I think it's a cool concept, this idea of changing rage, but, like, I don't know if you're gonna if you're gonna be able to convince people off of this, because people like big number, you know?
Yeah, big number always. Always brings some kind of satisfaction. I mean, there are games. We actually did cast a game last week in a Finnish tournament where we had Bane, and they picked the Lifestealer into the Bane. I was like, all right, this is an Unfettered game. And he didn't. He didn't pick Unfettered. He went for Corpse Eater, and the moment he got gripped, literally, our cast was like, pick the wrong facet, boy. Joke's on you. They lost that game, by the way.
Oh, then it couldn't have gone worse. I mean, you lost anyway. Binary results here. Uh-oh. The safety of the CK has been compromised. The Abyssal Blade's out.
Uh-oh.
No longer can be super brave here on Yuma. 54 seconds until the Roche spawn. Oh, but wait. I've got Abyssal of my own.
And it's a daytime Roche as well, so double banner. They already got one on the Lifestealer's backpack.
Oh, Yuma.
Yuma being found this time. Is this vengeance time for Mr. Fade? Yuma does get the BKB off, but he's stunned up right after, and he gets the Phantasm barely off, but it's not going to do anything. He's gone for 90 seconds. And this is where Apex Genesis, they are relishing the moment. There's no big CK to worry about. Fly is able to get out from the clutches of Fade and Wish. But with that,
I mean, they
that
have
should
creeps bottom.
be... That should be a lane of Rax, and maybe even two.
They're not clearing the
They have a
creeps.
glyph.
They're trying to fight.
Copy. They're going to try and toss back the Lifestealer. He's got a lot of that extra HP, remember. He is Lotused up as well, so none of those debuffs are going to hurt Mr. Sammy Boy. Now Wish. Almost a 6,000 HP DK. So we'll just throw him in the air. Pretend he has none.
Lifestealer had to work for his health, you know, and he just gives over to the DK.
Yep. It sure does. Oh, this this is hard to watch if you're a Nouns fan. It's like, well, we lost our CK, and now they're just taking our buildings for free. We can't stop them.
Chill, baby.
That's how
Chill,
important. Oh,
baby.
that was Yuma's first death. He played.
I mean, that was just nice.
Oh.
They recognize how to win this game. Get that kill, immediately run high ground. No way for them to clear the creeps in time. Even though there was only like one swarm coming bottom, it was catapults. It was a lot of units, and they couldn't find a way to actually just get out there and stop it from breaking the back door. And now that Roche is up and available, and this is just the closeout here with that refresher shard.
All right. Do we dare bust out the graph, the win probability graph, one more time? Do we dare look at it?
The old 1%.
The old 1% maybe? Or is it 0 already? It's a 1%. Any 1% believers out there? Can Nouns still come back from a 1% win probability? It is a mega creep comeback if they're planning on doing one. It's only a 15k lead for Apex Genesis.
Only,
But
he
when you
says.
think about 15k, all they needed to do was kill a CK and the high ground was theirs.
Just one.
Just one.
If you kill Lifestealer, that's 30k. Then you're suddenly you're up 15k, right? That's how it works. So,
Yeah. Simple.
yeah, perfect math.
Just for our NA audience, you know, it's easy numbers. And
That's
for
true.
me no good with numbers. I like Yuma's quick buy though with the Arcane Blink. I think that is a really, really important item pickup.
Why do you like it so much? Speak to me on this Arcane Blink.
If you can get benefit from his illusions, it's literally through that and Reality Rift. Quick resets, moment of disappearance if Yuma's not shown, jump on the next target, bring your illusions with you, smack the hell out of whatever you're hitting. I just think Arcane Blink is my favorite out of all the three. You'd say there are Swift Blink heroes, there are Swift Blink enjoyers. Some of your heroes still like to build the overwhelming Blink, but I am a believer in Arcane Blink these days. And I think every hero that has a Blink initiation should consider Arcane Blink. If their cooldowns align with it.
Especially if you can get an Octarine too. Like it just feels stupid. It's so
Yeah.
funny. And like if they have if the disabled that they're relying on is ever projectiles too, it just feels like you can kite so well in the fights with it.
Yeah, and it aligns with his cooldowns really nicely. Like, you think about
Yeah,
Arcane
that's true.
Blink cooldown is like, what, 7 seconds? Yuma, 10 seconds in Chaos Bolt, 6 on Reality Rift. It all comes together. Maybe not as good as on well, okay, Enigma's actually a pretty good hero for Arcane Blink, but can I think of another example that's probably not that good with it? Maybe something with like a 20-second cooldown, use it once, but you don't really go like reinitiate with just your Blink to throw in a other spell.
Yeah, but you live.
But you live.
I like living.
Life is nice. Copy. Gonna get jumped on. Does he get the backup that he needs? He's got his friends around. There's the Force Staff. They will save the Tiny's life. Gunnar doesn't also have to burn his Primal Split right away. Sammy Boy Samson inside the base right now. He's tearing these wards apart. Level 26 Life Stealer next to a level 15 Veno. Fly will soon get his XP if they just get a couple kills going. Copy. Gonna try and initiate on the Willow, but just can't get it. Can't get this kill going. And on the low ground, Yuma being cursed up with Lelis. Oh boy, he's very far away. But they bring in Gunnar. They're bringing the numbers. The BKB gonna be popped by Yuma, but he won't stand his chance. He won't stand his ground. They will force out the cooldowns off of Fade, off of Sammy Boy. But they need to buy back the CK if Apex overextends. Is there an opening? He's going to come back to the fight. Copy with a toss out to Faye, trying to finish him off. Samson, he's going to get focused on. That is still the Aegis. That's round number 1. That's the first pit wave. They need to do it again. They will lose the Tiny. Tiny going to come with the buyback as well. Now it's fighting for their lives right now in this game 1. They're pushing around Gunnar. Gunnar down to 1800 HP. There's another jump. Yuma going to be focused on another 4-step save, pushing him a bit further. Samson relentlessly hammering away, taking down the CK. Fade for the triple kill. And Gunnar in trouble as well with Copy trying to do something, but his damage is lacking. It's just a Crystallis. It's just a Crystallis he's bringing into that fight. Fade could potentially pull off an Ultra here at the end, but it doesn't matter. It's game over for Nouns in game 1 at least.
Apex Genesis upsetting the current top dogs of NA. I mean, they won the last big qualifier. That puts you on top. Those are the rules in North America. Look at them. They're just chilling. Hello, you won. I mean, I'm not saying no over celebrate because it's just game 1, but they're just like, well, yeah. I mean, we knew we were gonna win.
Yeah,
You know,
normal day at the office for them. I mean, Wish also getting to play a clean game on that DK to the end. He went 13-0-12 on this Dragon Knight, and it's like, wow, like how can you stay unkilled in a game like this? And we thought the same from Yuma. He went almost 50 minutes without dying.
Am I correct that Tiny was the first overall pick of this draft? 'Cause that's a
Tiny?
big,
Yeah.
that's a big yikes for me, man. Like, that's your number 1 draft pick. Like, that's not good. I mean, that's gonna take some serious reevaluation here. Gotta figure
Yeah,
out
but-
something else to this hero because that was not it, 100%. I mean, outside of draft issues, because I don't think you can pin it all on draft. Like, they definitely had some solid heroes, and they played the other parts well. Like, they mostly just got outplayed. Perhaps a bit of the execution issues as well, in the sense that, like, it was kind of just a little bit easier for Apex Genesis. Like, you know, we talk about, like, this idea of just, like, tournament drafts and just, like, consistent. Like, this is just easy to execute in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it sure is. They had the Dark Willow to open up the draft, and then they went for the Tiny after as the 9th. But still, just it has a lot of gaps in this draft, right? Like, in the way that they execute, we kind of talked about how hard or easy is it for Apex Genesis to open up fights, and you were highlighting it's very easy for them. They have DK Blink Stunt, they have Winter Wyvern Curse when they cluster up a little bit, which they do because they have a CK. Even the CK illusions are strong if they kill somebody under a curse. Night Stalker constantly giving you vision, night vision, blinking in around, and with the Phylactery, of course, soon becoming a Conda, it just makes it so much easier. Apex have a lot of ways to approach fights, but for now it's just not that simple. It's just not that simple for them to ever freely and happily open up on Apex Genesis unless they're completely out of position, which didn't happen a single time this game, pretty much.
Now, and there's smaller things too, like never getting a tier 1 tower early on in this game too. When you have a mid Tiny, like the map felt very closed off. There's no roaming for this Tiny. His Blink Dagger was a bit later than his opponent as well. Like Wish was the one that was setting the tempo of this game. Copy's first rotation with it was to try and avalanche save Gunner, I believe it was, and then he just had to like blink back. And it was all just like tiny little plays to like, oh, let's try this, or let's try that. Like them smoking aggressively. They had one good fight where they went into the Dire Ancients, right? And it's like, oh, nice. This is this is solid for us. This looks really good, but they couldn't get them consistently.
It's actually quite funny to look that this game is literally filled with strength heroes and universal heroes, but the winner out of that contest is Wish with his mid DK, unkilled with a 25 KDA to finish it off. Just a strong damage-dealing hero from the very get-go, and was able to at least get that tempo rolling for the team, which is all they needed. They got their item timings pretty much clicked very early on, and Wish leading the troops onwards. So Apex Genesis, they take the lead in the series 1-0. Nouns, they played a three-game series yesterday as well. Are they going to do it again?
Yeah, they already
right?
have experienced that. So, well, we're going to find out. They might not. They might not be able to get another win here because, at least they're prepared for those bounce backs. So we'll see if they can rally like that again. And, I mean, if you're on the other side of Apex Genesis, not much that you really need to change. Really good stuff there. Definitely got some solid heroes. I don't know if they'll get things like the Lifestealer again, or maybe like that DK could be something that gets perhaps maybe let through, but more targeted. We'll find out.
Well, 2 words to throw in. It's either rally or route.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
their first game of this qualifier, Apex Genesis score a W on the board and now setting their sights almost towards the upper bracket final, which would mean going up against the Shopify Rebellion team of NA with their European and rest of the world in reinforcements with Wish and Bignum. But they're going to have to do it the same thing again. And we got a pretty hungry Nouns coming up against them here in game number 2 with this draft being live and ready to roll, Trent. Drafting-wise, still have to be a couple shifts here and there, but gameplay-wise, you got to make it look a little bit easier in the laning stage to get those towers out of the way and start rolling your own game.
Yeah, already coming in aggressive, though. Speaking of towers, like they really just don't want them to keep it simple. Keep it easy. Get rid of that DK. I didn't expect it in the first phase, but they're willing to spend a ban on it here. In terms of the heroes, you mentioned later in last draft how the Spirit Breaker hadn't been picked up yet. That was something that ended up, I think, being ignored the whole time. So that could be an interesting hero here, maybe if Nouns are reaching for things that perhaps aren't being picked that often, but might be really strong. Then, of course, there's also just the Storm Spirit that got banned very late in the previous draft. And they also get rid of that Night Stalker too, and they're going to take the Dark Willow. So 3 of their heroes now gone from the previous draft for Apex.
All right, interesting shift here, bringing out the Dark Willow. This could also be Fly, and it could also be Lelis, so nice little flex going around in their support, still leaving their lanes a bit open here. Apex Genesis still, when they had the Willow, it was Nouns who picked up the Tiny. Does Apex pick up the Tiny?
I'm going to guess no, but that would be pretty wild if they did.
Reverse the drafts and get the same result.
After that game, I would be moving away from the hero. Yeah, I'm more into this guy, the Clockwork, for sure. That was banned out first overall by Apex in the previous game when they had first pick, and it getting through, they're just going to snag it up here. So can be played as a 4, mostly played as a 5. Opens up your carry pool very, very, very nicely. You can get any range hero you want, like your Lunas and stuff, your Shadow Fiends, who's already banned out, but those kind of ideas, or even a melee hero, he can kind of get it done, and theoretically could be positioned for, especially with heroes like Darkseer, but already banned out.
Yeah, there's it does definitely open up a lot of options, and also Nouns keeping an eye open on that too. Already getting that Dark Willow means that potentially no Spirit Breaker around. This time around, because, you know, charging into roots, not generally a good thing to go up against. You'd still have to kind of pave your way through as a Clockwork versus the Willow, but you can get to the Willow first, which I think is a bit of a perk for this Clockwork pick.
Yeah, it's just good to have tools to deal with her Shadow Realm, too. Like, you have Hook, and you have Cogs and stuff, so you got ways of messing with her. This next ban, though, pretty important here for Nouns. I mean, the heroes that are still left in would be the Lifestealer from that previous game, and then that Wyvern. In terms of heroes that pair nicely with Clockwork, I mean, the Luna, I think, is a pretty good one, but she's obviously fallen off pretty hard lately, so we're kind of off that train. So I wouldn't be necessarily aiming for the carries here. Maybe if there's something they think Wish is really good at, maybe they want to get rid of that Storm Spirit now. They want to have to worry about it being comboed up with something here in the next phase from Apex. That could be a good ban. Yeah,
they had the Shadow Demon and the Enigma both in this second phase as their bans on both sides. And of course, you know, I'd like to see that Tinker show up, honestly. You have Clockwork, you have a great vision provider. I think Tinker could be very nice for Wish, but I don't think you're going to be picking it up right away. You got to see further into this draft. But they have the 24th. They want to just leave the mid pool open and not just ban anything right now. They can see if it's left open.
He's played 26 games in the last 8 days. He has not touched Tinker. I think Tinker's a support now. I think we're off core Tinker. Like, if Tinker's coming back, I think it's going to be defense matrix shenanigans.
Yeah, I think that is what everybody's thinking about right now. I just want to stay hopeful. I'm not a Tinker enjoyer, but knowing that the hero's in the garbage can, it could still make its appearance, right? It's always been around like the OD sector of it's either broken or it's just ignored completely.
That was a good ban. I forgot about the whole Meepo thing that they banned out in the first phase last time. So yeah, that was kind of one of their go-to heroes. Very good idea to ban that. And yeah, they're just gonna grab that Wyvern. I mean, Speed liked it last game. Probably gonna end up playing it again. Theoretically, there is some flex capabilities for sure. Another hero that I noticed Switch was playing a lot was the Death Prophet, and so that this would be a pretty good hero to pair with it as well, right? Like this Winter Wyvern, you're in the middle of the fight, you can kind of have these squishier moments, but perhaps that heal save or a Winter's Curse save could be there. But there it is, the Storm Spirit arrives.
Storm is here. It was all the way to the third phase when it was banned in the previous game, but now early secure coming out from Nouns. Do you think this is Apex now considering the Night Stalker again?
They
Maybe
banned it
Night
already.
Stalk- Oh, yeah, they banned it, actually. Never mind. True. All right, well, that does make the Storm's game a whole lot better, not having to worry about that hero at all. And we've got ourselves a Caudle.
Okay, yeah, so they're not messing around. They are juicing this hero up. I wasn't sure what I thought they might go like a soft helper, like a Crystal Maiden or something. Maybe an Io, but no, they're just getting the Caudle. So that's probably going to be our support Caudle this time, obviously. There is definitely some room for an offlane Caudle, I'm sure, at some point again. But for now, this is likely just a Chakra bot to keep the Storm enabled. And we're going to want aggressive heroes. We want heroes that want to play with the Storm Spirit because you need to galvanize and get him going. They're going to try and slow him down with this Ember Spirit. You definitely are going to want your roots here. They've already revealed the Clockwork and the Wyvern, who aren't the best heroes versus Storm Spirit. They don't have these long time disables, and the Brood comes out. So potential Orchid builder in the field.
Spicy draft in here from Apex. I mean, I already like the Ember a lot, considering it is one of the best mid heroes out there right now. And even in the previous patch, it was kind of like an unbeatable hero. And Caudle was the only really proper answer, because Caudle could just kind of ignore it completely and just farm. Both are going to get farm, and Caudle can bring that instant impact to level 6. Now that you're putting it as a support, I agree, it is a bit of a pocket healer, and with the Solar Bind, it gives a massive amp for the Storm Spirit to deal damage, to get those kills, to get those galvanized stacks. But Broodmother,
Yeah.
I mean, these are 3 heroes that do not like playing versus a Broodmother, but is it still a really good Broodmother game? I can't say for certain, but it is definitely a scary pick.
Feels like they need another jump. Like someone else that catches. Yeah, the Mars. That's good. I was thinking like Legion, Axe, Mars, something like that is really necessary. Because again, like we have to play with this Storm, and now you have to deal with this Brood, as you said. Plus, Mars has the added benefit of a little bit of AoE to help out. So can manage spiders a little bit and the split push. So this is pretty good. But Curse also, I mean, I guess the blinding arena going to be pretty useful here. Oh yeah, how did they changed a bunch of things about shared vision, right?
Yeah.
I needed to retest that stuff. I have not tested all of that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure with how it's been changed around. I've just seen it in action a couple of times where everybody just kind of disappears. But don't they still pick the HP region on the Mars? Because I've seen that being picked quite frequently too. Right? They go for the HP region above the hiding people in the arena.
I think with how it's changed now, I think it's going to be better. But I think versus Wyvern, it seems like the Bloodsport should be like way better. Like in my opinion, at least. Like, because then you just can't save. Dire Radiant buildings and creeps can now be affected by vision sharing. While their individual vision is unlinked, they do not provide any shared vision. So yeah, so now creeps don't work. And now rules for how player-controlled units share vision is unchanged. Observer and Sentry Wards always use the team's vision, regardless of the stats of who placed them. Other controlled units use the vision stats of the player's hero. So what happens for a flare? I assume that means only Clockwork can see inside if he flares. That's my big question. Because if Clockwork can flare, it's bad. But
if he can, yeah.
But I don't think so, because I think that's player-controlled vision. So I think that his own flare would not give Wyvern the vision to actually deal with heroes inside the curse and like heal and actually get off a Winter's Curse. Sorry, inside the arena.
Yeah. I'm not sure certain about that. I consider it not being player vision and team vision because you can't block flare vision in any way. But can that override the new mechanic given for the Mars? Well, I guess we'll
one way to find out.
I mean, we have observers for that job. So if we see a flare in a Mars pit, I want to see team vision. See, can they actually see? Well, I don't think we can still see them because we
still
need to
wouldn't
look
know,
at
'cause then
player
we'll still
view.
see
We
Clockwork's
still wouldn't
vision.
know.
Yeah.
We will never know actually here in this casting booth unless we test it out for ourselves. But they banned out the Beastmaster, the Enigma, the TB, the CK, And we're going to bust out the Wind Rangers. So we have some early damage coming out from Nouns. And I think early damage is what they probably need as well in this game. They don't want to let this Brood Mother get out of hand. They don't want to let too many items show up in this Ember's inventory. And also with the curse damage coming out from this Winter Wyvern, I think this is a smart approach for Nouns to try and push the victory fairly early on. Or at least if it's not a 20-minute GG, at least take over the full entire map at like around 15-20 minutes and not let Apex play the map.
This is really interesting, though. Like, this is what I love. They have 2 minutes for this last pick. And look at the final bans here from Nouns, the Beastmaster and the Enigma, because they recognize that Brood, she's a bit weird. She can kind of go anywhere right now. So she could be safe lane or she could be off lane. You're not sure what it's going to be. So you kind of have to pick 2 decent matchups versus it with the Wind Ranger and the Mars. So that's good. But now, what can you lock down on them? Because right now I'm seeing Dispels are really valuable for Apex Genesis, obviously, because of the Wind Run. That could be super solid.
Underlord.
The root could be good. Yeah, the root would be very nice. A hard lockdown could also be really good, like a Legion or something. That would be kind of nice to deal with the Storm Spirit.
Looking at Gunner's picked heroes, I see some Witch Doctors, Underlords, Brewmasters. There's a bunch of heroes that he's been playing around. Of course, a couple mid games. You know, Gunner won't let go of his mid lane that easily. Witch Doctor being banned, so that's not an option. I think Underlord is a decent answer. The root is good. I mean, the minus damage is probably not that hot, but at least you got a bit of mana burn from the creeps if you go for the Necro unit facet. It's not a lot, but something.
And I think they are on the right track there because Sammy's been playing it. So, yeah, they're going to get the hard lockdown. They're going to go for the axe.
All right.
So they are correct that it'll be the grab there for Sammy. So he's got that. And Fade will take his axe. So there
Fly
you go.
Coddle.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense for the lane pairings as well.
Phenomenal.
He's played 3 Coddle games in the last 8 days. One with his, actually one against, sorry, not against, with his teammate Yuma earlier on. 2 losses, 1 win. The casual building into straight up Aghanims as soon as possible. And of course, with the shard, he does have recall this time around instead of the Solar Bind. I would have liked Solar Bind just because of how much copy gets benefit from it, but recall, what do you think about that?
I think it's part of the Storm Spirit is that you want the recall.
Okay.
Like that's pretty important, I think. Kind of necessary, in fact, I would say. Because you want to like just constantly just spam recall on him and just bring him over to you, right? All over the map. Do you, I actually can't remember. Do you still get the mana bonus? You don't, right? When cast Hellbreath target moves, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, no, you do get it.
That's
On
his
teleporting,
innate,
Chakra
right?
Magic and the increased movement speed buff are applied to both Keeper of the Light and the teleport target. Okay, yeah, so he does still get the Chakra. So yeah, it's still really busted with Storm.
Okay, okay.
Confirmed. So what you'll often see is like we saw people constantly doing when they were mid coddle too, is they would just keep recalling their allies in the middle of engagements just to move them like 3 feet, just to keep chakraing each other over and over again. So with Storm, it's mega busted.
Okay, so that definitely sounds a lot better then. I was just thinking about the raw damage output of the Solar Bind, but yeah, that definitely sounds like it can easily work. Apex Genesis, though, they bring up that Axe as their final pick and hope that this lockdown is going to be sufficient enough for the damage output. And of course, it is a very good hero versus the Wind Ranger because of Focus Fire and the Blade Mail interactions. So there's a good chance Wind might just kill herself before the Axe gets a bunch of spins out. I mean, there's obviously going to spin a lot too with that Focus Fire damage. So probably not the target Yuma wants to focus on. We'll have to see. Samson actually pulling out the Brood Mother, so carry Brood Mother.
Yep. He's on his grind with it. Played 6 matches recently. So, I mean, it's played basically the same, right? Like, you're probably going to just go Phylactery into... you can go Orchid if it's good, but the SNY has been really good lately. The BKB, that kind of a build. We'll see if it's worth it. I think... I mean, probably Orchid this game, right? One would think.
Yeah. It does look like he's locked it in with the Blitz
Oh, yeah,
Knuckles
there
and
you go.
his quick buy, so very likely it's going to be an Orchid game. It is very good against multiple heroes, trying to catch them. The Coddle, the Wind, the Willow. I think these, most importantly, these 3 heroes can easily get caught off guard. And Storm also needs a BKB or some item versus that Orchid at some point. Let's split the bounties 2 for 2. Bignum gonna have to soak up a couple roots here. The blinding light into another root, into a blood grenade. Oh dear, Bignum.
I see Gunner outclicked Sammy in bottom lane, 9 ping versus 60, and then Gunner just called him old.
I was wondering about that all chat banter there for a second, but yeah, that fast fingers, faster reactions.
Here, I can confirm that Gunner has 9 ping. Did he actually look it up?
Pretty sure he did.
Just had to know. He has 50 ping, so like, I mean,
Does he?
yeah, he was exaggerating a little bit.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, come on, Sammy.
Yeah, come on, Sammy. Well, there goes Fate's Courier right away. Sniped away by Fly. Applying the pressure onto Axe with the Wind Ranger. Just the casual poke-a-rooney, like you would expect. There's going to be a lot of poking on almost every lane here. Sammy Boy, maybe not so much on his level 1. The Necrotic Webs. Just reduces health
That's
regen.
so funny, by the way. I never thought about this. Placing it in the mid lane when you're playing bottom is hilarious. Like, just to annoy the enemy mid is god tier. That is so good, actually. What a stupid I mean, that's going to get changed, I bet. I mean, maybe it won't, but I feel like they'll change it to be like webs within X, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Maybe like a range or something like that. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think it might just stick like this way because he's still very reliant on the amount of webs that he needs. But again, it is only level 1. I don't think you need that many webs around your lane to start things off with. But that is a very cheeky and interesting little play there. Just put it down into the mid lane, nerf the Storm Spirit a bit, make it a tiny bit easier for Wish. We already saw that 2v1 lane with the Satyr +1.
Yeah.
And now this also feels like a 1.5 to 1. Maybe not that much, but slightly giving it an advantage for Wish.
It's actually so annoying. I think my problem with it is there's nothing you can do about it. That's like there's no way to kill the web, so I think the fact that it works globally is kind of creepy. Well, if you are a Brood player, make sure you are doing this to the mid lane, 100% every game. Definitely worth it.
Open up some ideas. There are some really interesting things still going on in the game. Some are being slowly fixed or changed, but the pros show the way. Also, you will do anything in your power to get to that winner bracket final.
Even
Guarantee
picking
it.
Broodmother.
Even picking Broodmother. We'll do anything for that.
Man, static slide is crazy. I mean, this is another one of the big reasons. We talk a lot about the galvanized, but the static slide is also a big reason why Storm Spirit has looked so good lately, because it really has changed up this mid lane. It's very hard to deal with the static remnant. You just get tagged in it all the time if you're another melee hero.
Yeah. At first, we were, like, when it was released, we were laughing at it a bit. It was like, who wants this? Like, come on. But then, actually, when you think about it, like, when you have some particular range matchups, or maybe even some melee matchups where you need to pop the Remnant to do damage to your opponent or to the wave, they always get a hit in. And now that, even that tiny little extra movement speed provided on that Remnant makes it a lot difficult for the opponents to actually get to trade with you.
Yep. Yeah, it's very solid. Still 0-0 here. We're hunting for our first blood. Lela's going to be the first rotation mid just to lock down these runes.
Yep. Dry out Wish. Gonna have a bit of a drought moment. No bounty rune nearby either for him to pick up for a bottle refill. Also, talking about heroes in general, it's not in this game, but do you think people have already figured out Morphling?
No. I mean, they figured out that the strength one's bad. If that's what you mean. Although people are going to keep trying it.
Yeah, there's going to be attempts on it. First blood attempt as well. Onto Bignum here with Yuma and Fly. And it's a close call. Second level to power shot. There we go. Yuma the sharpshooter. Fly giving him a tip. Like, nice. Good connection.
Man, I'll finally get one here. Fade. Essentially, yeah, he's going to watch out. Doesn't want to get hit up again here because the spam is very real with Coddle in your lane.
The never-ending power shots. They're trying to set up on Fade. There's no tree. The tree has been cut down, so that shackle shot will not connect. Power shot will. He's got another one available in 4 seconds. Bignum shows up and he pops the Wind Run, runs away. Fade's desperately going to need some more extra HP regen in this lane. He just has one bracer. I don't think it's good enough. Does he have anything on the courier? Just another salve. So Storm has hit level 6 before the Ember Spirit, so Bignum's rotation to mid might feel like a bit of a waste in a way. Will make his presence known at least. Wish would like to get that 6-2 and make sure he gets that level, 6-minute rune. Since those water runes were completely denied from him. Even bringing in speed and Lelis. Lelis stacking the camps. Top side rune. Nuh-uh. Of course it's a regen for the Storm.
Okay, time to stack some up here for the axe pretty soon. Taking them and flagging up into each other. A lot of heroes struggling with this clockwork, obviously, in the patch. He's been a really popular hero. But even with a blinding light, man, you still take a lot of damage.
Oh, you certainly do. All right, Regen Rune is now popped by Copy. He's on his way to steal the stacks or steal a kill. If he can get to Wish. Wish still has a Remnant thrown back. And Bignum, he shows up here. It's like, well, the Storm is here.
He's gonna go for the kill? I feel like the stack's worth more.
He should be able to do it. Just a couple more, one more Remnant.
I did not believe. I really did not. Very well done. I was in total doubt mode.
It's all about the static slide, baby. He would not have gotten a kill if he didn't get to those Remnants on the move.
Not gonna take the stack on the way back though. It does get pinged there. Fly only 1 point in the Illuminate, so he can't really do much about it. And how's this Brood doing? 41-10 to Gunners, 29-7. Okay, I actually like he'd have a little bit more fun down here. But he's been left alone a lot. He's been soloing a ton of the time here. And his net worth is, well, it is the bottom of the course. Okay, I was going to say it's probably not that bad because of neutrals and stuff, but it's not great.
Yeah, and only the net worth difference is really just the first blood pickup on the Wind Ranger from the power shot on Bignum. Wish and Copy both sharing this farm together. It's not your camp, it's our camp. Speed and Fade doing the Cold Embrace spin farming in the jungle. They just cleaned up that stack on the hard camp. Meanwhile, 8-minute rune is an Invis for Wish. That's his first rune.
Not really a great one.
Nope.
In terms of rotations and stuff for an Ember, not really what he's looking for.
Bignum is also locating the stacks for Fade. He also pings out Fly's location. Blood Grenade. Just like that. Wish is coming in. Blinding Light is available. He's going to miss a couple of his attacks. Actually does get the connection on both of them. So screw the miss chance. He hits both.
This is such a good time to fight.
Storm's steeping in.
Oh, yeah. This is good for Storm. This is going to be another charge.
Yeah. And it just seems like this X is not going to get anything else except for a couple creeps. Storm also gets a piece of that.
Yeah, but he dunked for the gold, so it's okay. He got that creep. But yeah, that's 7 charges, so it's gonna start pumping up.
Gonna find a way to shut this man down. He's going for the Witchblade first. He does not know about the Orchid looming in the near future for this Broodmother. Still opting to go for the damage route, which is the right call. Speed pops the smoke up of Copy.
So dead. Gets chakra here. Teammates are rotating over.
Bit of a blast on top of him.
I mean, this is just gross, though. Like, this is maxed out chakra right now. 3 points in it. The arena not going to connect here. I believe the
very
first
close
one.
call. Sammy was on the edge of those trees where Gunnar hoped that he would find him. Sammy's just going to have to spawn more and more webs. Gunner's just going to zone him out. Like, you're not getting any farm as long as you're there. Meanwhile, in mid, rotations coming in. Wish will be initiated on with a 3 versus 1 situation, and he's just getting rooted to root. And this
sick.
is just so good looking, man.
Oh.
They did this
I
before
applaud
on
that.
Big Num. The blinding light into the roots.
That's so
Simple as that.
sick. I mean, on an Ember of all heroes too, like he's just thinking like, I'll get out. Like I'll be fine after. I got 4 points flame guard. Like no, you're dead, dude.
Yeah, you got Curse Crown, you got Vortex, and then rooted up and blinding light into some more roots, and yeah, you're just done for. Well, these are definitely tools that Nouns are hoping to live off of this entire game. So turned 10 minutes already, ramping up with a couple kills. Hoping to keep up the tempo. That tower in the bottom lane should be done for in a matter of moments with the Storm and Mars and Caudle keeping up the pressure there. And also no response coming out from Apex Genesis to push the top lane in a similar fashion. So it's just going to be a lost tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It is pretty hard as well for Apex to actually make moves yet.
Yeah, they're very dependent on that blink. So I mean, they have hookshot, which that'll be something too once he gets level 6. But yeah, until you have those two things, the moves are not great right now. Copy with the AD rune here. Ooh, get out of there.
Is under attack.
Yeah, not willing to take that challenge. Wish jumping back. Still doing quite fine on this Ember. 5,000 net worth almost accumulated. Has a Cobalt following him around for some extra generated gold. Love to see that. Also, Lelis, your stash is full. You might as well bring all those items on the courier. Tier 1 token, double null talismans, a sentry ward.
Guys, stacked up. I guess because when you Pixie, like the Pixie just gives you a crazy amount of
Regen with double null.
Yeah.
Has a Caudle in his team, but Caudle's too busy for him.
All right, zap in from Copy, going straight to Big Num. High amounts of damage with the Bedlam as well, out of all things, making it an even easier kill. Actually, Lelis is the one to score that particular kill.
Copy's doing a good job getting these charges before that control is up. Like, no clockwork, no hook shot, no blink dagger on the axe, because he can't make these dives anymore once that's there.
Yeah,
They don't quite have the ability to actually like defend him if he goes like that. So, I mean, the window's closing, but he's gotten a lot out of it. The next big spike will be when he hits level 12, and you get the extra 5 charges. Then if you can start killing him from there, that's when you really try and stall that momentum that he's gaining.
Yeah,
But,
like they say, the early investments pay off.
Yeah, you do also get a permanent one that you can't lose, which is pretty nice. Every time you gain a charge, you get 0.1 permanently on the mana regen, so it's not like worthless to when you've dropped all your charges, but obviously you're still trying to keep them up as much as possible.
Yeah. A lot of benefit behind that Galvanize. Also, Gunner has his fresh blink ready, so moving with a smoke with Lelis. On the hunt for a kill, they spot fade.
He has his blink.
1700 HP on this axe. There's a Wyvern nearby, but can the Wyvern actually see the axe? Speed is hopeless. Just let me in. Just let me in. And Gunner is the one who's going to end up dying in the end. Big Num able to intervene, and now there's a
how did he
chance
hit
for
that?
Apex Genesis. Actually, axe getting jumped on again, but a shield rune popped by the Storm Spirit. Copy. They're trying to kill off Sammy Boy. Beautiful shackle shot, power shot combination coming out there. Get another kill for Copy.
Can we get a replay of that when we get a second? I'm very curious. I wonder if he pinged, like where to hook.
It could be.
All right,
Very
I guess
much
he
could
could have
be.
just, he probably just flared, actually. He probably just flared. Never mind, 'cause he's 6 now, and he actually took
We
the
need
1 point of
confirmation.
Because, like, I mean, he could see from his own flare, you know what I mean? So we know
Yeah.
that would work. But that makes a lot of sense, because, like, a lot of Clockworks don't take the early point in flare. I'm saying all that. They're going to get speed.
That's going to be the 9th kill, 7 of which have come through the Storm Spirit. And here we have the
thank you.
replay. So let's keep our eyes peeled.
So no one can see anything. We're all blind. No, he didn't even flare.
The
did he?
power shot, does the power shot vision give enough?
Well, no, but they're on the same team. He's on the Mars' team.
True. True, actually. Never mind.
Well, he just hit
Ignore
that.
what I said.
I'm not even sure. I have to watch it again. I'll check the replay later. That's the only way to truly know the player perspective.
Also on live picture right there, they were smoked up trying to kill the Storm Spirit in the jungle. And the moment he blinks and Storm's already zapped away. So very close call there to get that black blink reveal to credit a kill. Now that blink reveal doesn't give them one, which Fade would have loved to get. And he also wants Coat of Blood.
This is one of my favorite parts about Storm Spirit is the Meteor Hammer being the go-to item, just because the item has just been such trash. But the 75 mana regen amplifications, you know, it's all stats. Like there are legitimately games where the Meteor Hammer will never hit an enemy hero.
Yep.
They might never even use the active because frankly, as a Storm Spirit, it's generally not going to be that good. It's just a waste, you know.
It's literally just a stat item. That's all it's about. I was laughing about the same thing about the Storm Spirit when it came out. I was like, yep, Meteor Hammer and, you know, Mono Region Amp with Galvanized Mana Amp. Yeah, I can see something working that you could start building Meteor Hammer on the Storm Spirit, and that indeed happened.
I mean, it's nice to just get towers too, right? Like, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a bit niche, but it's something.
Ooh,
Arena
calls.
on Cogs. Well, I have to go to the middle of the arena for this one, and the spear actually connects on the arena that just evaporates at the same time. Still, kill for copy.
Now, I'm starting to pull away here. They have failed to get their moves online, right? Like the hook shot has come up, the blink dagger has come up on Axe, but they have not connected. You know, they missed that one gank already on the Storm. Now they're all up top here trying to just push this tower, but it takes forever because you're an Ember lineup. And there's a Brood somewhere in this game. Yeah, there she is. 0-1-0 for old Sammy. But he's online. All right, Brood has joined the game.
All right, a new challenger arrives. And are they going to go straight
Oh,
for a
what
kill
a start.
on the Storm Spirit? If they can get this one, yes, they can. It's so close to rocket the hook shot, and they got it. It took a while, but 17 minutes in, they found their answer. Now Copy is in for an ill awakening. Fade going in for the next one, calling in the Willow, and smack, that's an axe in your face.
All right, shoutouts to Speed for the wards. Credit where credit is due. That Storm walked right on top of them and made it easy. So great vision laid down there by the supports, and
Well done.
Fade capitalizes on it. So they also don't have an option for the Soul Burn yet, right? Because that Storm is just, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of burst damage. All
Shroud
right,
can help, but it won't dispel it.
Oh, he's still at 16 galvanized charges though. We got to keep beating this guy down.
While to go. Now they found the Mars. Your next target.
Oh
Smack.
baby, they're turning up.
That's Fade Axe. Meanwhile, Big Num and it's your boy Speed taking the portal up top. Hoping to find a farming Wind Ranger around, but there's no one here. Just put down some deep vision. Make a move there if the wind ever shows there. That's a good ward spot. It's the good right time for it too. Haste Rune is secured. They recall in the Storm Spirit. Get himself a haste. By the way, with just a couple kills, honestly, like this is kind of rad. They had a 5K net worth lead. It's down to 1. With just a couple kills. Just a couple.
Middle tower is under attack.
That's very nice. I mean, the couple big ones, like that's part of it.
Certainly were.
Tower is under attack.
Question is, are they just going to immediately get a couple back here? Because now they're getting aggressive. There's a haste rune on the Storm Spirit. There. Ooh, okay. This could be a big fight. Now, do they respect that there could be a lot of allies here for this Storm Spirit? That's the question. Oh, he's too juicy. I can't believe they're not jumping that. Oh, they're so not greedy. Now, will Copy get greedy for this one wave? Oh, spiders. Oh, he's got to be dead. Oh, they think it's a bait. They think they're all right next to him, but they don't know. They're not that close, but guys, they're far away, actually. Not that you could assume that. You'd have to think they're sitting directly next to him. Like, it looks like the world's biggest bait.
They know that we know that, and so on. Oh boy.
So they're going to go to the Twin Gate. They're smoking on the side of Nouns up to the northern part of the map here. They have some vision down here already from Apex, so they kind of have an idea this is safe. They're going to put Wish on the wave. Now, he's the bait.
Oh no. And the miss spear, and Wish still gets caught by the vortex, and the hook shot comes out as well from Big Num. Ember's already out, and Clockwork. Nobody can see what's happening to Mr. Big Num. They're probably all staring at his monitor in the boot camp. It's like, what's happening there? What's happening there?
Yes, swivel chairs at an all-time high.
So they have it. They got the kill, but it was an arena used for it. So Apex, they have a slight window to make a play happen somewhere. Oh, Emperor's under a ward. Poppy's just going to straight up jump on top of Wish, but unfortunate for him, he just doesn't have the burst damage to take down an Ember. But a valiant effort, nevertheless.
14.3% accuracy on spears. That's, come on, man. Don't do it like that. Those were farming spears. Surely.
Yeah, leave our boy Gunnar alone. It's pretty much just been a Storm Spirit show for now. Let's see if things change from that. Axe is chasing Yuma.
Yeah, it's deep though.
This is very, very deep indeed. The entire team is coming to see what's the ruckus. What the heck's happening here? Oh, there's an Axe chasing our win. Let's go help the boy. Rounds now up to 3K. And an economy lead versus Apex. We do actually see, you know, the Mars is actually the one on the bottom of net worth so far, but not too far behind. He's got his items that he needs. And actually, straight up Wind Waker lined up. I saw the Yules on him, and I saw the Yules on the Dark Willow, but he's like, I'm going for the Wind Waker. Very early on. First item,
really
much,
good
like
this
after
game.
Blink.
Yeah, it's kind of insanely good this game. It's like you're versus
the
the
lift.
so. Okay, that's a crazy thing to type.
That is the admin just mentioned.
You can't pause as the admin, so it makes sense. But
He's standing on the spear. That spear misses, right? I mean, he's standing on it. Or does he just, you know, like surf the spear to the
I
low
think
ground with it?
that spear's fat enough that he is getting caught by that spear.
I mean, to be accurate, like he's on it, right? He's gonna surf his way to the low ground and not get stunned, right? Right? Let me be right.
To be lore accurate.
Just, I mean, if you were standing on a spear that's in motion, yeah, laws of physics don't always apply to Dota. You're good to go, and whoosh, straight to the tree. There goes Wish.
So in a way, he was riding on it.
Dire's top tower.
Might have caught his boot or something, and he just smacked his head on the tree. I guess that's reasonable to get stunned. Yuma, that same ward, which they probably thought, like, why is the Storm Spirit jumping this deep? Big Num was probably de-warding it, or at least was making a motion towards it, but now he is the one to fall. That's well, I was about to say 2 kills, but the Ember did escape, so they do get a kill with this ward. Now that location has been confirmed. They have vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sammy deciding if he's going to re-enter the game the next time he gets another key item. He skipped re-entering after BKB. He's going to farm up his Bloodthorn instead, and then perhaps will join his teammates once more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So far, the general game plan, I think, of this Coddle Storm Spirit is working out very nicely.
Yep, certainly has. They've made it work, and they're going to continue to make it work. Moving the Storm around the map and bringing all those recalls to make sure that he also gets all the power runes on the map.
Good news is that the BKB is not a free ticket out of this one for the Storm Spirit. There's still the Axe Call, there's still Winter's Curse, there's still Hookshot, so it's not total freedom, but it will be hard to get the kill finishes on this hero with this. Because, you know, what is their damage when he's BKB, really?
Yeah.
It's not very good.
Yeah, and even if he does BKB
Fade?
himself, Fade. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Did
he
get
forced out
tagged
his Invis
there.
rune. So there's that. Meanwhile, all the spiders are heading south, so like they say in Harry Potter, you know, follow the spiders.
Where are they going to take
Eventually
you?
find Sammy Boy. Wish. So showing up in the mid lane. Illumina blast. Gunner's already there. I love how he just blinks and kind of just stands still. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't see I'm here.
All menacingly.
Now the smoke up all the way from the top lane. That is a very... What? Okay.
I mean, this is just... I mean, BKB's done for Storm Spirit. They need to get this Roche before it goes nighttime if they want to grab it now. It definitely looks like a Roche timing for me if I was Nouns. Like, my Storm Spirit has BKB. I just want to get aggressive in the game. So maybe they could just portal and set up
They
for the nighttime one
definitely
up top.
Could head themselves towards the top lane. I mean, they only got 30 seconds left till Roche is changing. So they won't be able to burst Roche down, at least this early on.
They might be worried that Apex Genesis are camping it. They're going to send back Gunner
Possibility
to
for it.
basically scout.
Find Big Num for us. There he is. He's going to be sent up in the air with the Yules, bring him closer to Lelis. Big Num's going to drop here with that Bedlam damage and Gunner doing the rest. And also the Heartbeat Scouts wanted a piece of that action, making it a bit easier for the kill. Meanwhile, mid also copy trying to make a quick jump onto Wish. He's been doing this over and over again. Constant reminders to Wish that I'm still in this game. You might have killed me once, but you're not going to fool me twice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Parasma's the next item choice for him. Now starting Roche. No contest coming out from Apex Genesis. Announced they're going to get this one.
Yeah, they're slowly losing out on these moments that might get you back in this game. This Apex Genesis.
Like, you do have BKB Bloodthorn on this Broodmother, like overwhelming amounts of damage, but the defensive items are already there on the side of Nouns, making all these individual item pickups just so much harder to use. You gotta get yourself a really good way to initiate in fights to get the biggest benefit out of this. You did mention all those BKB piercers in the team, but now it's at a point where Nouns also need to like overstep a boundary and misposition them to actually let Speed get a good curse out. Otherwise, it's not happening.
Yeah, it's also like they can kill copy. They really, if they fight into the shield rune, I'll feel really bad for them because I think that that could be a really good bait from Nouns right now. Nice find on that Obs ward there. Copy does have the gem, but like if they commit their BKBs and they get an axe call, the Storm can die. And obviously he doesn't have the Aegis. It is on the Wind Ranger, so I don't know. It's possible, but yeah, clearly Nouns feeling like they're very much in control here as they're finally going to go knock down this tier 1 tower up top. The Meteor Hammer! Insane.
Radiant's top tower
Oh, this map just continues to shrink at the same time. You know, these tier 2 towers
middle tower
are going to be taken away most likely with this Aegis here. 3.5 minutes of time to make Apex just feel a bit more miserable. At least, you know, they're getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine, Apex, that is. It looked really good in game number 1, where Nouns was struggling to gain a foothold. They had to play a lot defensively. At least Apex doesn't have to huddle up inside their high ground. They can still move around the map. They still have that freedom.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're not, like the lead's not growing like crazy or anything right now. So
Yeah.
this is good trades considering your opponents have the Aegis. They're just waiting because they want this wisdom. Gunner's gonna come back for it.
Radiant's top
Willing to
tower
drop the arena, I'm sure. I don't think that flare. No, that flare actually doesn't see Gunner.
Radiant's top tower has
So he's gonna jump in here at 28. Oh, and they're doing a recall.
They're coming in. Gunner steals the wisdom. Lelis also gets the other wisdom at the same time. Fate coming in with a call onto the Mars. They're going to be focusing on Big Num, and the arena is popped, and nobody's inside it. Fate BKBs teleports away. Big Num going on a good old chase here, but Storm will get what's his. His 26th Galvanized stack.
That's really the giveaway, isn't it? But I mean, you got wisdom runes with Wyvern team. So, or sorry, you took the wisdom runes away from the Wyvern team rather. So that is truly painful, especially considering they're behind it as well. And now they're so
trying to
split
get
up on the side of Apex that they just can't fight. Like the only way they get a kill is everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you get one or somebody just getting caught, it's just not good enough. Well, at least they burnt off a bit of time from that Aegis.
Dire's top tower is
Still
under attack.
1.5 minutes, a bit above for the Wind Ranger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A bit of security for him. They did lose the Tormentor and the tier 2 tower in bottom. They are keeping their tier 2s up on the Radiant side of the map. At least the top tier 2 was taken. They did trade the Wisdom Rune there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're actually losing a lead during all of this. Like, the gold is trending back towards Apex Genesis.
I'm just looking at CS, like Sammy Boy at 29 minutes, he has 400 last hits already. But he's still 4 levels smaller than the Storm Spirit. He's gonna have to use his BKB and teleport home. Meanwhile, top lane Bignum, well, he's found the enemy once again. It's the life of a clockwork now.
And, I mean, Sammy gets there. And we talked about Dispels as, like, these heroes that you wanted. He's just going to straight up buy the Nullifier. Extremely strong versus the Wind Ranger. Also, actually pretty cool versus Storm Spirit because you're constantly just dispelling Overload, which takes away a lot of his damage in a team fight. But that's not really the main use for it, obviously. It's mostly just to stop the big saves. And there is a Force Staff on Fly, so that'll get removed. And, well, he already is a Keeper of the Light, and now he's going to reach it too. So isn't life just grand for old Apex Genesis here? I have to watch this happen.
Okay, yeah, we're going to fight. They've got Sammy Boy. He's going to turn around onto Gunnar. Gunnar does have a way to dispel himself, at least, with the Nullifier. The Nullifier and the Wind Waker there. He's out of it. Just the silences here. Speed, going to be chased by Copy a bit. He's rooted on the stairs of his high ground. And the roots will not connect. We'll get back to safety, but they do lose their carry Brood. 40 seconds, though, he's back up already. This death timer really isn't that long.
Yeah, no respect for not having your BKB. Still goes out there on the map and immediately punished there by now. So good jump to know that he had no defensive option there. Gunnar can once again just call him old. Put him in the grave, put him in the bed.
Yeah, put him in his place. Wyvern has the blink now. He just picked up the money for speed. Another tool now available for the team, a bit easier to execute.
Wind Ranger is such an interesting hero versus Wyvern because even though she's a position 1 hero, because she's so like devoted to really only having this focus fire, it actually really helps her because the curse just, it's so whatever. Like, if you're like cursed and attacking your teammate's Wind Ranger, you're just like tickling them.
Yeah. What's up with that? Only becoming like a threat. All right, smoke up out of the base. Did they see Sam? No, they didn't see Sammy. They were in fog as they shared the smoke for the Brood Mother.
They're all grouping up
Tower is under attack.
on side now, so they know something's up. Like they're gonna see it. Hey, there's creeps like in their base, guys. New an arcane rune here for downs. Yes, please.
Yeah, Copy happy to pick that one up. Still plenty of time to connect with that smoke. Apex's smoke is running out. They are being revealed on the map. This is so good for now. As they see and know everything that they need right now. Fate is going to go for the call onto the Wind Ranger. Bignum is already down. The hook shot does connect onto the Mars, so they get a bit of stunt going on there. Mars is dropping and dying inside the arena. Yuma trying to take down the Winter Wyvern. Wyvern will go down to Copy. He'll get a kill for himself, but Yuma is dropping low. Sammy, though, he's desperate for the kill, which he will not get in time. Wish is there as well. He's missing his right clicks. They finally get him out of the way, but they've already lost 3. Wish teleporting home, recognizing that this is as much as we can do right now, him being the last damage dealer. So they got a 2-for-3 trade. Sorry, 4-for-2 trade, as that was a buyback off of the clock.
Yeah, still gonna be a gold lead for them. They, oh, sorry, no, it's not actually after the buyback. My bad. So it's still actually is gold and XP going the way announced. Never mind.
Oh, Wish. No BKB.
Oh, buddy.
Frozen the Gleipnir onto the Storm, but that runs out at the same time with the Vortex, and he got another chain, but he's got the Remnant jump home.
Yeah, no Mars, no Wind Ranger. Follow-up stuns are gonna be pretty weak. Scary, but not too scary.
Yeah, it was also the Ignis lined up for Keeper next. For some weird reason, it felt like, yeah, this is such a Nouns-dominated game that, yeah, Caudle probably has a Hex by now, but no.
Getting
Still
there.
support.
Getting the eggs, like you said.
Slowly but surely making progress. But is Apex making any progress here, Trent?
No. no, they're not.
Unfortunately, no.
No, it's a tough one. They, I mean, we still haven't really seen the Blink Curse value. We haven't gotten like the big one, but again, that's kind of hard to do in this lineup. Progress was getting on the map and actually finding some battle. I mean, it didn't favor them, but it also didn't like ruin them or anything. So they might get a free pick on the Lelis with this vision. Looks like they're gonna try and no,
Fate
that's
call.
gonna take it. Look at that follow.
He still has the Yules, but the donk fails from Fate. Doesn't matter. Kill's a kill. It's just a very long cooldown on the Culling Blade, and maybe Nouns plan on making a move here. They are nearby. 80 rune up on the Storm Spirit too. And they're hoping Roche would be up. 13 seconds, he will be. But do they just back out the moment they realize that he's not there?
I mean, the scan went red and then green, so yeah, they're just gonna go prep for the other site.
Yeah, and Roche is home now. He's going to be the first one to come through the portal. Is Apex going to be like, guys, they activated the portal.
Fly is trying to bring them in. He's got the storm brought in.
Yeah. There you go. Roche is the one that's coming through this time.
Fly wants to get in there with a ward. Brings up Yuma now next. Zip
They
in.
do
zip
here.
out.
There's the zap through the Roche pit, so a lot of vision being provided. The arena catches no one. They're all out of it. The spear out of the pit. Maybe they can take the Roche for themselves with the cheese and agents available. But they got the storm in the call. But do they have the damage onto him? Here comes Yuma as well. Wish is being locked down right now. He gets his BKB up finally, but Roche is down, and the snatch from Gunnar. He's got the cheese and the ages. And that's 2 down for Apex, maybe a third with Wish being rooted on the spot. Gunner's walking in to get another kill for himself, and they've lost no one on the side of Nouns. And Wish is 70 HP. The sliding remnant! Oh, the sliding remnant
no
is the one that
way.
takes his life away. Come on.
That's wild. What a way to die. Nice play there from Nouns. They figured that out. Had a good fight. The zip all the way through from Copy. I mean, again, there is no sight or anything, so it's going to be relatively safe to make that play. And then the teammates that back him up even when he gets caught in behind. So that's going to be another 5K swing for them as they rally onto the high ground. While Copy is still able to just go push out bottom and then just get recall whenever they need him.
Yeah. They're gonna take a quick pause for cameras. While it is a difficult situation for Apex, still gonna have to wait 40 seconds for the Ember. And here we have a recap of the fight. There's the zip zap through. The arena's a bit off the mark, but at the same time, they do get a bit of security to finish this Roche. Gunner just fully focused on it.
Yeah, I think it was the play. He was just trying to like box them in, I guess. It was a very funny placement. Worked out, obviously. They didn't lose anybody. They got the Aegis. He stole it, so.
Sometimes the
It's all
zoning
good for
ults
him.
are the better ults.
Exactly.
Copy, finding Axe. Quick hex up, haste runed Axe can't run away. A lot of gold for the Storm Spirit, who has hit level 25. Has his overload attack bounce talent being picked up. 35 stacks of galvanized, 60.5 mono regen per second.
Cool.
Just think about that number for a second.
Yeah, with Coddle. Level 26, the 21 on Wish. Insane social game here.
Yeah, Brood also locked down. Big heal save from Speed, but still the magical damage might just be too much. So 100 HP, the power shot. It's the one that takes them away. Bignum about to drop. Storm is out of mana and doesn't really have a way out for the time being, but rather that mono region will just allow more and more ball lightning zaps. It's a nice set of chains from Wish. Oh, the Curse! He tried the Curse, but he got hexed up. Oh, Speed. Oh, that hurts. He was already casting it, but then he just got stuck on the spot, got hexed, and he dies right after. He has to buy back for this one. Saving the axe again is Speed. And Gunner, well, he's just facing himself in between trouble and his teammates. And that is going to be the tap out for Apex. We are going to a game number 3 with Nouns tying it up.
Bit more of the expected result here, of course. Now it's coming in here pretty heavy favorites, but Apex Genesis, they let the Storm go. They try and beat it. I like the idea
of the Broodmother in a sense of like you get yourself this Orchid, you're immediately going for an item that can probably target him down, but it's also been a classic counter pick, you know,
Yep.
Storm going into the Brood, trying to lock you down. So there is a bit of a duality that's happening there. So now it's looking really good in the draft. Very good combo, obviously. Storm Coddle, we all know Storm's good. Storm win game.
Storm definitely wins games here. 39k damage at the end here for Copy on the Storm Spirit, and just a roll for Nouns here. I think they, like you said, expected result at the start of the series. The Nouns would be the stronger out of the two, you know, the top NA team, the one that went the furthest in TI. And if they went down 2-0, they'd be kicking themselves. So they really brought out the big guns with the Storm Spirit pick. And, well, Apex was in a lot of trouble pretty much since the start to finish.
Yeah, and I mean, you can take it all in here, folks. You know, the Clockwork not able to provide that kind of dominant gameplay that we've seen a lot out of the Zero so far in these qualifiers and in this patch, just because the rest of the team wasn't quite ready to go. The Axe a little bit slower to come online with that Blink Dagger, and Nouns really just finding, again, those perfect moments when to enable this Storm Spirit. Copy played really well in going aggressive before those options were available to punish him at all. If Storm is in the game, every single thing has to be focused on this hero. Like, they focus completely on giving him a good game because they have other mobile cores that can keep up, and the Mars going Blink, and the Wind Ranger constantly just wind running all over the place, and then the nonstop shockers and recalls from this this Coddle. Like, this has got to be the best combo with this hero right now. With the way recall now works, like, you can go to the Storm goes to you. It's absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, Apex Genesis, I think, just failed to really respect it. Maybe they just need to ban it after they revealed their two supports that weren't going to be very good versus Storm.
Yeah, and they also made it work nicely in the early game with just the Coddle paired up with the Dark Willow, like the Blinding Light into the roots as well, which Ember is something that he absolutely hates playing against. There's no way out of that one. So not just a duo, but a trio. But now tie up the series, and we're heading over to game number 3 here in our second series of the day. What are the things we're expecting in this game 3? Of course, the Storm ban is now something that's signed up for. What do we want to see? I don't think I've actually asked that. What do you want to see here?
I'd like to see I don't know. I think Wish is still on the right path. Like, I like the DK. I like the Ember. Maybe, I mean, the Wyvern was still fine. I don't think their draft was too bad. Maybe the Brood was a little bit out there, but I respect that. You're up a game, and it could have worked. Like, we saw when they got their items where they got those, like, quick couple of kills where, oh, maybe they're coming back. They erased a 5K lead immediately. They just, you know, they just got outplayed, and that's okay. They outplayed them game 1. Now they've been outplayed game 2. So it's just need that motivational speech heading into game 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see if the hunger is still there. We're going to take a tiny break and be back for game number 3 of Nouns versus Apex. The winner goes to the winner bracket final. The loser down to the lower half. We'll see you guys in a bit. Witch Doctor sending his regards here over into this final game of this second series here with Apex Genesis announced. We're ready with the draft as well for all of you folks to watch and enjoy. Because, you know, things have to change. Small shifts. We've seen the best of both teams now. And now it's really just, is it an even play field? Nouns tied. They also played a 3-game series yesterday. And Apex Genesis with their first actual series facing against the wall here in the upper bracket too. I mean, both of them technically are, considering it is a tie series. But losing game 2, I think it knocks out the win from you pretty hard.
A little bit, yeah, but at the same time, you know, it's Nouns. And you probably just psyched you got game 1. And this draft already quite a bit different. And there he is, the Shadow Fiend, banned in all 4 games so far today. Led through because of the ban on the Dark Willow. As she gets a little bit of upgrade in the priority in this one. She was picked in all 4 games so far, finally removed. She's also 4-0 on the day. So maybe she's truly the real winner for us. And now the big loser as she gets removed in favor of Shadow Friend. A little bit better than the Storm Spirit because you don't need the combos. Oh, speaking of the combos, the only combo he has, as we did see with Shopify, was the Clockwork Cog killing, like we're back in 2016 or something. But it takes 3 heroes now to do it, but still works. They do still have souls.
Yeah,
maybe we'll take the Veno Plague Wards to the Roche pit and let Roche punch them once and then deny those. That was another good one when Roche was in the middle of the river.
Oh, yeah, you could do that too. True. But what really leaves me questioning here is why do cogs have souls? And they're just machinery.
It's a little disturbing. It's
it is.
It has some implications. Clockwork might not be the nicest guy.
It could be. Not exactly familiar with the lore of the Clockwork, but if he's a good guy, you thought wrong. Banning out the Darkseer once again here in the second phase. Of course, the SD Enigmas we've seen before, and also in the previous game, we had the Meepo, which was now swapped into the first phase, and the Lifestealer, which is also still up for grabs. They do have an Infest combo with the Clockwork, and also does the Shadow Fiend feel threatened about it? He threatens the Night, feels threatened about the Night Stalker more.
Fair enough. I mean, getting on top of the Shadow Fiend generally is what ruins his life. We've seen the Dawnbreaker tried a couple different times. Some to success, some not so much. I think it is decent, but it requires you to be a Dawn player and to have the combos and probably have other global potential as well. Clockwork already one of the better matchups, though, so they've already got that going for them.
Yeah, so far 2-2. 2 wins, 2 losses on the Clockwork. Shadow Fiend, 2 games, 2 wins. Those have been played out by Mr. RTZ.
Well, with the ban to pick here, I mean, Wyvern, I think you could just go for it again. Ban Storm, go Wyvern. I mean, they probably don't go Storm and Shadow Fiend. It's 2 glass cannons, but I'd feel pretty stupid if I lost to Storm again. I mean,
there's truth to that. Storm hasn't lost a game yet when it has been picked.
I don't want to feel that dumb. I feel like I would just ban it and go Wyvern.
I mean, you said it yourself. The Wyvern was a good pick last game. It was just a really difficult game to actually get a lot out of the Wyvern. It was not his fault. Can't blame Speed. Yeah, boy, Speed. They ban the Storm. They pick the Gyro.
Oh, mix up. All right, cool. I mean, they have 10th pick, so this has a lot of value now. The Wyvern, it's not quite as good on the 10th pick because, yeah, there's potential for maybe off-lane Wyvern or mid-Wyvern, but it hasn't really shown itself to be quite proven yet. The Gyrocopter, a little bit different. It's extremely good in the support role. We know that it's got the damage. And then we obviously are very aware that it is still very capable as a position 1.
Yes.
And maybe even a mid, honestly. But probably just 1 or support.
Also, there's the variation with his item build, too. Depending if the opponents have a lot of armor or illusion-based heroes, swapping the Crystallis for a Maelstrom, which also allows you to farm faster. So the Mael Ags instead of Crystallis Ags, if played as a carry, that is. You are going to bring in some extra heal and armor and a good teamfight ulti with the Shadow Fiend's teamfight ulti. I
Not
think
the best healing game though versus these two heroes. I will say that. I mean,
That is true.
Overgrowth owns, but like bonus armor and a little bit of HP per second versus these two heroes, not gonna help you very much.
it's a bit non-existent. The first Shadow Demon. A hero that has yet to be picked a single time, has been banned once, and that was earlier on in this series. Now goes through to Nouns.
Yeah, we're getting a Chaos Knight pickup here at the end of this phase for Nouns. Oh, I guess you can't because you have the Shadow Fiend. It's probably gonna be position 1. I thought that's what they were setting up for, but they won't know what the mid matchup is, so they probably can't flex the Shadow Fiend. Never mind. Because I think CK with Shadow Demon will be sick, and then if this Gyro is like shown to be support, then it could have been pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I guess you could, but is it too greedy? Yeah. Ooh.
I mean, it got let through. This is hardcore lockdown. This is what Shadow Fiend hates, right? It's anytime that you can just, if he can't BKB and just win the fight, Shadow Fiend has a bad time. That's why Clockwork does well versus him, and that's why Enigma does well versus him. So the cancels are going to have to be found here from Nouns pretty soon because they've already shown the Tree and the Shadow Demon. So there's no like Wyvern or something to also be added in here.
Yeah, I think the only really good thing going for the Shadow Fiend versus the Enigma in the particular lane matchup is if you can clean Eidolons with Razes without burning too much mana on them. And that's where if you put Treant Shadow Fiend as your safe lane, you can clean them out. That will make Enigma's lane a lot harder. It's also extra farm for the Shadow Fiend, extra souls to be harvested. We're going to bring out the Zeus for Apex Genesis. This is very likely to be a Wish hero, so they're keeping the Gyro 1/4 flex open.
Yeah, this is a hero who we saw in the first game of the day, and then he has not appeared again. He wasn't banned out, and he has not been mentioned at all in this series. There were a couple times where I thought about bringing him up, but every time it didn't quite look right. This time they've shown 2 supports on Nouns that don't really have any gap close, no way to really jump at all. So the Zeus is already protected, the Shadow Fiend as well. We might see that Blink Yasha Kaya build where you get like the really fast ultis off. That could be coming out here eventually, but overall Zeus has pretty good buffers in the current situation. And they still have flex into this last pick of where this Gyro and Clockwork are going to be going.
Yeah, and even like a caster Zeus where you have Aghanim's Nimbus, if you see the Shadow Fiend loading up Requiem, drop a Nimbus on top and you just can't ult.
Yeah.
Like, definitely one thing to look at. Very good answer to the Shadow Fiend out there. And Livewire is pretty handy this game.
The offlane pool is still pretty big, so they might want to commit for a mid here as Nouns, because anything that's somewhat decent versus Zeus is probably going to get banned out, like these spirits. I'm guessing they would ban Ember at Earth.
You want to hear something really silly, but Magnus reverse polarity is a good answer to the Enigma Black Hole. Because the AoE is so huge, you can actually cast it from a safe distance and stun the Enigma while he's doing Black Hole, if you want to use RP for that.
And
normally
all you have to do is reverse polarity.
Yes. But it works. I've seen it work. It is an idea. We're going to go for the Pangolier instead. So we know Gunnar has been a master on this hero, but is this going to be the offlaner? I don't think we're necessarily going to get an offlane Pango. But if that is mid, that means Shadow Fiend is going to be going to the carry position locked in.
Kind of interesting one here from Nouns. We know that, I think it was Wish I was looking at earlier, right? He's been playing like 3 games of Pango or something today.
Yeah.
Snagged away. Maybe he'll know what's what not to play in towards this.
Yeah, I don't see Gunnar playing Pango in the last 8 days in his pub, so I'm gonna go with that.
Copy's been in there. He's had 3 games of it, so he's getting his practice in a little bit. He's also played some Shadow Fiend though, to his credit. So he's preparing for the flex. He also played mid Phoenix. All right, that's gnarly. He went Orchid build.
Oh, he did? Ooh.
That's pretty cool. Nicely done. He's played a couple games of mid Phoenix. Oh, okay. This guy's trying to style a little bit.
Yeah, I did talk to you about the mid Phoenix yesterday,
Yeah,
and
you
I'm
did.
hoping that it could be a meta thing. Has the potential. All right, so what do we really want to bring out here? Like Apex, they still have the last pick, so they can decide where this gyro is going to go. Right now, Nouns is at least banning out the Life Stealer, be it carry or not that gyrocopter. The Life Stealer is definitely a very gnarly pickup here. Doesn't really care too much about the Pango. Does a lot of damage to the Shadow Fiend, plus the Rage versus Requiem. We all know how that works, plus the raises. Takes a lot away from the Shadow Fiend if he gets on top of him.
Actually kind of good.
10 seconds.
The
And the
Offlane Venge.
Offlane Venge.
Did we bust it out? Gunners played it a little bit, tried it out some, got the win. All right, then his last 2 matches before that were a loss. But in theory, I mean, Auras with Shadow Fiend. It gives them swap versus the Enigma. Gives them a little bit more gap close. Eggs Rush, the burst damage you survive through into your second life to get off
Plenty
more
of
spells.
ideas.
And here it is. They ban out Lifestealer and Ursa, which is like Underlord or...
I mean, that's what I'm looking at right now,
Yeah.
is Underlord.
Brewmaster, I mean, any offlaner really, I guess. Like, you can kind of just be like, most offlaners just don't want to see those 2 heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to be like, all right, let's play Marcy and just combo it up with the Shadow Fiend. And there we have it. Underlord is going to be showing up here. Let's go. Which facet, though? Cleave or units?
Now, you see, this is a trap, you see, for they will pick the Monkey King, okay? No, they're going to pick Monkey King, and then he's going to gate and kill the monkey
10 seconds.
when he falls off the tree.
Ah,
5 seconds.
can work, can work.
Oh, so what's going to happen? It's coming out.
I'd like to see a
guaranteed.
Cleave Underlord, and he just out-damages everyone. He's going to be the true carry. Oh, you were right. You're absolutely right. Here's the Monkey
I
King.
say. I can do it too, Milan. This hero's gnarly. It is very much a go-to hero versus the Underlord for a reason, but there is that counterplay of the fact that if you're in the tree and you know where the monkey is, you can just immediately drop the gate and it just breaks the tree, and then you get like essentially a Beastmaster roar on the Monkey King, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens. Will he ever use Fly Sapling? That's what I want to know. Will it
Yeah.
happen?
Well, will he indeed? I mean, I'm kind of happy with the way that they decided to pick this whole draft, like going with the gyrocopter support. After all, bringing out the Enigma as well for Fade. I remember Fade's Enigma from last year's DPC. It was probably one of his best heroes, to be completely honest. How good does he look right now with the hero? I mean, Enigma didn't really get that much touched with the 7.3.6 patch to be accurate. The hero still as it is. Everybody getting buffed and Enigma not getting nerfed for like the 6th patch in a row. Like the hero is in a pretty good spot and has some good targets to focus. We talked about the Shadow Fiend. He hates playing against this Enigma, and I feel like I'm going with Apex Genesis' draft here. I feel like they have what it takes to take the series with this particular draft at hand. Wish Zeus as well, which I'm looking forward to, and then he's going to end up dying 10 times. But I still think Apex has a better draft.
There's a lot of pressure on Yuma. Yeah, I kind of agree. I feel like in terms of just ease of execution, it does look like it's in Apex Genesis' favor. I would rather have their lineups. One thing that they do have going through them on Nouns is this Pangolier versus the Zeus matchup. I did get to see this before. I think it was in the South American qualifiers. And it went so much better for the Pangolier than I thought with this double jump facet, because the way that it works, it's like the perfect distance to counter Zeus in the mid lane, where he's trying to play the lane and use the arc lightning and everything. And you really get a lot of damage and harass back onto the Zeus to the point where he can't play it the way that you want to as a Zeus. It's not just like I'm going to bully you this whole time. Like, it goes pretty well for the Pango.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, and Pango, I think with the change from magical to physical on his shield crash overall, just made him so much better against a lot of these matchups, because the magical damage felt like, okay, it's cool, it's there. But when it went to physical, even heroes like Puck, which used to counter Pango, it turned upside down. Now it's Pango favored. So I'll take your word for it. I think it is a good matchup for the Pango in this particular setup, but it is my wish from my region. So I hope he delivers here with the Zeus.
Yeah, it's well, only one way to find out, I guess, right? Immediate tip comes out from Yuma to Fade. He's like, I knew you were gonna pick it. I knew you'd bring out the Enigma. Bring it on.
Enigma, that is currently sitting at a 58% win rate in the off lane and in this particular tournament. I didn't actually look up the Enigma stats because he hasn't been played at all. This is the first Enigma of the qualifier. So, Fate, time to set the bench. Or, I mean, the benchmark. You know, whatever the word is.
Last game there, T-Panda. We got this, buddy.
We got this. Closing up on midnight here. Well, good morning to all of you NA folks out there waking up to some NA adults.
They just woke up now at 6 p.m. What do you
I mean,
think of our
some players
people here?
do. Some players do. I mean, we had a whole team miss out yesterday because they didn't wake up early enough.
It's a fair point, actually.
So, fellow night owls.
Holding the
The
high
10-second.
ground
Nope, no fighting.
The battle begins.
Set up the Dolan bodyguards there on the stairs. Like, you ain't taking this bounty from us.
The queen. So the real at my feet, peasant.
Gotta appreciate that Tsunami voice line.
The which one? Oh, the Sonora one. Yeah, I'm so bored.
Yeah, let's get over with this one already. Any peculiar starting items? I spy some wind laces on nouns.
It's a value item. The item's just broken right now. Good stuff. Yeah, both supports getting it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, extra mobility for the Trine. He's going at 336 movement speed. Of course, the Shadow Demon as well. I'm sure that he can get those bubbles out, the disruptions. Support Gyrocopter having to start with flat cannon actually because of the illusions. I'm curious about that one.
He's also... Oh. That was weird.
Just looking at the map. Do I need to TP rotate already because you guys are in trouble? Because Yuma scores the first blood for Nouns, taking down Fade's Enigma with the long-range raise. And this could be another one, maybe. Okay, Yuma, he's standing there and baiting there a bit for Big Num. Come on, get closer a bit, get closer a bit. I mean, I don't exactly have the mana for my full setup here.
Yeah, that is going to be an issue, though. Like, trying to keep these Eidolons alive and figure out how to play the lane. Like, I assume you just want to, like, not play it straight up for the first while. Maybe get a couple levels in the Eidolons, and then you try and bully the Shadow Fiend. And then it's going to be up to Fly to try and keep the HP up a bit, because... if they manage to connect with like a grasp and a raise, they will go down pretty quick.
Yeah, they certainly will. Like you gotta keep your distance, and also the microing them around, like keeping the pack. Well, you can't really separate the pack, but at least avoid that your hero also doesn't take the damage that the Dolans are going to be taking here.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yuma, of
attack.
course, is focusing heroes for the time being with his raises. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 1 tower is also being sieged a bit by Sammy Boy and Speed, with Gunnar and Lelis having to soak up a bit of damage under the tower. They're going to be fine. Bit of a brawl there. Level 2's coming online.
Keep an eye on this mid lane. Copy's doing great.
Yep.
Staying pretty close to Wish. He keeps hitting these double jumps just like that. And yeah, like it's so nice. And then Zeus tries to fire back. You have the barrier. It's really cool. I think this was a nice find by the Pango players. Because obviously Zeus has just been a very problematic hero for most people. And even the
Sure
heroes
has.
that we're choosing to attack him with in the mid lane, like the Earth Spear, we saw get like solo kill 3 times. Those aren't even good answers because they're more so designed for after the lane.
Yeah.
And you're hoping Pango can just do both.
Yeah, Zeus has definitely been a problematic hero for quite some time. Pango players have been begging for a buff for like the last 2 years. Please do something to the hero. Maybe this... I mean, the hero's win rate dropped drastically with the 7.36 patch coming out. And people were saying, like, this hero's no longer playable. But they quickly figured it out. Double jump is not actually that bad. There's one little thing about Apex draft I didn't actually mention during the drafting phase because I only just understood and realized and remembered. But there's a bit of anti-synergy between two particular heroes. Can you guess what they are?
Would it be the Midnight Pulse?
That is one. That is one.
What's the other?
And you can see where I'm going with this.
Breaking some trees?
Breaking some Monkey King trees, yes.
Why? What's the other one?
It was just Enigma and Monkey King. It's just the
Oh,
Midnight
I
Pulse
see.
and the
Okay.
Monkey King interaction.
Oh, I think there was another spell that did it as well.
No, no. It's
Although,
just
I
an
can't remember
time
how big it is. Is it the whole area? I guess it is.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
the entire area that destroys all the trees. So it's a. If you don't have your Monkey King elsewhere, you better just be off with an instant black hole and save your Midnight Pulse. And Malefice is a better combo later on. Now Yuma's going to get his raises off, and Bignum, he's still trying to zone out from Yuma. Kicks in one of those cogs and burns some of his mana, but it's still not going to do the difference. Bignum, one more raise and he's done for. Just a right click is all that Yuma needs. He'll take it. That's his second kill.
This was confusing me when I was first casting Shadow Fiend, but as you can see, he has 22 souls because when you get kills, it increases the max souls by 1 until you die.
Yes.
I thought was pretty cool. Took me a few
You can
games to realize
rack up
that's what
some
was happening.
ridiculous amounts of souls. Like I think I've seen like plus 30 some Shadow Fiends. I was like, okay, this guy's going places.
Well, I was like we were talking about people counter-picking for the game rather than the lane. That seems to be what's been happening here for Fade. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to win this lane and make it feel a little bit better, but so far, not so good for the Enigma.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, I think a lot of that is because of the Treant Protector. Like how well he can brawl with this clockwork, and Fade isn't getting the freedom that he wants. And Yuma, of course, Shadow Fiend has overwhelming right-click damage. You'd think the Eidolons are good with the Enigma, but then you have to worry about the raises. You constantly got to worry about your positioning, and if your clockwork can't open up a play for the Enigma to start harassing, the Treant is always standing in between speed and
so
copy.
awkward. Yeah. I mean, he TP'd up here for this.
Well, there comes Spots Fly, and there's the bait has sprung. Here comes Copy. Jump in onto the clockwork. He will take down Bignum, and they're going to take this level 3 Enigma as well. He's got no chance of standing his ground here. He'll try and do a bit of damage. And here comes Wish. Can Wish clean house? He'll drop the Zeus ulti. He'll take down one. He'll look for Yuma, but he's being slowed up by the Nature's Grasp. The tree drop as well, but no. Yuma, even with raindrops, is not going to be enough, and he also brings Sammy Boy, and eventually the trap that was sprung the other way around, so it backfired a bit, but it did come at the cost of rotations.
I mean, that's fine. They hit him with a big Uno reverse. Yeah, Enigma will get there eventually. That's okay. He'll find his farm. I'm not too concerned about that. These are big kills to get. We're going to take away those soul bonuses. Shadow Fiend had copies mid. Pango was sitting up there for so damn long. Now he's not in a position to come and contest the 7-minute wisdom either, which we'll often see Pango players do with their first Rolling Thunder. That one's kind of cheeky. Nothing there. The bright side is they do have a lot of stacks because they got a Shadow Fiend. And my goodness, that Shadow Demon Shadow Fiend combo, very nice. Stacks for you, because I'm good at it. Of course, Gunner, I'm sure, is going to clean up a lot of them with the Firestorm because he gets to say, hey, you put me against a Monkey King.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're definitely put themselves in a pretty awkward position for now, but I'm pretty sure they're going to bounce back of what just happened. Fade, of course, starting to consider maybe the Midas route, and we've got more and more Wind Laces actually flowing in. Is he considering Boots of Bearing Path? I mean, looks like he's bringing in Tranquil Boots. I saw correctly on the courier.
Stack those Wind Laces. Nighttime with Tranquil Boots and Wind Lace, you're just zooming.
Yep, it's a fast boy. It's your boy Fade, not Speed. There's your ulti coming out from Yuma. Speed survives, and there's the turnaround. Sammy Boy's coming in as well. The portal is right next to the Monkey King, but he's in there for the kill first, and he's going to take the taxi service to bottom by the looks of it. Yep. Thank you for that, Gunner. Gunner's going to take the portal elsewhere. Meanwhile, Wish is being initiated on in mid, and Lelis, he's got the poison damage to take down the Zeus.
They try and dive Gunner, though. I don't know. It seems a little bit risky.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's very tempting. Is the Monkey... No, Samson's not coming. He's in the small camp. I think if Samson goes to the Twin Gate, maybe you do this. But otherwise, this doesn't feel great. Now, that being said, they don't know that Yuma's really busy farming stacks right now. He pinged, I'm coming to this camp, and I'm taking it. So he's raising off in the jungle. So if they commit for Gunner, there probably won't be a whole lot of help.
A lot of
And he
gold
just
here for the
bails.
Shadow Fiend, yeah.
Dire's
It's not-
top tower is
Not fun. Also, is that an Orb of Corrosion I spy on Gunner? It is. He's got the Gloves of Haste in his quick buy, and he's bought the Orb and the Ring. Is this the way to go? I don't think I've ever seen an Orb of Corrosion on an Underlord.
Some new tech.
This is definitely some new tech. At least he's not skipping Q like he did on Brute.
Yeah, no, definitely can't do that. Orb of Corrosion. That is really interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this. So what are our benefits here? It's the health regen, right? It's pretty cool for versus a Monkey King. That's kind of interesting.
That is strong. Get your extra early game armor item. I mean, he's got Soul Ring for +2, Orb for +3, Face for +4. That's
Gives you
+9
attack
armor,
speed.
pretty much. Yeah,
Attack
the
speed on a
attack
hero that
speeds.
gains flat damage.
I mean,
That's
if he's a
pretty cool.
part of killing, he gets nice bonuses with the Atrophy Aura. So I guess you can make it work with your right click. But then again, I'd still like to see maybe the cleave facet in that case. Oh, he's doing a solid amount of work here anyway.
Yeah, very interesting.
Zooming through the jungle there.
The lead currently just kind of oscillating back and forth a little bit here. Nothing too crazy. Wish having this Thunder God's Wrath ready to go. As that last kill mid. Setting back a little bit. Lelis gonna run right into Sammy. Has the cut, but or sorry, does not have a way to cut down rather.
Nope, Portal coming in. Big Num's also coming in. How many people are they going to bring into this fight? Monkey King Portal's away. And actually, when he ends up on the other side, he's still being chased by Copy. They're fighting at the same time, taking down Lelis and Big Num. They roll in onto the Monkey King, but Sammy is able to be very, very nimble with that tree dance, and Copy still knows exactly where he is.
Oh!
Does not have a Quelling Blade, though, but Monkey King, he's going to be out of this one. Meanwhile, all that space creation needs into a bit of damage onto the mid tower. Quick Glyph coming out, though. Sammy giving him the tip there for Copy.
That was a cool Thunder God's Wrath because he got to kill the Shadow Demon, but also
Just give them some good vision there to maybe help Sammy Boy get out of that one.
Yeah, quick reaction there. Something to react to and live a bit longer.
he's gonna get his Maelstrom. He'll be doing the farming Monkey King thing. Probably get the Gleipnir. Help him get a little bit aggressive. A lot of this gonna be what can Fade do in this one though. Like he's going for the Vlads. Big bonus for a Monkey King. It's certainly an amazing item for the hero. It's gonna make his fighting a lot better. But the black holes, he's gonna have to get in there and walk
Yep.
up and grab that Shadow Fiend.
Yep. Down to the nitty-gritty. Skipping out points on Midnight Pulse completely. Usually you see a value point in it just for, you know, vision. You're trying to siege a tower with, say, Vlads with your Eidolons. You just cut down the trees and make sure nobody's TPing in there. He'll do his thing.
Rotations.
Also, Invis popped by Copy now, so he'll make his way somewhere. Looking at bottom. Speed is bodyguarding Sammy Boy here. I love how he's just hitting a creep and jumping into a tree and going back to hit again and then going back to the tree. It's like back and forth, back and forth.
Simeon Stride is something else.
Yeah.
Especially that they made it 90% instead of 100%, so you can clear a camp and then just do it again. Like that was
Yes.
a big buff.
Yeah. The 100% was like, yep, you're a support Monkey King now. Give us all the vision in the world. Copy. Oh, is he under a sentry? Wish
that-
is
well-
thinking about it. The Lightning Bolt did show enough with the AoE. There's a Pango lurking.
Fresh Sentry might get knocked down if they come over there, but for now, Fade, you can see, just gets the Vlads delivered and has the Blink queued up next because he wants to hit the big black hole. Yeah, take a pick off onto Fly here. Anyone else want to come and help this poor tree?
Looks like Fly's on his own for now. Here comes Speed as well. Just gonna, you know, injury to insult with that homing missile. Fade keeping up to Gunner's net worth. Might have 30 CS less, but only a couple hundred behind. Not too bad. Did not opt for the Midas route, which I was considering if you want to be the big threat for the Shadow Fiend, is literally Blink BKB through Midas. But he doesn't have to do that. He will still give a big buff, like you said, to Vlad's. Kind of counteracts the Orb of Corrosion if the Underlord ever gets to hit the Monkey King.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Man, look how busy the Radiant supports are, right? Like they are just farming up a lot. Every time I look at Speed, he's using Rocket Barrage in the jungle. He got Bignum going for the battery assault right now. They are not concerned. Sammy is just pushing out bottom whenever it comes in, cleaning up these camps. Nobody feeling really pressured to move. We haven't had many big hook shots yet, as he obviously just got a mid then killed Tree, but maybe a big fish here.
Gunner's under vision, and I think he also knows that he's under vision. Suspecting something's up.
Oh, this
Wish is
looks
here
pretty
too.
tempting.
It's a 3v1. It's a very tanky target though. There's the hook shot. Into the cogs, dropping down the Pit of Malice that will blow him up. Drops the portal there as well to bring in some reinforcements, but Yuma was not interested in taking the portal. He's going to take it the old-fashioned way and just run to them. Meanwhile, Haste up on Wish, and here comes Yuma with Copy. I'll take down Bignum. I'll get a response for it, but losing Gunner. And they're very happy with this trade in the end.
Okay. Take it. They all get out. I mean, Fade is still just farming this whole time. And, yeah, it kind of was the question of, like, if you want to start a fight right now, it's how could you? Because you have this Echo Saber Pango, so he's got nothing. He needs to get the Blink Dagger first. Or maybe, like, theoretically, with Diffusal, you can sometimes do something. But not with this build.
Yeah, this seems to be the build to go for right now. Like a lot of right-click damage with that Echo Saber on the line.
It makes sense with how they've reworked it.
Like the most popular items are still the Echo, Diffusal, Basher. Sometimes a Yasha into a Manta. Speed. Get bubbled up by Lelis into Gunner's root. Chain rooted on the spot. A lot of chance for Speed to survive here. He'll just stand his ground. Also looked like he did somewhat empty his entire bank. He went to literally 0 gold.
Bignum?
Let's pick them up too. Oh, setting up for Gunner. Okay. This is... He just paved the way open for Gunner. Here's an exit route. And into the roots we go. So there goes that. It's okay. Valiant effort.
Dude, that was like 1,300 damage, though.
Commendable.
That's kind of crazy.
Not expect. I mean, this is the reason they've been farming this much. Is like they wanna take these 1v1s.
Oh, he tried to get
Copy.
Fade in there in time, but oh yeah.
Sammy's in trouble.
All right, Underlord ulti. Oh, he missed it.
Oh,
he missed
no.
it. He tried to knock down the tree. It was
Value
so
effort.
close. All right, the counterplay does not come into effect.
It could have connected, but then again, they're looking to turn here. The call down and the rocket connecting onto the tree and protector, but there's still the Underlord, and Speed's just gone. Sammy boy
Actually
loading up the
using Feast of
Wukongs,
Souls.
waiting to pop it here. Wish is going to be helping him from the backline. The Flare's on top of the Underlord. They're going to take down Gunner. Now they're free for the taking. Fly going to get pushed inside the cog. The Black Hole from Fade with a fresh blink. He's got 3, but they needed some damage to follow up on it, but he's going to die to the Requiem instead, and Kopi is going to dive under the tower to take down the Clockwork. Sammy just playing the observer right now, keeping an eye open on the situation, but Wish has no mana. Sammy's low on HP, and they can't do much about it. Beautiful Black Hole, but nothing to follow up it on.
This is the trench never ends, friends. Okay, when Arteezy blinks past a tier 3 this morning and misses hook, when your Fade Enigma blinks in for a 3-hero black hole because they're a god, but there's no damage for the rest of your team. Those are just Dota things. You'll never get away from them, folks. That's the beautiful thing about Dota. Because damn, it looks sweet, but yeah, there's just nothing doing on that one.
Yeah, it's just a pure debate right there. Like, yep,
yeah.
he did the right move, but nobody else was willing to follow him.
Thus making it the wrong move. I mean, they don't
Yeah.
use so many of their spells. Like, Yuma actually putting points into Feast of Souls, by the way. So many Shadow Fiends have been ignoring the skill completely. But I saw it just go off in that fight when he got the first kill. It's like, oh, like actually using it.
Okay, Copy actually doesn't get his shield crash to connect because he lands on top of a cog, but doesn't matter. They will clean out Bignum. They can finish off this tower now.
Lead starting to develop here. Getting a good push on the map here with the Shadow Fiend draft.
You can't, like when you mentioned Feast of Souls, you can't actually use this ability too many times.
No, it's purely team fights. Because you really want to be ready. I mean, then again, I guess if you actually get your max up enough, maybe it's okay to use it between camps, but it's just not going to increase up your speed that much.
Yeah. Oh, Sammy, but he's in the low ground. Doesn't see Yuma, just walk into him right there. And now there's the backup coming out. The Wukongs is out there as well, but Sammy Boy's dead. That was way too optimistic for the Monkey King to actually think he could stand his ground versus so many heroes, and of course with the Underlord right next to him. Goodbye right-click damage.
He also went like the one way that got him caught too. I feel like if because he's thinking like, to safety, like to where my team can be, to the tower, but
Yeah.
they're all just trailing behind him. So, and the Shard not going to save you on that one. So, back and out, a huge kill for them because he is the one who's going to be winning these big team fights. Them, and he wants this Gleipnir into BKB engagement to finally be the thing that kind of evens this one back out. But they lose that, and now this is a Shadow Fiend at level 16. He's going straight in there for that Roche. Easy Aegis, drop that on Yuma. Probably has Blink and a Haste Rune and halfway to his Aghanim Scepter. This is everything going for Nouns. This is exactly what they wanted in this draft. And now we're getting into Blink BKB territory for the Enigma. If you want to win a team fight.
Yeah, they're in a very good position here on the side of Nouns, getting all the items that they need to start to be super active around the map, and their team fight just looks a tad bit stronger. But then again, Fade, like you said, could be the great equalizer. Just need to, get everybody to stack up like that's going to happen. Maybe even big.
Yeah, I mean, the cogs they're a giant vacuum. It'll definitely help.
Cost playing a
Ridiculous
Darkseer in a way.
It's serious. It is though. Like
It is?
It's crazy how much distance you can pull people in from. Ooh, Fly gets the free shard. That feels so good on Tree because that means you actually get Blink at a decent time.
A lot of money
Dream
saved.
case.
Just 200 gold short for that. We're going to see some overgrowths. Potentially even just a Shadow Fiend waltzing in and drop that Requiem on targets that are stationary. That's the dream, right?
Yep.
They don't exactly have BKBs. They have 1/4 step. It's on the clockwork. Can save one hero. Yeah, okay. You can save one hero. Who it is? Who is it, Trent?
Oh wait, what happened? Oh, never. Oh my God, how did Cubby get that farmed? Holy, did he get all the gold in that last fight? I didn't even realize.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He must have gotten so much gold. Like
Rich
he was
boys.
halfway to eggs at the Roche, wasn't he? Am I crazy?
Something like that, yeah.
How does he have eggs and? Oh, because he just assembled his Echo Saber.
I don't know. Now they're going to
I was
find
losing my
Sammy
mind.
Boy. Just like in Game 2, when things started to look grim, it started off by finding the Broodmother. Now they find the Monkey King first here. Cutting down the trees. That's the Fiend's Gate play.
There it is. I mean, that's the issue. I said it would happen. I said they would counterpick Monkey King. And I said he would get gated. And thus it is. Yeah, so he just doubled his Echo Saber for the eggs, and then he'll probably just reassemble it in a second. So, there you go. That's why my brain was melting, because it's a Pangolier. Sorry, guys, I don't have Echo Saber Pango quite yet into my brain Rolodex. It takes a while to build up these functions in there.
Big Num trying to go for the escape here. Copy trying to kill him before he teleports out. It's a close call. Just 200 HP remaining on Big Num. Nice 1,300 damage burst there from the Pango. Fade farming on the other side of the map. Black Hole is available. And actually gone for the Eidolon attack speed talent. Above 50 pure damage per second.
Radiant's top tower is under
I'm going
attack.
to say I don't like this.
I don't know. They're pretty crazy. Yeah, adds up pretty fast. The attack speed for farming and stuff, pushing out waves. How often are you using Black Hole?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it is the way to go. Like 64% of people are picking up the Eidolon attack speed, but I'm not a fan. That's just my personal take.
Oh,
Overgrowth is going to be a miss, though.
That was insane.
That was the blink reveal, too.
He
Oh,
had
well.
no vision, right? Like that was just pure instinct.
Yep, that was an instinct play. He's around here somewhere, but I'm going to get caught by that.
Gotta be pissed off, yeah. I mean, Gunner, get flared here. He's
Portal
acting
is
brave.
Drop down as well. Get their reinforcements back into this one as well as the gyrocopter down to 700. Melting inside the Pit of Malice. And the route to another route.
Hyping these creeps, send them to the high ground. Quick, where's the banner? If only we had Roshan's banner.
That's the one thing that we need here. They did drop the Shadow Fiend down to over half. 50 seconds with that Aegis. Will not get to pop it, but I guess they're happy they don't have to use that Aegis for that push. They'll get a chunk of damage to that tier 3. It's a start.
Yuma's BKB will be the deciding factor for sure. Like, does he get it off before the black hole? Does he get targeted during it? And just get nuked down? Obviously, they also just don't want to fight the Aegis purely because their whole fight is based off of black hole, so you really want to avoid the Aegis as much as possible, so it's a good job that they cleared out these waves, and will get their fight with no Aegis here.
Yeah.
And then it comes, like, with the Nimbus from Wish, they can definitely win this fight.
You definitely can. And also, like, with the Ags lined up on the Enigma, that's going to take a while to get there. But all that extra HP built on a lot of heroes, like with the Ags Black Hole, you do a very nice amount of damage. I'll say it nice. I'll make a very nice amount of damage. But it's not necessarily enough to just kill them off right off the bat. Because Shadow Fiends these days, you know, they're not these 2k HP glass cannons. This guy's already got 3k built up here. Oh, Fly going in. Found Fake Numb. Fade's also right next to him. The Eidolons are there to help him out with the Nimbus. They got the bubble save, but the Nimbus is probably going to finish him all. The Black Hole's there as well, and it doesn't catch Yuma. And it doesn't catch Gunner either. And now it's gone. Oh, Apex. A bit optimistic there again with trying to kill off the Shadow Fiend there, but no, he's not in it. Now Copy, he's chasing Wish, and that's good night for Zeus. I think it's all coming apart now.
Yikes. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. That's insane on Pango.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's crazy. Oh, that's so powerful.
80% base damage amp on your Rolling Thunder doing physical damage. Yeah, okay, get out of here.
That's crazy. 711 damage Rolling Thunders.
Sammy
He's
Boy.
got 9 armor.
He's trying to get something done here. He pops his Smoke Wukongs and his BKB, and they just force staff themselves out. That's really looking rough for Apex now.
Oh, guys. Pango's never leaving.
I don't think so either.
We're destined to have Pango forever in the pro scene.
No need to change. I mean, try to repair something that's not broken, right? But they just made him better. They literally just made him better. That's how I feel. Seeing that, like how quickly that Zeus that's a 2k HP Zeus. Usually a Rolling Thunder is there for disruption, and you have to use the full duration to try to get something done. But he killed him during the Rolling Thunder.
Imagine not solo killing with Rolling Thunder. Couldn't be me.
Question is it stronger than the Murata carry?
Yeah, I would say times 100.
Definitely is. Oh, Big Nub's phone just went off where he had his camera. It's unlucky. Apex trying to, you know, fight for their lives to get to the next round of the upper bracket, but they have been cursed by cameras.
That has been an issue, yeah.
I mean, I was also cursed by my camera when we were starting this whole run. It's a bit unfortunate. Pango going for Radiance. Hell, why not? Do it. Do what you want.
Kind of Radiance?
He's got a Radiance lined up on Pango. Is he for real?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's big damage. It's total attack damage, right? On Rolling Thunder. So there you go. Big damage. A little bit of mischance. Kind of funny versus the Monkey King. Monkey King is having a not so funny time. Oh, wait. The Atlas. He jumped.
King is going down yet again.
Oh, I feel better already.
Gunnar is getting his tips. He's bringing in the troops again with the Fiend's Gate. Everybody get to collide. It's even better than the Recall. Recall was just one hero for the Storm Spirit. Now they're bringing in the whole team.
So I missed it. I assume he got gated again. I think he did.
It was. I
started with a
think it was
stun.
close enough. Yeah, I think it was close enough. But he died in the Pit of Malice in the end. The Edge almost gets to walk away. Now Yuma's in your base, wreaking havoc. Not even bothered with the melee racks. He's just going to focus on the next set.
Copy's just killing people, you know. Has a mega kill streak now.
Kill with the Rolling Thunder. And he's got his money for the Radiance too. He wants to. Pretty
Man, this
rough
Pango went
ending.
crazy. Like, the solo kills onto the Zeus, the good lane versus the Zeus, the early rotations, kind of risky, some of them, like hiding behind that tier 1 tower up top, but they all just wanted to disrupt and make space for Yuma, and I mean, he's 8-2-8. This is the Shadow Fiend draft that they were hoping for. And the Hail Mary play of the Enigma just has not paid off.
It has not.
It is still their one hope, but it's a very, 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 very small one.
Yeah, at least on the positive side, there's less buildings to defend now in the base of Apex Genesis. But you are right, like it really has been absent so far. The defense of Apex, the hunger, the will to win. We've only seen Nouns. For the second game in a row, it feels like there's just one team on the server right now, and it is Nouns. They have rendered Apex Genesis pretty much defenseless.
Yeah, such a good start, too. Coming to game 1, doing so well, but yeah, I think Nouns got their number at this point. Again, I don't know, kind of like Grin in our first series of the day, where they didn't win versus Shopify, but they showed some promise. So I hope that going to lower bracket helps them. And same thing here for Apex if they can't pull this one back. But you know, I might be speaking too soon because they're trying to set up one last ride. Paul Walker on the Enigma, coming in. Vin Diesel on the Monkey King. Can they do it?
Gotta be careful about who they jump on. They found the Shadow Fiend in the front. That's your call, and he dodges the stun. Unbelievable. Yuma's actually gonna get a wave out of that one.
Oh my God! You think he had mischief? He's the sneaky one. Oh, he got it again!
Oh no! Sammy boy, get out of there! Gunnar is really playing mind tricks on him. He's waiting at the other end of the portal. Like, when do I go in? Okay, he's channeling in now. There's Gunnar.
All right,
Right.
come on, Fade.
There we go. Zeus ulti is popped. Copy rolling in. They got Yuma caught. Fade's trying to get there, but Copy's in between. And he's going to kill this Enigma before he gets even close. He drops the Black Hole. It's on to Gunnar. He cannot get to the Shadow Fiend in time. Requiem comes out from Yuma. He's already disengaged with the Ogre Seal Totem, and he's coming in for round number 2 with his BKB up and running. Speed's going to take a bit of a pummeling here. Fade is down. Big Nub's down. Speed is gone. And Sammy Boy's just watching from a distance. He'll get a kill. Outcast himself with the shard in, but quickly zaps out with the tree dance. 3 for 1.
Radiant are scared.
not the glorious game winner they are hoping for, unfortunately. But,
All of
hey,
their
Sammy Boy
smokes.
got a lot.
All of their smokes were popping, and Enigma was just scouted, and Copy knew exactly where to go. It was like, I'm following this guy. So with that, well, Sammy Boy just wanted a tier 1 tower. He'll get that tier 1 tower. But now he has to face a 1v2. A lot of shield noise is coming out from Copy. Another bubble there from Lelis with the blink in forward. Catches the Monkey King. And Sammy Boy, he will die to his own illusions.
Yeah, he was like trying to just make space, get something done, try and pull some people around, and then hopefully he can escape on a boundless strike. But like, he knows you have to make some crazy plays right now.
Yeah, you have to. Gotta try and get on the board somehow. All right, one more lane of racks to take for the Mega Creeps, or 2 more tier 4 towers. Just get everything if they want to. They've got the presence of the Dark Lord. I'm just gonna march in. Holding on to that Aegis too. Push him out from the Nimbus. Here comes Copy. And there's also the Fiend's Gate. Gunner is brought in. He is that Underlord with a Basher, by the way. So it's just going to first hit bash the Gyrocopter right away. While Copy just kills off Wish. Sammy has the buyback. They're having trouble cleaning out the Necronomicon units. He's coming in with the buyback as well. Gyro does show up. They're going to give at least an attempt on Gunner. Good hook shot from Bignum. 2 heroes trapped inside. Is the Wukong's going to be enough? Fade needs 25 seconds for a black hole. Yuma stunned up, but that Aegis just doesn't evaporate from Yuma's inventory. And Wish just died back. Pango sniping the back line. Mid traded. Sammy getting a lot of money for that kill. And it's all down to just 1 melee racks right now. Fade. 6 seconds for the black hole. You can still do it, you know. You can still do it.
So much gold for Monkey King. All right. They do see him.
Is this a setup? They're waiting for it. They're waiting for the call to go in.
I mean, they have to get the Aegis first, like, surely, right? But even then, there's going to be a save, right? Like, there's Tree and there's Shadow Demon here, so...
Too many problems for this Enigma to face. Again, it's the same setup again. Yuma's already regenerated. He's got 4,000 HP. To disseminate, giving him a nice extra. At 600 HP that Lelis can give to Shadow Fiend for free.
Bignum's thinking about it. He's trying to create some sort of a vacuum setup.
SF Daedalus now. There's the portal. Oh, they caught Fade as well. And there's the hook shot. Yuma, nice Manta dodge there at the same time. There's the stun out coming out. Fade. The bubble is there. They're still trying to get through the first life of this Shadow Fiend. Sammy Boy finding all that he has, all the strength that he can muster. And yet it's still not enough. The high ground misses, but Lelis gets the poison to kill off Speed. Speed coming in with the buyback. Still no spot for the black hole. I think at this point it's pretty much just a desperation ulti. Fade wants to go in, but still 1 minute 40 seconds of Aegis, and Yuma continues to regenerate. Siege has been going on for so long, but that's Mega Creeps. The final big building is out of the way. Nouns, just a couple more steps, and they're through to the winner bracket final to face off against Shopify Rebellion. Their nemesis.
Let me throw a couple tips his way.
Might as well.
He's just playing it like you need to. Go ahead, do what you want. I got backup here. I'm unkillable. Living armor. Shadow Demon back there. Flare does catch them for the blink saves. That might actually get them the Aegis, but no.
Oh, the hook
overseal.
shot misses because of the bubble from Lelis. And there we go. The Aegis is down.
All right, where is he?
The Fiends get at the back. Copy's in it as well. He's looking for the Enigma. Where is Fade? Fade's in front of the fountain right now. He's in the well. There's the chance to maybe jump in. The 3 heroes are out there. But Sammy Boy's stuck in the roots. He's stuck in the roots. It's like, get me out of here. I'm stuck in a pit. This is a bottomless pit as well. And what happens in the end is there's the black hole, there's the bubble save, but what can you do? There's the bash to cancel it out. And that bash also leads Nouns to the winner bracket finals. The Ancient is destroyed and a 2-1 win. Nouns back-to-back victories despite having to play 3-map series yesterday and today.
Yeah, just getting their practice in on the patch. Obviously must be the plan here. So far, so good for them. And with a few hiccups and bumps in the road, we still managed to get what everyone expected. An upper bracket final between Shopify and Nouns.
Yeah, this is the classic at this point, right? I mean, I'd love to talk about that series matchup a lot more, but I think that's a story for another day, probably tomorrow. Apex Genesis started this series off strong, but I feel like you can't really blame fatigue on this either. Like, what? They looked so disarmed, outdrafted even, when you put it, when you talked about that Monkey King Underlord, and how we saw it actually work out in the game was exactly as you pictured it.
It can obviously do well in the matchup. There's a reason people go for it. It's just it has its own counterplay, and they did a great job of finding it. They put a lot of their hopes on this Monkey King, and they also weren't able to find a lot of successes of this Zeus. I think because of this Pango. Like, you didn't have this beat-up enemy mid-hero who, like, felt like they had to take some time to get back into the game, like so many heroes have to versus the Zeus, or they feel like, oh, I have to like target this Zeus down. Like, I gotta pick a hero who can jump him the whole time. We're just gonna lose. But this Pango, very good at the matchup, gets out of the lane well, and was really dedicated to making those early game rotations to help out the side lanes. Much like they played a Storm Spirit game before, this was just a Shadow Fiend game. Everything that they did was just based around Yuma.
It pretty much was. It was just a free game for Copy to do whatever he wants. He's surprised. Maybe wishes as well, like how strong this Pango actually can be. Because if he's dying in a Rolling Thunder, there's something scary about this hero. Bloody Man went for a Radiance. Like, it doesn't really change the whole picture of this game at all. If you pick up a Radiance, he could have gone for a Nullifier on this Pango if he wanted to. It would have still been the same story in this game. You're absolutely right. But Nouns taking the victory, marching on to the upper bracket finals for Shopify. And, you know, those two teams, they have a lot of history. It's going to be, of course, the highlight of the NA qualifiers. Are we going to see it once or are we going to see it twice? And Apex is going to have to march to the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off the winner of the Chapulines and the Hut, which is going to be played later on today with our first two teams dropping out of the qualifier. Who is your, what was it called? Not the shout-out player, the standout player.
Sorry, my standout player was who? Sorry?
I'm also wondering, like, who is your standout player?
Who's my standout player? I don't even know.
Is it the same with prediction? Is it same with production?
I would just have to choose Copy, of course.
Let's go with Copy. Let's go with Copy. You know, he gets to play the Pango the way he wanted to.
Yeah, no, I would have picked him anyway, definitely. The way he played in the mid lane, I think it's really important now versus the Zeus. We're finding some answers. And, yeah, it's Pango survives. Endangered species, my ass, because they keep trying to take this thing down. And the Pangolin just keeps on winning. So Pango win once more. And I'm just looking forward to it, right? Shopify Nouns, it's what we wanted to see. It's what we're all here for. Upsets are cool and all, but we can still get our upper bracket final, and then, like you said, see if we get the matchup twice, as we assume we will. But who knows? These other teams, they've shown a little bit of promise. Maybe they can just do something about that.
Well, storylines are still being built here in the TI qualifiers for North America, but it's time to head over to the third series after a break. It's going to be the Chapulines versus the Hut in the lower bracket, and our first team to get knocked out from the road to the International. That after the break, and see you guys in a moment.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American qualifier. Apologies for the delay that we had, but you know, it was for good reason. A player was stuck in traffic, and unfortunately, that does mean that, well, he got here on time. We're gonna watch some Dota. That's right. You thought we were gonna have a forfeited series, but he got here just in the nick of time, and we're actually gonna watch some Dota today. Between the Chapulines and the Hut, aka the Cut in reverse, aka somebody who's not very happy with the name, so they changed the name to the Hut. So Avery, welcome. We're gonna be casting some lower bracket Dota today. So while one of these teams did not forfeit right away, one of these teams is going to be out of the NA qualifier at the end of this series. We can go ahead and take a look at the bracket. We can see where these teams are currently sitting.
Only in North America will you maybe have a team that wishes they had forfeited before the day is over. We'll have to find out. There's been some beatdowns, but there's also been some closer series. I mean, Nouns 2-1 in both their series so far. Maybe they're looking a little shaky. Maybe some of these teams are surprising some people with how good they're able to take some games off. But we are here in the bottom of the lower bracket. This is where the dirt gets riled up. The mud gets flung around. These are some dirty matches right here. See who can scramble their way into some of those higher placements, higher potential. And
some street brawl Dota, is that what you're saying this
That's
is?
right. That's right. You know, there's no illusions down here in the bottom of an NA qualifier lower bracket, right? There's no illusions. There's no mystery. It's just what it is. You're banging it out, trying to get one more round if you can get it, trying to get your boy out of traffic so you can just play the match in the first place. It is what it is. And you got to take what's in front of you. You got to play the next game, and it's an all-out brawl fest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And fortunately, we are going to be heading into a draft here very shortly with the Chapulines, who were the team that were delayed for so long for. They are going to have a heavy penalty on draft time, but, you know, a little bit longer, and they would have had to forfeit the first game. But so you're going to see they have very little reserve time to be able to work with. But, you know, maybe they already have it all figured out. Hopefully they spend the four-man team that was sitting there waiting for him. Hopefully, you know, they put some of their heads together for a good draft.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do. We've all been there. We've all had our logistical difficulties. We've all had a little draft penalties in our time. Nothing Dota's unfamiliar with. So
yeah, you probably had one of the most infamous draft penalties.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that one. I still think I'm the only team to ever get one at TI, right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That's tough. That was tough. It is hard to draft with that little time. You definitely feel it. You wish you had another minute to think about something, and you don't, so you just have to kind of jam your picks. So they're going to be picking quick here. I mean, the way to do it is to pick really fast, really early, because you want to save that time for the later on when you have more information to go on, right?
Yeah.
The worst thing you can do is use up all your time in those early phases, even if you're not sure what you want, and then get to this last pick and have like 15 seconds, right? You're just like, yeah, what do we do? And that last pick becomes garbage. So, yeah, in this situation, you just got to save your time, try and manage it. But, I mean, they don't have a lot, so be tough out here.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces, Bandaway, Chen, Phoenix, Weaver. So the Chapulines take it away. Oh, the big supports of the patch, and we'll take I think one of the last remaining big supports of the patch. If the Hut takes Dark Willow, then I think that's kind of the top 5 most picked, most played supports. Meanwhile, the Hut take out some pretty integral cores, Templar Assassin, Storm Spirit. Those two have been definitely dominating the patch. They go for something a little different here, the Witch Doctor, which is perhaps a little bit of new meta, as I've seen a lot of people playing around with the Voodoo Festeration. Definitely an NA fixation, I believe.
10 seconds remaining.
It is definitely a cheese hero, though I do think it's kind of just an okay support, too. If you don't want to try and run him like some core Festeration style, which is probably an option. He just seems solid right now. Like he gets a lot of extra gold off this little, you know, totem, and then it just pumps him to some next item in the mid game, and he just ends up having an extra 1,000 gold randomly, and it's pretty annoying. And at some point, this heal adds up in the fight. If you don't have burst damage or you don't have a good physical damage lineup, this hero kind of ruins certain spellcasters. He's impressed me lately, so I'm not surprised to see this hero first faced here. I'm not sure he's a first pick hero, but can't really go wrong with the Docta. And I mean, those two other supports that were left in the pool, I guess, were the Dark Willow and the Rubik that we've seen, especially as answers to the clock. But opting not to go for the Rubik here, though could still take it out of phase if they really want to. Either team, honestly. Would not be surprised to see Rubik in this game, considering these supports also just lend themselves to that kind of game.
Razor Ursa gonna be the last ban before we get into our next round of picks. We can actually see some real heroes coming in. Tiny flex pick could be our 4 position, could be a 1. We'll see which one's favorite here. I feel like the Tiny carry has fallen off quite a bit from the start of the patch.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's just like it's too volatile. I think people aren't sure of the scaling. I think is the biggest issue. Like, you kind of have to win with his timings, that 5 slot, 4 slot territory, second, third Roche. If it goes later, it gets kind of weird, but the hero kind of wants to go later too. Like, I feel like teams have a hard time ending the game at that point, so I feel like a lot of teams just aren't really confident with when to win with this hero. And he hasn't looked great on mid, so you can just play him 4. I think that's always fine. Just good spells, good stuns, good damage. I think that's where he's going to end up here. No, they did ban Ursa, which could be like an anti-carry tiny ban. Wouldn't put it past him. Though it is also just a good hero versus the Witch Doctor, but I don't know if you're banning for Witch Doctor. That seems a little greedy.
Hey,
we'll
there
grab
she
the Dark
is.
Willow. Yeah, second. So take that over the Rubik. Looks like a little better of a game for it. I would agree with that. Kind of a nicer combination with Clock too, because you already have a guy who can go in, create some disruption, lock some heroes in an area, and then just throw all your AoE nonsense down. Clock also gives you the BKB Pierce, which is pretty much the only part of Dark Willow's kit you lack. So these heroes have a lot to offer at almost every point in the game. They're pretty fast in the early game. They scale really well. They give you a lot of team fight, vision, BKB stun, initiation. I mean, there's pretty much nothing you're missing outside of maybe sustain or like some buffs for the team.
All right, time for the Hut to start revealing some cores here. What do you like against Wind Ranger?
Purges, heroes that buy Yules, just like super high early spell damage to ruin his game.
So
Like, I think like
Mars,
Void Spirit,
Brewmaster.
Leshrac. Yeah, in the offlane, most of these tanky boys do fine.
Oh, it
Mirana's
looks like
actually
they're
not bad versus that hero either.
yeah. Well, we have seen one carry Mirana so far in this qualifier. It was not from the Hut. So I guess there is still a possibility of flex. Though I think it's more likely it's support. This is another NA fixation that I wonder if will spread to some of the other regions. A lot more people doing this solar flare deal, really valuing it, and I don't know, maybe it makes certain heroes more viable, like the tiny carry in this case.
I mean, the spell is broken on paper for sure. It's just really hard to tell its impact because you just don't see it. It's just so annoying, but
It's also one of those ramp up abilities, like you remember old school
Yeah.
Dazzle Weave, right? That was an ability
similar.
that was AoE minus armor, AoE plus armor, but it was only impactful like 10 seconds in, right? And it was really hard to use correctly.
I mean, this thing does have a decent duration on it now. I don't know, man. The invis is just so good too. I almost feel bad that you don't have the invis in some of these games for some of the fight setup, because sometimes just having the guy who can get in a little closer without being seen and get the initiation, or the guy who escapes on the back line, is worth more than all that damage buff.
Yep.
Because competitive games just come down to like who sees who and who jumps who more than if you have another 40 base damage, you know, most of the time. But obviously it can also be really powerful if you're snowballing, you're ahead, can make those team fights just that much harder. If you have a bunch of like semi carries, I think it's better. Like I think if you're playing these hard carries, it's almost irrelevant because your hard carries either carrying the fight or not. But if you have like 2 or 3 right click semi carries like DK, you know, Marana Core, Wind Ranger, like even some of these mid heroes like Puck or Storm might, you know, if you have like 2 or 3 of those on a team and then you Solar Flare everybody, I think that's how you get the most out of it. You turn all these semi carries into harder versions of themselves. That's where I like it best. So they could do that here. They could get another semi carry, play Marana carry, DK in one of those other lanes and get another dude. And go the Solar Flare route. They could also just go the Invis route, play carry Tiny. I'll have to see what they commit to here. Banning Doom and Timber for this DK. Perhaps for the Tiny core as well.
10 seconds.
The Timber ban would indicate that it is a Tiny DK dual core here.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you want last to try and deal?
Radiant team
Potential safe lane Tiny with an offlaner. Underlord looks juicy, but we've been seeing that hero a bit.
Saw last game
Kinda want an
against
orb.
against a Monkey King for the global ability to cut down trees.
But I think it looks good here just to defend the towers, give you a frontliner. You have a lot of backliners right now and a lot of damage, but you need a frontliner with some aura and some stopping power. Somebody who might not care about the Witch Doctor Maledict if that comes into play as much. So there's like Tide as well, but okay, Dawnbreaker.
Not a frontliner per se.
Yeah, that's the weird part about it. I mean, you can play this hero as a frontliner, but then you just lose all ult value.
Yeah.
It is good with Zeus. Like Zeus can maybe do a little bit more frontlining now if you back up with the ult, but that combo is nice. I don't know. It just feels like they didn't need the Dawnbreaker here, you know, in a way. But I guess if you're feeling that the HUD have to commit in like the DK blink or Tiny going in and then arrow follow up and you Dawnbreaker ult, turn that fight around, what do they have left? A decent argument. Nyx Assassin, holy smokes.
So an attempt to counter the Dawnbreaker and her ultimate with the Spike Carapace, which is very hard counter, and then good against Zeus.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, you do get rid of that global ultimate for sure. Does it fit with their lineup at all though? I don't know, man. It's like a weird last pick because you're really just debilitating this Dawnbreaker ult, but I don't think the Dawnbreaker ult was that big a concern in the first place. Like,
Yeah.
was that the spell you needed to get rid of here? You're like, we can't play into, you know, this global save on the Zeus or something. I don't feel like you were too worried about it. You even have some clump punish with like a cask or an avalanche.
Mhm.
You're just gonna push towers too with this Dragon Knight. Curious pick, but B-God's feeling it. He's feeling it. Do get some extra mana burn value here if he's gonna go that, but it looks like he's opting for the Scuttle. It will be Solar Flare, and it is gonna be the Voodoo Festoration.
That's right.
Oh boy.
That's what
That Witch Doctor.
everybody's doing nowadays, whether it's
He's
support or core. People are choosing to fester.
I mean, this is core Witch Doctor.
Yep.
So the issue with core Witch Doctor here is you're against, I'm assuming, the safe lane Wind Ranger, which means you're against like a ranged core. I don't think this hero does as well against ranged cores with the Festoration build. I think ideally you want to make sure you're in a lane with a melee hero and you can just have the capability of like casking him into just running on top of him.
Yeah.
And just killing him outright. I think it's when it looks the best. So I'm curious how this lane's going to go where he doesn't have that straightforward gameplay. Like, how strong is this Festoration at just maybe pushing in the wave or maybe just scaling into the mid-game fights? Maybe you don't care about the lane with this hero, but I have a hard time imagining that's true. I feel like this is one of the heroes you definitely care about how your first 10 minutes goes.
Yes, for sure. But I think it's pretty hard to lose the lane, frankly, with the Voodoo Festoration. I think it's just like way too good of a trading ability. But we'll see what happens as we get into the game one of the Chapelinas versus the Hut. And we are going to start off with some 5-man smokes on both sides. Teams trying to get their wards down, but the Hut is actually not trying to get vision down, and they'll place some wards, but they're seeing if they could do the long wraparound here to catch somebody out in the safe lane. Now, they're not going to run into anybody here. I'm not sure what Dark Willow's up to. Late to the party, I guess. Still on the Radiant base. Taking a little time to join his team.
I mean, he's stuck in traffic, so we'll give him...
That was indeed
Give
the
him an
player who was
excuse
stuck
here.
in traffic, true. So,
I mean, the Hut have 5 stuns here, so they want to fight on the runes. Like, you got 5 stuns, you're happy to take any sort of engagement, I think. You're pretty much guaranteed to get the first blood if you run into anybody. So this is not really a smoke that you want to run into.
well, it's 4 stuns because they're going to Voodoo Festoration, of course.
Sure. I mean, sure, whatever. I mean, it only really takes 3. If you have 3, it's like guaranteed first blood.
Yeah.
There's not much in the game that out trades it, especially when you have Avalanche potential. But yeah, technically, this Tiny doesn't want to take Avalanche, and this Witch Doctor doesn't want to take Cask. DK doesn't necessarily want to take stuns, so I guess you're not leveling everything here for sure. Probably gonna get a deep ward out. Maybe look for some courier kills as well. No, wait, where did their wards go? There's one on the courier. Okay, so there's this cliff ward, and then the other one's on the DK courier going mid. Kind of interesting. They didn't want to show it, I guess.
Mm.
So no courier killing. Be happy in this lane, but I feel like that is something you look for with the Nyx, because this hero is just not that good on the lane.
Yeah, I mean, especially now you are even more incentivized to play in the jungle with Mind Flare and just taking a last hit on one of these neutrals every 13 seconds. Heavy cost in mana, though. I haven't gotten a chance to play the new Nyx Assassin yet, but I have to imagine that you do run into some mana issues for sure. I mean, he's already got a clarity.
I mean, it's always worth it if you have nothing better to do, which usually is the case. It's honestly better in like the mid game, because you just run around and you just kill like 2 or 3 creeps, go invis, kill somebody, kill 2 or 3 creeps, right? And you have the mana regen at that point. I feel like it feels better at that point. I think this hero's early game, I think, is just atrocious. Like, if you're a team and you're playing against Nyx, your goal should just be to give him nothing and he will get nothing. And then he'll just be pretty sad because he just doesn't do damage. The hero's like early game just feels so bad right now because his spells don't do nearly as much damage as they used to. His solo kill pickoff isn't nearly as good as it used to be. I almost think this hero's supposed to be played more for his stuns again than for the pickoff. Like
Sure,
we
I
saw
like
Puppy
that.
played in that EWC qualifier where he went all the stun talents and 4-1-4 or something.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, like maxing his mana flare, especially when that mana burn talent just isn't even that good in a lot of situations. So you're taking the scuttle here, and then it just makes his mind flare even worse. It just feels way worse than the old one. So I don't know. I have big doubts about this hero. I played him a little bit and did not feel good in terms of my intuition read of it. But he still does similar things, past 30 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, apparently we're going to need a little bit more time for Xcarrot to get out of traffic here.
Wait for it.
I do like Satoshi took the Dawnbreaker, the Solar Charge talent, which I think a lot of people tried to make a big deal out of the Gleaming Hammer, which she throws the hammer, and then in an AoE around the hammer, it does a Solar Guardian effect and a much smaller AoE, and people got really hyped up about like what you could do with that, with like Aghanim Scepter and stuff like that. But I found just playing Solar Charged and just having my abilities off cooldown more often. I mean, you were talking about like stats yesterday, right? Like the smaller facets, the not as impactful ones on like, oh, this is really cool. Look at all these things you could do. Sometimes it's just like extra stats go a long way. So in this case, this is just extra cooldown reduction, right? So your Solar Guardian is up far more often if you're just banging away at creeps all the time. And I feel like that's pretty impactful.
I mean, cooldown reduction is never bad. Cooldown reduction is one of the most broken stats in Dota. Though this one, I guess, isn't strict cooldown reduction because it's not guaranteed to just be, you know, lowering your spells in a fight if you're not actually hitting anything. But it's definitely pretty good. I am intrigued by this facet. Also, going back to our original discussion, I just want to finish that off. Nyx has to have like the worst innate in the game right now. This is another thing that feels really bad about this innate is absolute trash. Like, okay, maybe it comes into play once in like 1,000 games and it just wins you that game. The ceiling is potentially really high. I don't know, but like, come on, dude. Like, you read this innate, give me a break. There's no way this is an actual innate.
I've never seen it actually do anything. Because, like, I mean, like 70% of the games you play, there's just straight up not going to be an invis hero or an invis item.
Yes, there's very few instances where you as a Nyx encounter an invis hero, right? And the situations where you do are generally not good for you. So 400 range isn't doing, like, 400 range isn't doing anything to Bounty Hunter who tracks you on a sentry, or Ricky who leaps on you and silences you, right? Like, how is this an 8 in the game, actually? It's pissing me off reading it, but that's my...
do you think it would be broken if Nyx Assassin could see wards, but he had to be, like, right on top of them, so he couldn't, like, see up cliffs?
Yeah, that may be broken, but all I know is this innate is broken bad. So the second they give him anything useful,
I'm just looking for ways to improve it, right? Because part of the problem is it's just not useful in 70% of games at all.
I think I would take literally any other innate in the game or any neutral ability. I would take like prospecting aura over this innate in a heartbeat. It's not even close. So like, I don't know. This is just an embarrassing innate, and I think it's also something that holds him back because in a patch where we're talking about a lot of these facets and innates, making these heroes way more viable. If yours is bad, it feels like you're just like losing 4 or 5% win rate. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm just missing a skill. Everybody else starts with 2 or 3. I start with 1. Feels bad, man. You know, some of these heroes are literally just starting with extra spells. This guy starts with placeholder X. They forgot to update for the patch. Like
placeholder X.
It's like a placeholder or whatever.
Well, we saw a little bit of the Festeration already come into play. He actually went Maledict. But we see every single time the Clockwork tries to get in here, the Festeration, Voodoo Festeration gets turned on, so he's doing damage over time. He's doing 30 damage over time, like we see there. And he's also healing himself for half that value. So he's getting 15 HP while doing 30 damage over time. And that's just like way too hard for any melee hero to trade off. And the AoE is also big enough that many ranged heroes will end up in the range. You have to like actually keep your full 600 range in order to stay out of it. So it is definitely a lane winning ability, as we see there, getting the first blood for KK.
A lot of extra gold in his pocket. Push him towards a fast Urn here, so if they can get the next kill with the Urn, then they're really rolling in this lane. As Old White is getting beat up mid, man. Should end up surviving here, but Dragon Knight not having a fun time early. And it's the Dawnbreaker who's at the top of the charts, man.
Another kill. Clockwork just cannot make these trades work, man. I'm telling you. Stop. Stop trying to fight the Festering. It's not gonna go well, man. They're gonna try and chase down the win ranger. Damage over time by existing. KK gets the double kill.
The Doctor's too powerful, man. Gotta ban this hero. Broken. That's what I've learned today. I mean, this spell is ridiculous. Like, there's no way to really trade into it. You have to all in the hero, basically, which few lanes can do. That said, though, I think they could have just farmed on this lane. Like, I don't know if there was that much aggressive potential. Right? What are they gonna do? Impale you into Fester you? They're not gonna kill you. You just play under your tower and farm it up.
Yep. Well, they certainly could have just farmed away, but now they've lost the lane to a point where you have Urn on Witch Doctor, and you're diving. Level 2 Maledict plus Urn plus Voodoo Festeration. Trapped by the Golems. The Golems betray East, and he's gonna dive. He stays in range, and he does. God. Could not get out of the Fester in time. And KK turns that Urn right back around on Hiroko now, so they're gonna try and dive him. They cancel the TP from earlier. B got stuck inside the tower range, but fortunately the creeps come to the rescue, tank the aggro for him as he passes it off, and I mean, this off lane is just absolutely dominating at this point.
I mean, that was the second you gave those urn charges, you're just in so much trouble. Yeah, I just don't think they played that lane well. I think that is a hard lane to dive if you just maintain your resources.
Nice
playing
toss
all the
back.
tower.
Satoshi's going to take one tower shot, so unfortunately the melee creeps were a little too fast. Maybe we got it on the range creep. Maybe could have gotten a kill out of the situation, but no.
I mean, this man's he's CS in a storm up here, man. Especially versus Tiny. 32 and 5. That is near perfect CS for the first 5 minutes. Kind of absurd. Like he's almost on par net worth wise with the Witch Doctor, who is 4-0. So definitely putting in some work up here with this Dawnbreaker. Should have a fast level 6, especially if he gets a little more solo XP because he's strong enough to stay on his own. Though there is some all-in potential. Pretty tanky. He might go for it. Yeah.
One more hit. Oh, wait. Add a little bit more wand charges. So Satoshi gets into the trees. Dora's going to try and chase him down. They're also diving at the bottom lane at the same time. Satoshi, he'll get away, but Hiroku will not. The Witch Doctor strikes again solo. Man, he's just running down these fools. It just doesn't stop. And there he goes.
Damn.
He's like a big wave under tower. It's a level 3 Wind Ranger. She's in range of the Fester.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower.
mean, the AoE on this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Say that.
she's in range. She's dead. Maybe this wind run gets her out of range again, but it's gonna be close. No, he's still in range. He can't get away. The golems go for the deny. He can't get that
This
either.
is the stupidest death I've ever seen.
He still has mana. He's running out of mana. Okay, he gets Cogs burn. He has no more mana to work with. He does still have urn charges. He throws that over the clockwork. Now he's out of urn charges because of that. But mana boots already achieved, and 1,300 gold. This man is rich.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I hit this far ahead. I feel like you just finished Vessel. Is what he's supposed to do. He's thinking about the Veil here. I honestly think when you're having this good a game, you just get early Vessel. It's just mega GG. Spell does that item just does way too much damage.
Isn't Vessel like kind of prohibitively expensive and not that valuable early on? Like the gold investment you put into upgrading the item, it's not as effective early, right?
I mean, that thing does a lot of damage. I feel like if you maledict somebody and you Vessel them, they're just dead. Like, it also makes you tankier. I don't know, he could just go Dagon on us. I actually think he could have gone Dagon or like Meteor Hammer or something, because Hammer is actually quite good on this hero for the regen.
I mean, I don't disagree with Hammer, but I do think I think Veil is the correct build, because you're eventually going to want Shivas, and Veil is also going to make you tankier, right? Gives you decent stats.
Just
Found the
Talon's dead.
clockwork. Dead. Oh my god, Dawnbreaker actually popped the ultimate for that. That is not good. It's a level 6 Nyx assassin. They're gonna get hit by the Vendetta. He tries to body block him. Doesn't quite work. Actually dies in the process. Missed out on the Maledict. That's gonna make things a little awkward here. But Satoshi, oh wait, he's gonna go for the Wind Ranger. Instead, he ignores the Dawnbreaker. Is he gonna miss out on both kills because of this? The Maledict
Is under attack.
does not do enough damage. Both heroes survive on like 20 HP. KK gets way too greedy with it. Tries to pick up 2 kills and misses both.
Yeah, why didn't he just burn the Dawn?
I don't.
It just showed mercy. He says, I'm so far ahead, I don't need it. This game is already over. I do not need extra kills. Too powerful.
Look at these 2 supports trying to fight him. You fools! Stop trying to fight the Witch Doctor. How many times must you make this mistake?
I mean, at some point, you gotta kill this guy.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is out of control.
I mean, yeah, but you gotta do it with the Zeus. But the Zeus doesn't have any levels of lightning bolt, so he doesn't really bring any burst damage to the table.
Radiant's middle tower is
I
under
mean, honestly, all 3 of your lanes just like collapsed in the last minute or 2 here, so you're kind of screwed on the map, which means you kind of just have to bring numbers somewhere, kill somebody.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not this Witch Doctor, maybe it's this Dragon Knight or whatever, but you don't do it fast, you're just going to have no towers left. Well, Satoshi's dead.
Yep, Satoshi's dead, and this Wind Ranger is currently being stalked by a Nyx assassin. He throws out the power shot. He's gonna get Spike Carapace Vendetta'd. Or maybe it's... Oh, there it is! Oh, there it is! It happens! It happens just as you expected it to. The power shot finally comes out right as he did the Vendetta hit, so it really was the perfect timing.
Yeah, this game just got out of control, man. There's too much tower pressure on all the lanes. Not enough heroes that can stand against it. Lanes went way too poorly. Too many feeds bottom. Witch Doctor's out of control. Dragon Knight has free tower pressure mid because no one can help the Zeus respond to him.
So
Just a
one
disaster.
quick thing about the Witch Doctor for those guys who are watching this and like, damn, I'm gonna play this. So if you click on him, notice he's got its fairy trinkets in his backpack. You can actually put the Gree in your regular inventory spot and have the fairy's trinket actually activated. And that applies to any of these facets where you get the extra neutral item. So if you're talking about the Warlock with the Black Grimoire, I don't know who else has one, but you can put it in your inventory, which is very often the best case because you're not going to fill out all your slots early. So, and you want the neutral item. So do that. Don't make this mistake that KK's making, which I'm sure he knows. He just probably had it delivered and forgot about it. Arrow's going to miss. Door going to be a little bit off the mark there. Dawnbreaker's going to come in. Never mind. Dawnbreaker is going to get stunned by Spike Carapace. There's the counter that we were talking about. And these guys are way too deep. This has got to be punished. I mean, this can't be allowed. Another missed stun there. KK being targeted now. Needs some help. Old White's going to come in, try and lend him a hand, but they cannot split the damage enough. Satoshi's going to die, but the Witch Doctor getting traded out is well worth it. As Chabelitas finally able to strike back, might be able to kill Old White here as well, thanks to the Arcane Rune from the Zeus, making it a little bit easier. He does get kills on the way out. That's the disappointing part. The Witch Doctor got a kill, and the Dragon Knight got a kill. Despite them being behind tier 2 and being outnumbered, outgunned every which way, they still managed to get something.
Huge Arcane Rune on the Zeus. No way you get that fight without it. Oh, but he dies.
Oh, he still died! The double Starstorm, one of the hits was blocked by Infused Raindrops. The second one, though, comes in combined with the extra right clicks.
Well, so much for that fight. It was pretty good still, but gave a lot back to this Mirana. He's now almost level 7 himself. And of course, Tiny was just farming that whole time. But did get the Witch Doctor. How much was that kill worth? That one was worth only 1,200.
1,212 minutes. That's something. Dawnbreaker's gonna get caught trying to farm up over here. Terrorize goes out, might just save Satoshi here and put these heroes in a bad spot. Xcaret comes in, managed to kill the Nyx assassin. Looks like there's too much backup. Baruko's here now with the Zeus nearby. If he could just keep these heroes in place, the Zeus can kill him eventually. Wind Ranger coming in for the extra damage as well. The Dragon Knight very dead. So Chapelinos once again just bringing a lot of members to this part of the jungle area and get a lot of kills for it. They get 1 for 3 there. Witch Doctor walking in. Dawnbreaker ultimate going off. He's going to be outside of the stone. Runs into a bramble. He's dead as well. Big throws happening here as the hut cannot just stop feeding.
Not respecting the 5-man at all. Just going in one by one by one. No real concerted effort to fight. I mean, you win those fights if you bring everybody. Maybe not respecting the damage output that Zeus is bringing to the table right now. Doing some work. 2 back-to-back fights with over 2,500 damage each. That's one way to get back in the game. It should get them that other Wisdom Rune as well. Nice sequence. Amp damage rune done or amp damage on the Zeus with Phylactery done. So now he's ready for the next fight too. Gonna pick up a Wisdom Rune on top of it. This Zeus is doing some work right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be level 12. There's a reason we see this hero first phase. Do not want to fight this hero early if you're not going on him. But is that a Shiva's? What in God's name?
Yeah.
What kind of timing
Shiva.
is that, bro? Yeah, but he's so farmed. Like, how do you have a Shivas at 1430?
Imagine if he didn't feed away 2 deaths.
Yeah, he would have had it at 1230.
Yeah. Now he's going to go back for the Eternal Shroud, which is going to give him a bunch of HP and then obviously a ton of magic resistance. So his effective HP is going to skyrocket once even before he finishes up the Eternal Shroud. Just giving some of those HP items is going to go a long way. As B-God going to be caught here trying to play on the triangle this entire time. It does give the heads up for KK, though, to get out of town.
Is Shiva's that good? That's like a first item on this hero, though? I really feel like he could have just gone some like higher mana region item, more offensive potential, and just snowballed insanely hard. It's not even that good of an armor game, right? Like, you rather have the magic resistance than the armor this game.
Yes, I think the build was Veil into Eternal Shroud, then back into Shiva's, or back into Spirit Vessel, personally. Old White dove under tower. Any response here? KK comes in with the Shiva's, immediately activates his ultimate. A lot of damage. Oh, great terrorize. Unfortunately, Nyx Assassin shows up from behind, one-shots the Zeus. And KK's gonna run down this poor Dark Willow. The Shadow Realm is not an escape, as the urn will tick him out. The final tick comes in, and that'll be a killing spree over to the Witch Doctor. So the Shivas works out here, and he's already starting to get some, he can already pick up the Vitality booster if he wants from this secret shop.
I mean, if he gets to Eternal Shroud here, then he's just going to be immortal. But right now, he is still killable. We saw him getting burned down. If that Nyx doesn't come in there and get the backstab on the Zeus, that might not be too bad of a fight. I mean, the Zeus is doing some damage. He was starting to regen up. Gets sniped in the end. Still a third death. Old White here. Mage Slayer DK. Nice. Well, get him a freebie. This is Tiny starting to get involved now. You forgot about him, but he's still been in this game.
That's
Some
true.
early fighting items.
With a Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, he is a menace to this. I mean, I like the build because we said Chapelinas, they picked a whole bunch of backline heroes, right? So this Tiny can legitimately one-shot most of them right now.
I mean, you can also toss the Zeus back into the team, which would be huge if it ever happens. He can instant follow up on either of the initiations of the DK or the Nyx, which gives them a lot more confidence to go on a tanky core. We're just going to get a free tower here despite the smoke coming in too late. Still going to go for it.
Dawnbreaker ultimate gonna land on Old White, stunning him up further. KK is in a good position though. They're not targeting him and he's getting all this damage on them right now. Terrorize goes out, barely hits the Witch Doctor, scaring him back. Satoshi's trying to go for the Witch Doctor kill with the Zeus coming in from the side. Maybe they do have the damage to kill him, or maybe not. And Xiao, he comes in to give the helping hand to bring down the Dawnbreaker. KK just mans up on Xerx's Zeus, who is going to be able to get the kill, but he's going to get caught on his way out. Triple kill for the Tiny. They all end once again on the Dragon Knight, and the Witch Doctor was in a great position to dish out the damage. He did 3,300, and the Tiny cleaning up the fight did 2,800.
And they went the early Vessel and the Dawnbreaker to try and deal with the healing, which I think is correct here. It does kill him with the last one, but there's not enough burst damage to go through on all these targets, and while you're bringing down one of these tanky boys, the other two are dealing the deeps. It's Tiny who just cleans up all that fight. Level 14 now. He's big, man. Got a lot of experience off that. Still having a free game, and now he's just picking people off. Tiny is out of control right now. Can they bring him down?
Maybe the Nyx Assassin giving a little bit of relief. Oh no, the crit comes out. He just picked up the Crystallis and immediately got a crit out of it. Paralyzing cast. They did bring down the Tiny, but at such a cost for the Chapelinas.
Damn, that lightning bolt did some damage.
Look at KK go, man. He has to Yules him to get him off. Otherwise, the Dark Willow would just get run down. Zeus is kind of in a weird position right now. Yeah, he tried to go for the assassination on a Nyx Assassin.
Ooh,
It doesn't work.
that feels bad, man, right there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
That's true. Buyback for the Dark Ruler as well. This early game was just so disastrous. Despite the double team fight throw. Still having trouble recovering this game. And I think that Eternal Shroud is done for the Doctor, so he's
now
incredibly tanky now.
Yeah. And I think that's the scary part about all of these persistent magic damage cores, right? We saw with the Sand King, Kunkka, Witch Doctor, Leshrac. Like their scaling is pretty crazy. I think like Witch Doctor core does fall off, but all of these heroes have so many items they can continue to build into, right? He can complete the Spirit Vessel, he can get Bloodstone, a Shard. Some of these heroes have an Aghanim Scepter that's good, not so much for the Witch Doctor, but he can get like Blink Dagger, an upgraded Blink, BKB. There's just like, you can fully 6-slot these heroes and have them scale, keep going for another, 30, 40 minutes.
I mean, sure, you can always scale through items, but I just don't believe Witch Doctor scales.
No. It's definitely the worst of all the heroes that we kind of listed. But
because all of his spells are flat. None of his talents really help them. Like, his level 25, I guess, does, but...
Yeah, I was about to say, he does have scaling at some point, but...
The thing is, what hurts him is his model and stats and all that are just garbo, right? Like,
yeah,
his attack damage and range and stats stuff are good for like a support. They're not good for a core who's supposed to run it. His stacking is atrocious. His armor is not that great. He doesn't have any extra magic resist or anything. Like, he's not right-clicking anybody in the fight for anything crazy. Like, you can get all these items, you can farm them up, but at the end of the day, he's still gonna kind of be the same squishy hero running in with just flat spells. So I think you can vastly outscale his hero and go to that rate. And despite him maybe being an early game monster. But of course, this is a hero that can just tempo you out because he has sustain, which means he can just force away high rounds. I think is what he's kind of designed to do, honestly. It's like win the early game and then just go 25 minutes. What do you do about it?
I mean, he does have sustain for himself, right? Does give the heal to his allies, but
I guess it is worse for that. I don't know, what a weird hero is.
It is a weird hero. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like all you have to do is think about Voodoo Restoration as being Radiance, right? It's like Radiance damage over time is really good early on, but at some point in time, it does nothing because heroes have 5,000 HP. So, you have to win early, and you have to, really take that advantage, and hopefully that allows your other heroes to scale up, because your Witch Doctor at some point in time is not going to be nearly as effective. Jump in onto old White Dragonite. Once again, the target. As the Dawnbreaker ultimate with all these heroes grouped up is going to be beautiful. Now, they're going to have to fight a second part of this fight, though. That is an Aegis on a Tiny with the Witch Doctor coming in from behind, and he's got his ultimate going with nobody stopping it. That arrow was beautiful. It destroys the Wind Ranger as she just took the full Death Ward duration there.
What a team fight salvaging arrow, honestly. If that doesn't land, and it's just kind of a disastrous fight, but then able to clean up on the back of it. We're still seeing the team fight strength of this lineup when you can group up the hut and just kind of abuse them with your AoE punish.
Yep.
The rest of that fight is scary. Ooh, that tree does have a Daedalus behind it.
Yeah, fortunately the Yule's dodge on the tree also prevents some incoming Maledict damage. And they'll start backing away.
Yeah, I mean, at some point that you want to bring down the Tiny first. It's not even about this Doctor that has ruined this game for you, but it's going to be this Tiny and Dragon that you can bring them down. Open up the fight that way. It might not look too bad for you in the end, but you are going up against a lot of net worth advantage right here. And of course, this Tiny hits quite hard. There's going to be Solar Flare behind everybody for some extra attack speed. And this Nyx is just building Daggons, man. He is just scaling his own damage up. Create another court threat. Always going to be able to maybe find and solo kill some hero randomly in the fight. The Daggons are also quite good
with the Maledict as well, right?
Yeah, that's why I think the way you actually scale this Witch Doctor, like, I don't know if Bloodstone's actually good because what's going to happen at a certain point is, yeah, you're going to be really annoying and healing, but you're not going to actually be a threat because you don't do damage on your own at a certain point. You need help to do damage for the Maledict.
Right.
I feel like it's some, you actually want things like the Spell Amp or the Dagon 5 E-Blade or like something. I don't know when and where. But
I mean, maybe it's like BKB would give you both the survivability right now, and it would also give you the ability to always channel Death Ward, which is where a lot more of your damage comes in later into the game. Right?
I mean, Death Ward is solid. Yeah, Death Ward's solid. Curious here.
Nice little double pick off here in the top lane as the Hut get those kills. Look to take the final tier 2 of Radiant side.
They have Solar Crest mech on the Mirana, so these pushes are faster than you would want them to be, especially with Orb of Destruction Tiny just cleaving into your towers here. Orb of, or I guess you have Corrosion, your Corrosive Dragon. So you have stacking minus armor, a lot of building damage, some decent sustain here, and a bunch of attack speed buffs. Scary push. You're not ready for it, and those pickoffs are going to give you a little bit of a window to start smacking here. Get a glyph. Could stay around if you really want to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little
Chapelinas
scary.
did just pick up an amp damage rune on the Zeus, so
Nice one.
yeah, they've got a good tool to be able to fight potentially. TP out right at the right time, just literally split second before the Dragon Tail stun lands. And now they're going to initiate on the other side of things with the Zeus coming in soon. Now they already lost Dark Willow, and in Lan Zhao trying to get out, but he is just hunted down by the Wind Ranger, and now the double damage Zeus is joining in. Now, Old White is also going to be hopping back into play and takes out the Wind Ranger, so not as much staying power in this fight as maybe he thought there was going to be. The arrow, not good enough, but KK catches up, hits him with the Yules. He's got a leap, but he will not have a chance to use it.
Man, this Witch Doctor is just running them through, and they do bring down the Tiny, which I think is the most important hero to bring down there, but it takes so damn long. Your BKBs are out, and of course Zeus was not there for most of that fight. I mean, he survives that DK jump, but it's kind of a curse at the same time because he's so much of your damage. Like, if you had Zeus for the first half of that fight, you might be able to clean some more heroes up, maybe push that to be favorable, but without him, it's way too hard.
Well, they are giving away kills at this point in time. You cannot defend with just your 2 supports, so no reason to get close to the enemy at all. But they do, and now they're going to have to wait even longer for everybody to be back up as 5.
There's another DK form available here, so a lot of bonus damage coming out from it. Man, it's just going to work. 20 seconds. Might just get almost megaed in that time with the amount of building damage between these two. Do you have another glyph? You have a Dawn ult back up. Gotta be wary about using it into this Nyx. Yeah, another lane just gone. Absolutely no reason to stop here.
All right, let's see what Chapelinas, how are they going to set up this fight? The smoke coming across. They've already had it part of it broken by B-God's positioning. They go for the hook shot. They're going to go for the Witch Doctor. That's where the focus fire is going to be. Trying to take out the Doctor first. He still has his Yules, though. Coming in. Dawnbreaker ultimate. Doesn't hit for much there. And oh, Jesus. He's going to get torn apart by this Tiny. Hit by 1 crit. Another one's going to come in, and he's gone. The Witch Doctor just doesn't die. Shrugs off the initiation with the Yules. And that'll be Chapelinas getting run down. Don't believe they can hold the game any longer.
From start to finish, this Doctor destroyed them. No answer for him on the lane. No answer for him in the fights, really, once he got his Eternal Shroud up. Just a lane collapse here. No way around it. 3 losing lanes. You lose 3 tier 1 towers by like that 10-12 minute mark, and your map just collapses. So you go into game 2, there's only one thing here to think about, and that is how do you shore up your lanes versus the Hut here, because they dominated you on all 3. can't have that happen if you want to play a normal game of Dota. But yeah, that Festeration was strong. Like, I don't think they traded into it well at all.
No.
But it's still a very strong spell, and it can snowball these games really hard. Helps take the early towers. They have 3 cores. You can all just like push these lanes in, take the buildings. So yeah, that game just snowballs really fast.
We're gonna watch the KK highlight reel, as I'm sure most of these highlights are gonna feature the Witch Doctor doing some big damage. They really liked going on the Dragon Knight whenever he would hit the tower, and that just freed up the game for the supports to do what they wanted. The Nyx Assassin, Bigot's Nyx Assassin was popping off. KK, of course, was in the mix, delivering lots and lots of damage. Even when he dies, he kind of ensures that the fight is already won. And the result is that you've got a carry Tiny that is super farmed. And they were only able to put a stop to him once or twice. And this was one of those moments here, but they used every bit of damage they have to kill the Tiny. And now they've got nothing left. So everybody else is going to end up dying.
Not enough sustain, not enough farm on these heroes to just tank through the back end of all these spells. So, there's just so much damage coming out from the supports in these fights, so many buffs, and your clock Willow too far behind to match them really adds up in these games. And especially if the focus fire does not kill the target like in this last fight, I mean, that's just GG. Like, the Greaves comes out, there's a Solar Crest, this Doctor is not dying. That fight's just completely over. Because you have one chance to bring down a core with that spell, and if you don't, you got nothing left in the tank. Sometimes the problem with Zeus, like, he can carry the early game and that mid game, but he can't push you over the edge in a lot of these later fights because of the magic resistant stacking. So not a lineup that functioned too well from that position. Not that a lot do, but sometimes you get the Doctor and sometimes the Doctor gets you. You know how it goes. That's life.
Yeah. 18 to 45, the Hut demolishing the game. You know what? What I love about this overlay, Avery, is that it really pulls into focus just how many strength and universal heroes are picked up in these matches. This one is actually one. We actually have 2 intelligence heroes, no agility heroes. Not seeing a whole lot of agility heroes, but universal and strength heroes. Usually like three strength heroes and 2 universal heroes. That's just where the meta's at right now, you know.
I mean, you say intelligence, but one of those was a Witch Doctor who built Shiva's Eternal Shroud. So was he really an intelligence hero?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's basically a tank, right? Another strength to add to the pool. And yeah, he had some decent XPM in this game. Like, you have a early laning phase like that. I don't even think he cashed in the Grigri. I don't think he needed it. There's no point.
He did. He cashed it in after his 2 deaths, but yeah, he only got like 600 or 700 gold out of it, which is still a decent amount.
Every little bit helps. You got Vampire Fangs too. Nice little extra bit of spell lifesteal there. Feels damn good. Yeah, that's just a good old lane shellacking. No 2 ways around it. Hopefully we see something a bit closer in game 2.
Yes, it was a lane shellacking. That is something that can be easily fixed, easily repaired. We're going to see whether or not the Chapelinos are able to do that going into game 2 after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for game 2. We had a little bit of delay. Oh, that's on me. Sorry. Welcome back, everybody, to game 2, Chapelinos versus the Hut. And we are ready to go, finally. We had a little bit of a delay here because one of the players had some issues, and we're going to have a draft penalty once again for the Chapelinos as a result. But we are going to be heading into that draft very shortly. Again, game 1, a lot of it just came down to the draft, right, Avery? And that's very easily fixed.
I actually think it was more just the gameplay. Like, the laning was just so bad. You just can't play the game. Like, I don't know if it would have mattered which heroes you have if you're just dying to the Voodoo Festeration, right? I just don't think you can win a game when it goes that wrong that early on. And they made some comeback moves. Like, they made some fights where they actually came back in the fights and evened it out a bit. But it's just what he's like, you know, you win 2 fights and you're still down 6K at like 10 minutes. It's just brutal, dude. It's such a rough position. So they will ban the Witch Doctor, get that lane cheese out of here. And again, I think their biggest focus just has to be getting through that first 10 minutes. If they can do that, then we saw that they can take the team fights and line some of that stuff up. Wasn't that unfavorable for them. But you have to be able to do it from a position that's actually feasible.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. First pick. I assume Chapelinos, they're going down the same line of banning out some supports and picking up one of the strong ones, and they did not ban the Weaver this time around, so the Weaver is indeed going to be their first pick.
That's a strong one. It's a hero that can just run the map over, win lanes, dominate early, so not a bad pick if you're trying to go that direction. They'll take the Tiny again for the Hut. They played it carry last time, so wouldn't be surprised to see it carry again. Though this hero doesn't really enjoy killing the Swarm Bug on him.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was going to say this
carry
kind
attack
of
speed. It's annoying.
the matchup kind of goes both ways, right? Tiny can one-shot a support Weaver pretty easily, but the bug in team fights is really annoying.
I mean, the Vessel's also quite good versus Tiny. It's a lot of damage because he's so high HP. I honestly think support Weaver is just good versus hero. I think it's pretty rare that the carry Tiny gets to just snipe him. Like, particularly at the start of a fight, it's just not how carry Tiny enters the fight. Like, it's pretty... If he's just able to blink burst your support Weaver at the start of the fight, you probably have bigger problems going on. So honestly, I think it's pretty favorable for Weaver if it ends up being carry Tiny here, and I don't think you're too afraid of this. But you do want to put some pressure on the hero, make sure he doesn't have a good game, get some counter picks, things that deal % damage or can man up against him in the late game. I think Ursa's really good. I think Wyvern can be pretty good. Even things like Treant are a little annoying because he doesn't necessarily build the Dispel for things like Overgrowth, and the armor's nice. Anything in that category I think would be pretty solid. Just dissuade this Tiny from having the options he has in terms of a core.
All the mids getting taken out. SF, DK, Storm Spirit. Dude, did you see that that Earth Spirit game by Yopaj this morning?
Yeah, he went ham.
That man was popping off on that Earth Spirit. He was crushing it. Pudge is going to be the choice for the Hut. So maybe we are going to see a Tiny support. I mean, either way, it feels like you have secured your safe lane core from one of these two heroes, surely. Or maybe
that's a B God Pudge.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. The man likes his Pudge. He's drafted. He picked it for himself. So I'm not gonna even assume it's getting flexed anywhere. Carry Tiny for Pudge. And they'll play a Clock to play against it, which pretty good anti-Pudge hero for the most part. But they did get the Ursa ban, so there's.
Dude, what is with B-God's Yoda statue? What is that Yoda statue sitting behind it? I just now am noticing it. It's so creepy.
I mean, he did it for you, right?
He's just watching it.
For the memes. I
mean, it works.
It's good branding, you know. So it's back for the Dark Willow, but then you're playing Core Weaver here.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know if I like the Core Weaver against Tiny as much as the Support Weaver, honestly. It doesn't sound it's as valuable for the position. Because I think it's easier to find cores that can outscale the Tiny than it is to find supports that have like good disable versus them with all the status resistance and everything. So I'm not sure I like that decision. But if they're feeling confident with the Support Weaver, then, or the Core Weaver, then it can work. And maybe the Ursa ban just pushed them into that direction. Because Ursa would have just been the go-to on that slot. Take Crystal Maiden for some extra mana on these big boys. It's more soft lockdown for the Weaver, but nothing too crazy for him. And will they take the Zeus here is the question. Doesn't look too bad. Not a lot of lockdown for him. You have the extra mana. Gives you that magic damage. You already have Tiny for the physical and the building taking.
Yeah. The I'm surprised they took the Crystal Maiden because I don't think it's that good of a CM game. So I feel like that leads credence for the Zeus, right? If you're gonna pick that Crystal Maiden, surely it's because you have a hero that needs some sort of mana battery like Zeus.
I guess the only other reason would be if you're gonna play the carry Pudge, because that Pudge maiden lane is Omega strong, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that could be, they could be going more that direction maybe. And Darkseer will also open that up more if they want to go that route, because now you can put the Pudge or the Tiny with the Darkseer and be pretty confident with that lane. So they have a lot of options here. I guess maybe not a lot, but they have two very strong options, I should say, between carry Pudge or carry Tiny, depending on what looks better after the core picks come out, which is a solid position to be in. And both are going to be pretty enabled here from the Darkseer and the Crystal Maiden. Timber will come out, hero that got banned last time, will make an appearance here and should be quite good versus these two strength boys on the front line. They can get him to Eternal Shroud. He looks quite obnoxious this game. And if he gets to like Eternal Shroud, Shiva's +1, I feel like he just enters that immortal territory for some of these heroes. So Hut really need a hero that can deal with this Timber in the mid game, unless they think they're just gonna butcher the lanes again, which I guess could be something. Might be more interesting to play that carry Pudge now, because that Pudge maiden lane might be able to like get some cheeky kills on this guy and do better than the Tiny would there.
Damn. Dude, look at on his camera. Yeah, all I know is that man looks cool.
I mean, I don't know what's going on there. It's very artistic.
Hell
I'll give it
yeah.
that.
He's got the curtain behind him, all black and white, some yin and yang. I think he has a hat on, right? He's got something on, some sort of bandana or hat.
Either that or his camera broke, but we'll give him benefit of the doubt here. Some nice style. I respect it. I feel like you need some more stuns here to enable this Weaver Timber. Like something.
We want like
Puck
Puck or something
now, but
Puck Dark Willow.
I mean, I almost wonder if you just put the Timber mid, and then you get some offlane stunner to play with the Willow, who's an initiator, right?
Okay, what offlaners beat Pudge that
That's
are
the
not
problem.
Timber?
They're all kind of bad. Like Centaur is okay here, but it's not that great. Neither is Axe.
So I feel like the
Axe
Timber
game.
Saw is more made for that matchup than most offlaners, you know.
I guess like Doom could be interesting, but it's a pretty difficult hero to execute in this position. You know, if we were looking at like Team Falcons or something, it'd be more interesting, but I think here it might be a little hard. So yeah, maybe that mid is just more reliable. You get like Puck or I guess
5 seconds remaining.
like Void Spirit, like Mage Slayer Void Spirit could be pretty interesting here. Just play him as a initiator tank. There's still the Zeus, but then I feel like you're just adding more damage to your lineup, and now you only have clock to really do anything.
10 seconds.
I mean, do you need control if you just kill the heroes fast enough?
That's the thing. I don't know if Zeus actually like, because this Pudge Tiny are... I guess Zeus looks pretty juicy. But you have to think about this, like, Pipe on a Darkseer, Eternal Shroud on a Carry Pudge, what's that? Okay, so they go in the middle. There's, like, some damage and some control from Pangolier. And last
Instant
pick,
Huskar.
Huskar. Oh my god, that is dirty.
And this Huskar is even better against Pango than the old one because now he silences instead of disarms, which is really bad for Pango. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know if that lane is playable. But I also have not seen the new Huskar, so... I mean, who knows? But we're about to find out. And I have a feeling that it's not playable. That is where I'm going to very heavily lean. I don't think a melee hero is playable versus Huskar, regardless of whatever got changed on him. And they insta-picked it, so they probably know here. Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Pangolier. I wish you the best.
I mean, can you do something? Can you put like the Weaver mid instead or something?
No, Weaver. I think Weaver gets destroyed just as hard because you don't have that much attack range advantage, and your Sakuchi is pretty low on cooldown level 1. I feel like you just get zoned anyway. Then you're just like ruining his game, and then your Pango just doesn't function in the side lanes anymore. I think because the XP split is too deadly. I don't even know if he can play the side lanes here. Like this Pudge Darkseer lane might just beat him up too. There's a Maiden Tiny in the other. I think you just have to suck it up. I mean, that's life. Like you get last pick Huskar, you get last pick Huskars. That's how she goes.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to figure out a solution. Otherwise, you are. Well, I was gonna say going home. I guess everybody is already home, but you're not gonna be playing in the North American qualifier tomorrow. This is elimination on the line for the Chapelinas. The Hut with a game lead and a Huskar last pick have got to be feeling good about themselves. So let's get into game 2 and see what Chapelinas cook up to try and deal with this nasty last pick. Old White is a platinum Huskar. Ew.
Yeah, this hero looks so strange now with no mana bar.
Oh, got the hook already. They're going to have a last pick Huskar with First Blood if they do it right here. Shadow Realm to try and lay it out here, but they're going to give it to the Huskar. Just needs that one more hit. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. That is...
30 seconds.
He dropped the sentry for that ob too, so they lose the sentry. Are they going to get a D-ward as well? I think they know that obs is there too, because they saw him place it. What a disaster of a move. Not respecting the B-God Pudge here. And he just reels him in level 1, and huge advantage already on his mid lane if it wasn't big enough.
Did you see he took Nothel Transfusion? So this is the facet that people were like, oh, maybe like support Huskar is a thing or something like this. But I think the idea here is that with a Darkseer, with like Mech and Pipe and then a Tiny and Nothel Transfusion, they're just going to have an insane amount of sustain in their team fights. And nothing's going to stop them.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if it's gonna matter what facet he picked, but yeah, could be some extra push momentum. They can build it up.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see how it goes. B-God is making really good use of this this new Flayer's hook facet, where he's been hitting some long range hooks for a decent amount of extra pure damage. Does mean the close range hooks are doing less damage, but if you hit the long range ones, it can add up to a lot more pure damage, which is pretty scary. Lands another one with the Ion Shell on him as well, so no real way for the Clockwork to fight him.
Yeah, you're not fighting that on the side. It's pretty sad for Clock. It's normally where he wants to be. So already these lanes going pretty solid for the Hut.
The Weaver thought he could do this with the level 2, having the Swarm. He Shikuchi's up and swarms, and okay, the minus armor is really racked up now, and KK misjudges it, and the hook is just off the mark. So he's
He stalls it out to let the swarm get the Darkseer into big minus armor territory, and turns around and destroys him.
I don't even know if that was necessary. I think just play for level 2 there. Try and kill the Weaver with the vacuum. Instead, your level 1 Darkseer just don't have the threat. Does not pay off at all. So strike back a bit here. Not gonna get run over completely. Still watching this mid matchup, dude. It does not look like it's starting to become too fun here. But I will say the early waves were pretty bad for this Huskar because you don't have, like, you don't have your Berserker's Blood to take advantage of the fact you're removing all your own HP.
Yeah.
Like, that level 1 was pretty sad, but now he's starting to cook a bit. Went the early boots as well, just more aggression. And kills a Water Rune in Rage. Says, I don't need that. I don't even have mana to restore.
Yeah, he
That
wants the
garbage out
attack
of here.
speed. At some point in time, once he hits level 4, he's going to get Inner Fire, and then he's going to have a silence and a push
Look at
that
the
stops
stacks.
the shield crash, which is the only thing that's going the way of Zarek right now. The Water Rune will keep him alive. It is only pain in this mid lane for him.
Gonna try and kill him here or what? I don't know if you have another option. Can't enter the lane. He regions up a bit. At bottom, another trade, and they get the push. So, strength of Weaver, man. This hero is just strong on lane. So hard. I don't think I've seen a Weaver lose lane from any position in like a month now.
Most of the time we've been seeing it as support, but yeah, it's been destroying everywhere it goes. Finally gets that kill on the Pangolier. It was going to happen eventually. See if they can get the chase down on top. They cannot. Toss back over, and one hit is probably do it. He throws out the tree, and that's good enough.
Man, Hut are just owning the lane. Thought it was going to be a little closer, but they get another kill bottom, second flesh heap. They're just crumbling here in the last minute. Though,
Really
I don't know
is.
if there's much Zurich could have done mid, considering his position. Ideally, you can gank this Huskar at some point. He is pretty susceptible to being ganked here, but you kind of need the levels on the supports to do it. And the more you lose these side lanes, the less opportunity you're going to have to make that move.
Gonna need the side lanes to step it up some more. I mean, the Weaver's doing what he can. But you need that top lane to start winning, and they almost do. Almost get the kill on the Tiny there. As the Timbersaw gets real aggressive. Note that he did go Shredder. So he's got the splinter that comes out whenever he timber chains a tree. These little splinters come out, like almost like bristleback quills. Do some additional damage, which is kind of interesting. Nice timber chain. Got away from the avalanche just in time.
Old White's got a big wave mid. He's pushing it in, almost level 6. This might be a dive here, and if you don't have the TPs up on either of these supports to help, you're like a level and a half behind now.
Swashbuckles.
He gives up
gets-
those ranges.
Yeah.
So this is your catapult timing. Again, you have to worry about getting shoved in on some of these lanes. There's some tower damage from the Tiny. There's the Darkseer who can push his in. Maybe go for the kills. There's this Huskar who can... Well, his catapult actually just died. The Old White doesn't get any value out of it. Good news here.
KK
There
stuck
it is.
inside the cogs, going for the kill. Vacuums together. Ion Shell doesn't quite kill the Clockwork, though. And he's
6 minute
strong
power.
enough to get away. Power Rune. Oh, he needs that. A shield rune. He's gonna pop it here, but
Got a lot of
he's still
shield.
dead. He's gonna TP out. Okay, good TP. Good TP. Oh wait, no, he has frostbite.
Bad TP.
Oh no, bad,
Bad
TP.
He done it
And they kill the
instantly.
Pudge. Bug goes out. KK trying to deal with the bug as quick as possible here. This Weaver is doing what he can to offset the disaster that is the mid lane. Thought about going for the kill on the Darkseer underneath the tower, but opts not to. Had some magic wand charges still sitting available, so.
Oh, the White's out of control, dude. I mean, this has felt like from minute 0 he has been put in a ridiculous position.
$37 and 21 denies in 7 minutes. Getting a deny every 3 denies every minute. Jeez.
I mean, in theory, your lineup isn't that bad versus Huskar. Like, I think Weaver can be pretty good. Timbersaw is great if he can, you know, get to his tanky items and go in. But again, you're facing this problem of, like, you're just bleeding kills around the map. Are any of these heroes going to be in a position to do anything about this Huskar?
Maybe the Weaver needs to go Spirit Vessel.
That's why you wish you had support Weaver right now, but
Yeah.
he's getting run down too, man.
He's got Shukuchi. Just don't get hit by the hook and you're good.
Ooh.
Close call. He's going to TP back to base.
That was definitely a kill if he can land it. Nonetheless, pushing that Weaver to base. They're not too sad about this. They're just going to push the waves in, cut, create more pressure on the tower. Old White is in again mid and claims another. Payne go ahead for his trophy rack here, and he's just going to start wailing on this tower, man. Armlet already done. This tower is just, it's going to get smashed here if you can't respond. He needs to create pressure elsewhere, and instead it's just the Hunt doing it again.
Oh, toss back mid Timber Chain. Great move from the Tiny. And that ensures that Old White's TP rotation does actually get a kill.
Man, that heal looks cool when he jumps in like that.
Yeah.
Nice little effect. AoE's not super huge though, but I guess if someone's fighting someone on your team, you jump in, you heal them before, and it's not too bad.
Look from
Ooh,
long
rescue team.
range. B-God gets KK out of danger. The Weaver's still going to chase after him. He turns around, throws out the wall. There's the Weaver can't really go for the dives without level 6. Or maybe he's going to try to anyway. With the Rolling Thunder backing him up, they're going to go for the Pudge kill. Certainly not the big Darkseer one that they're looking for, but it's something.
I mean, you gotta take what you can get at this point. At least you get to put the Timber against the Huskar, and you can dissuade him from hitting this tower a little bit. You just need that hook shot up. If you can get hook shot Bedlam up, your opportunities to go on the Huskar or maybe kill this Darkseer go up a lot more. Really need the XP on the supports right now, as Old White's gonna continue his assault mid. Man is not afraid of much here, and he's just going in.
Satoshi's just gonna die. Timbersaw
Okay, well,
not prepared to stand up against the Huskar. And that's gonna be TP canceled as a dead Clockwork.
Pudge is great in these games where
Jera
you're just
coming
killing
in from
off cooldown.
behind. He goes to the TP out, but Dor has just been sitting here. All he needs is a stun. That's all Huskar needs is a stun to stop TPs or Timber Chains or whatever. So Dor's just hanging around, frostbiting anybody who shows up.
Level 10 on this guy, dude. What do you do? Now he's just hasting top. Run for your life. Dear God.
Tiny will get stunned, but here comes Old White. Nice TP out, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got a little stack to take, too. Ooh.
Yeah, do a little.
Don't want to give that
stacks
one
team.
up.
I mean, you can't afford to give anything else in this game. You're already decently far behind. You need the experience for your supports. You will get it here. Level 6 on the clock. You at least got that hook shot up now.
Let me help you with your sacrifice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Supports know what the job is here. Play around the Huskar, set him up. Ooh, Old White not getting off the light break there, which would have followed him up to the high ground after the swashbuckle. They're going to try and turn this one around with the Rolling Thunder. A hook shot onto the Crystal Maiden. So you go for the CM kill and keep the others occupied with the Rolling Boulder. Not too bad, but Huskar doesn't get in range of the Dark Willow. Stun is going to go out. They have enough heroes here, but oh, the silence pushback. That's going to make things a little bit rough. Now the wall right on top. Fall. This one is Old White going to die? No, they've run out of damage. He is going to be perfectly fine. Deals with the bug real quickly. The Weaver's trying to get the pick off somewhere around here, but there's nothing available.
Man's just too big, dude. He's just too damn big, too early. Already mech on this Darkseer as well. Just comes in, buffs everybody up for that fight. Everybody's getting Ion Shelled. And again, you just don't even have Bedlam or Terrorize at that point. He's missing so much damage. And this CM is threatening your Weaver now. Another just collapse of a laning phase here. Can you salvage it as well as you almost salvaged that last one? I don't know. Getting the
Catching the
Huskar
tiny.
was tough.
You're going to need pickoffs like this if you want to be able to recover it. Nice cogs hit.
That's something.
Gets him the extra push, and that kill is worth a hefty amount, almost 900 gold for it.
B-God reels in a little fish, but can't finish the job. Needs another hook.
He's got another hook, but it would be
Getting
throws
baited.
out a blood grenade. And B-God just singularly focused on trying to land the second hook. Will give up his life to the Weaver. Easy peasy. They also find the Crystal Maiden in the jungle, so things are actually turning around a little bit here for the Chapelinos. It's nothing to do with the Huskar, who's currently gonna take Roshan, get an Aegis, but at least they're getting pickoffs elsewhere.
Not much you can do about what Old White's doing right now, but at least you're finding something on the map. Keep playing to his Timbersaw. I mean, he has good damage. Can definitely threaten this Tiny.
Caught him again, mid-timber chain. Keep him here long enough. The TP rotations, vacuum back in the Clockwork inside of the cogs. Nice terrorize hit, though. They really want to fight this one, though. They're going for the kill on the Crystal Maiden, but remember this Huskar. This Huskar is willing to stay
He's
super
bad.
low HP to just push out damage, and he'll get the kill on the Dark
Bad
Willow
man.
as a result.
I mean, the second Old White shows up with an Aegis attack, you gotta get the hell out of there, man. Guy ain't messing around. Another hook will miss.
Blind hook from B-God. Almost caught the Pango.
Wisdom Rune will get secured. At least they don't lose that.
They'd be chasing. Nice hook, though, to get Old White the distance. That rolling, Roland's not going to do a whole lot here. They have Aegis on the Huskar. It's not a good idea to fight these boys.
He's
There's a
going
Washbuckle. Oh, back. Immediately hits him with the life break, diving in after him. He's going to pump out some serious damage here. They might be able to kill him, but again, that's the Aegis. The damage done is the Clockwork is dead. The Pango has lost a bit of HP as well. They've got spells on cooldown. Old White's ready to just keep going. Silence on the Dark Willow. No chance of the Shadow Realm. Hook lands onto the Timbersaw. Right into the Freezing Field Dismember combo. Double channeling duo here from Ports of the Hut. Bring down a core. Nice grab.
Another Frostbite.
Just keeps on hitting him. Derek barely able to get away, it seems. No, Frostbite comes in just in time.
Man, that was like one of those fights you had to win to come back in this game, and now
Yeah.
it might just be a little out of reach here.
Beaver, half HP from a tiny initiation, so damage is definitely not there right now.
I just went to Echo Blink again. Gonna be looking for the jump, looking for the Weaver, looking for supports on the backside. Anything he'll take. No Roche here to do, boys. Looking in the corner for the Weaver.
Nice Darkseer pick. Got him
Seem to
sleeping.
find these little pickoffs, but it's not really changing the trajectory of the game, it feels.
No. It's
Man, your Pango is
delaying.
behind.
Yeah. Name damage rune found in the river. B-God.
Bring it a little bit closer to the Huskar.
Gonna use the farm. No push here for Old White. He's just going to chill probably till next Roshan. Try and end the game with that, or maybe not end the game, but go high ground. I mean, you know you have a pretty good lead here. No reason to throw it away like you tried to do last time. Pango is just so far behind him. Find a little bit of a stack, though. That definitely helps. I don't even know what... I mean, you're going to go this Echo build, which we saw be pretty good. Some of those other games. I think this build's interesting. It's just coming out so late here. It's even going to be in time to give you the build-up that you want.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Darkseer not happy about getting his stack stolen, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. There's no real way to punish this man. Unless Zarek just hangs around long enough that he gets caught by the Tiny, who's coming in from the side here, ready to go with the blink. He goes for the Dark Willow. They get the Frostbite on Zarek. Okay, they just casually ran down a Pango with Swashbuckle and Rolling Thunder up.
Yeah, not the kill you want to be giving up there.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, turn into a tier 2 push. It's Tiny. Starts wailing with the tree. See how much damage he can get done here. I wonder if he just actually gets it. I mean, do you want to glyph this? Not really.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's just entire tier 2.
Radiant's top tower
Brutal tower to lose when it's not even 20 minutes yet. So you're looking towards this 20-minute Tormentor. Don't even have that tier 2 there to help you try and go for it. I don't even know if you could do it. Probably need everything.
Oh, what a snag.
That's some
Grabs
juicy
the
damage.
Pango. They've got the vacuum to chain it a little bit longer and some extra movement speed. Oh, wait a minute. Rolling Thunder, turn around.
Ooh.
They'll kill the Crystal Maiden and the Pudge.
Okay, that damage, man. Timbersaw is a Dota hero, dude. This hero is...
Radiant's top tower
I feel like this hero's just been insane like for 4 or 5 years now. I don't think there's
Well,
another
is under attack.
hero that does as much damage as he does as reliably because it's all pure. So you just can't resist it. Like there's nothing you can really build to stop his damage output being reliable. I think it's just huge. In all these metas dominated by building up like pipes and shrouds and hearts and wraith packs and all this nonsense, right? It's like this man is always there to just cut through it all. Does not care.
Wraith Pact. Wraith Pact once a time could have stopped some of the Timbersaw.
Yeah, that is true. But even in that meta, I think the hero was still good because it's like, yeah, that item just stopped everybody, right? But at least Timber was still, he's still like removing stats with whirling, which is still insanely strong for so many heroes. But Satanic now done for Old White, so if you can land some Timber spells on him, you will do a lot. But he's also incredibly tanky now, and he's gonna be the Tormentor of his own. So that Radiant one sits there waiting to be claimed. Oh, Crystal Maiden Shard. Look at that. Crystal Clone if you want it.
A little bit of disjoint, a little bit of extra farming capabilities. The HUD
Can Crystal
are
Clone get you out of cogs?
no idea. Something to test in demo mode. Ah, snagged another one. Be God. Man don't miss. The man don't miss. Vacuuming back in. Give B God his strength.
I mean,
Oh
man
my
also
God,
don't
he's
kill
not
though.
actually gonna get it. What the hell? They killed the Weaver.
Just caught with the combo.
I mean, if there's no Huskar, that's got to be clearance to take whatever fight you can that is away from this man. And see if they can kill the Pudge and then get out. Terrorize. Oh no, it doesn't hit the Crystal Maiden, and they're gonna have to use the hook shot instead. And now the Huskar's coming in. B-God eventually did get the kill he was looking for. Maybe not him, but the Tiny came through and got him some vengeance.
Radiant's bottom tower
Egod's landing these hooks. He's not getting the flesh heaps, but he's sure landing them. Making the fights easy for the team. And that pushing power, another tier 2 just instantly gone off that. Still haven't claimed your Wisdom Rune or Tormentor up top. Both just sitting there waiting for you.
Satoshi making a break for it.
Dire's middle tower
Multiple
has fallen.
TPs came in. Looks like they're gonna give up on the kill. Meanwhile, Langeout just took another tower. First tier 2 of the game, or second tier 2 of the game, rather. I'll have a Daedalus very soon, so big crit damage. Almost online.
There's this smoke coming out. Kind of weird split here by the hut. Smoke can land on a target, might be isolated. Yeah, they find Solar Darks here. Does have Pipe Greaves.